are passed. Communications. I don't believe I have had any. Has anyone else had any communications or anything we need to know about Mary or Lyle? Nope. Okay. Moving on to finance. Would someone like to move the warrants? Yes, everyone got the warrants. I confirmed with, there was an email glitch, but I did follow up. So I think everyone got them. So would someone like to move the warrants?
Hey, Carrie's chat. I'll move the warrants.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second. I don't have to do that often. I'll second. Any questions, any concerns, any things we need clarification on? Okay. All those in passing the warrants as moved, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, hearing none, that's done. Finance, I'm sure we're gonna, when Frank gets on, we'll let him talk to us about where we're at. So I don't think the SU has had a meeting. I think we're good on SUSD negotiations, Lyle. That's on our agenda. I feel like that's done. Okay.
That should be all done.
Okay, I will get that off for the next one. So I think we're moving right into administrative report. So Lyle, you want to go?
Actually, am I unmuted? Yes. Mary and I are doing a joint report because I took so long last time. Mary is going to start this time and I'll just fill in at the end.
Thanks, Lyle.
You do share well.
We try to share.
We do. So good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well on this rainy and nasty day. Maybe the snow will turn things into flowers. I'm gonna do a screen share if that would be okay.
Sure.
Because I kind of wrote up a few things and it might be easier to read and listen. So bear with me just one second.
Okay.
Okay. So first thing, I think I'm gonna kind of go in reverse order. So kind of starting right here. Classroom teachers right now meeting with students via Zoom, meeting with students in full groups and small groups. Some teachers are recording videos for students to watch at a time that's convenient for the families. Meeting with parents, touching base with parents. And in addition to what the classroom teachers are doing, we have private band lessons going. We have an all-school sing happening. Individuals working with guidance counselor, behavior interventionist, PE, art lessons, library resources have been provided for teachers. For example, Audible is doing a free thing right now for students. And Epic is another thing that's doing providing some free resources for students right now. Special education teachers are working with distance learning plans that have been created while we're doing remote learning, tied to IEP goals. They're doing, I participated in an IEP meeting today, and our special education teachers are becoming really facile with making those, I think, as comfortable as possible and as similar to the real thing as possible, which I appreciate their work. Our nurse and one member of our custodial staff are helping out over at Oak Grove School because they're doing childcare right now. And we found out today from John Sessions, the assistant principal over at Academy School, who's working very hard with a team over there, which includes Vernon staff, to distribute meals that over 3,000 meals, including dinner, are being distributed per day, which is incredible. Lots of work from our custodial staff, hardworking 4-member staff. They are doing vigorous cleaning, but also kind of starting on some sort of summer projects, moving bleachers, painting way up high in the gym, being very safe. And then going up to the top, wanted to talk to you about attendance a little bit. I think our partner board had asked for some information about, families that we're reaching. So I'm right up here Right now, out of 357, there are 0 families that we have not heard from or been in touch with at all. No radio silence, so to speak. Last week, there were about 6 students that we've been in touch with, the kids and the families, trying to support families to get children to complete their work. And sort of, there's a story behind each one. But basically, I want you to know as a board that classroom teachers, in some cases, special educators, Jamie Card, our guidance counselor, various other staff members, including myself, are in touch with families saying, what do you need? What support would be helpful? One of the resources that's been nice is Paul Smith and Gary Parzik and Adrian LaPierre, thank you. I've never met Adrian. They put together a helpline, kind of a tech-based hotline for families if the technology is wonky. And I've had some good feedback from, I think, 3 different families that helpline has been really useful for them and met their needs. And so 150 out of 157 are engaging with work regularly, in constant communication and contact with their teachers. So I will be sending out, I've been trying to do kind of a weekly robocall to not overwhelm folks. And one of the things I'm going to send out on the robocall is sort of a new protocol for attendance, that, we want to hear from you. If it's been 3 days or so and no one at the school has heard from you and we've kind of reached out, folks are going to contact Amy Card, our guidance counselor, and say, hey, can you give a call? And if she still doesn't hear, I will try to reach out to one or both of us. Basically, at some point, probably after about 4 days, we may reach out to the Wyndham Sheriff's Office to do a well child, just to, be checking in on families like we can't do when the kids are, we can't do visually like when they come to school. So the intent there is to make sure we're, knowing that kids are safe, not to be intrusive. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Office is very supportive, and kind of knows those calls might be coming. But like I said, we've been in touch with all the families. I don't anticipate that being something that we will go to, but I just want to give families a heads up about that. We'll talk a little bit about budget, I know, when Frank comes, but basically, to kind of name the elephant in the room, our budget has passed. The other schools' budgets haven't passed. And we know that there are going to be folks who are really challenged with paying tax bills with everything going on, and we're aware of that. So I am putting the part-time Spanish position and the permanent sub position on hold for now. And I'm going to kind of communicate to the staff that, we'll probably be looking for ways to trim the 2021 budget, even though it has been approved, so that potentially we can apply that money to the fund balance and use that in the 21-22 in case passing a budget is challenging, in case tax revenues are down. But I hear from staff pretty regularly, have you heard anything about being furloughed or laid off? And I'm letting folks know that, sort of when I know, you'll know, but that I don't anticipate reductions in force at Vernon for next year at this point, is kind of what I want to communicate to the faculty on Wednesday when we do our weekly staff meeting. Andrew, nice to meet you. I haven't met you yet, so this is kind of a funny way to meet, but at some point down the road, if you would like to meet with me or hear a little bit about Vernon or attend one of our faculty meetings at some point this year, we'd be happy to have you. So.
I would love to do Summer. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Great, thanks. That's me. I'll kick it over to you, Lyle.
All right, thanks. So just thinking a little.
Do you want me to keep sharing? Sorry.
It's okay. I know what I had in there. But to follow up with the budget and contracts, though Vernon has passed a budget, we have not sent out contracts to Vernon teachers because they're part of the WSESU negotiated agreement. So no contracts are going to be sent out for probably mid-May earliest, until we have a better handle on what we may end up with for a budget. So just so that you know, in case you start to get questions about contracts and where contracts are. The other piece of my report is just around Diversity Day. Normally, Diversity Day would have been this coming Friday. This year, we're doing diversity activities throughout the month of May. The WSESU Diversity Equity Committee meets pretty regularly, and right now they have quite a nice option, quite a nice diverse option of activities for students, parents, families. One of those is going to be a panel with hopefully, and Mike Sostak setting this up, hopefully run by students that will include a physician's assistant. They're trying to get a custodian, a teacher, students, and how the virus is affecting them and what their life is like now under the virus. They have, actually they being Michaela Sims, has organized a session. Vanessa, I'm going to remember her last name, it's in the notes, who is a climate activist. And she's going to be doing a session that students can jump on to. And she actually has her last session, I guess, was with Jane Fonda. So her next session is with us. So we're feeling pretty important. Though, of course, you know, Jane Fonda has some connection to our area. Her daughter lives in Putney, I believe. So the diversity committee is putting together books that will be sent out to students across the SU. Ellen Tumoviscus, the art teacher in Putney, has put together a coloring page for younger students. So that with some crayons will be sent likely through the lunch delivery system. But we're still working out some of the details around that. So instead of a diversity day, it'll be diversity month. So look for opportunities throughout the month. And I think that's it for me.
Any questions for Lyle or Mary?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. Question for Mary. I mean, this is obviously an incredible inconvenience isn't the word, just where we're sitting. But what can we, is there anything as a board that we can do to help out the situation? Is there opportunities you've seen present themselves? You're just thinking something that we could do?
You know, I think I've been kind of thinking with Teacher Appreciation Week coming up in the month of May next month, you know, maybe something in the way of even just like a note or an email, some kind of message from the board that just says, you know, I've been telling teachers that truly everything I'm hearing from families is really positive feedback. And sometimes they say, oh, really? You know, because they're sort of critical of themselves and wanting to do their very best work. And I'm saying, yes, everything I'm hearing is so overwhelmingly positive. So maybe just some more positive feedback, you know, like if you're a parent right now of a Vernon elementary student, how, you know, how their kid is feeling, how your kid is feeling, you know what I mean, because of their teacher, or, you know, just kind of a little keep up the good work kind of thing, I think would probably be well received.
Okay, can do. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Jen.
have to say what's strange about this whole thing is the one place I used to connect with people on school board stuff, and it used to drive me crazy, is the grocery store.
Yeah.
And now you don't have that anymore. Because you can't tell who anybody is because you're all wearing a mask and you're in and out so fast. But I actually miss being
You miss it, yeah.
I miss being accosted in the grocery store. This is so sad. But that's where I would see people and feel like you had that connection, and we don't have it. So I like that idea. If we could all just email or call a teacher we know and just say thank you.
I'm sure it would be well received. And I did hear, you know, I heard from one teacher today. I'll never forget, you know, we had kind of our quick staff meeting after we found out about the governor's order and that it was going to be the entire school year. And I mean, it was just, you know, everybody's in tears and it was awful. And so I kind of have that point from now to this point, you know, coming back the day after a break. And a teacher said to me today, you know, I'm really starting to feel like I've got my feet under me and I'm starting to settle in. I'm starting to feel a little bit comfortable with this. You know, I don't want it, I hate it, but a little comfortable. And so I think that that feeling is starting to happen for some. And so, yeah, I think just keep up the good work. You've got this. the sun will start shining sometime would be helpful. Yeah.
Now, it's probably too soon to talk about this, but it's going to hit us fast, probably. Oh, Carrie's waiting to get in. Let me get
Oh, nice.
Carrie in.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to interrupt. She just texted me and said, I'm waiting.
Sorry, Carrie. Welcome. I'm sorry I'm late. I gotta learn to look at the thing. I'm learning. We're getting there. So, Carrie, we're talking with Lyle and Mary just about what we can do as a board, being more out of touch than normal to support the teacher. So the recommendation was really just to reach out to any teacher you are in contact with and say, thank you. You know, we got your back here. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to think ahead. What do we do for the end of the year? What do we do for graduation? What do we do for retiring teachers? It's going to be so different and weird and
yeah.
So at this time, the Dan French, from the Agency of Ed, has said that on May 8th, by May 8th, he will be announcing end of year sort of guidelines for graduations, end of year celebrations, that type of thing. So we've still got a couple more weeks, but the Agency of Ed is supposed to be putting out those guidelines for us. I worry about seniors. I know, sixth graders are moving up to BAMS or to wherever they've decided to go. But I worry about seniors who are leaving and going on, leaving the area, many of them possibly, and for them not to have closure, that's very sad. So that's hopefully on May 8th, we'll have some more definitive information. I still have not heard that we would not be doing 175 days, school days. So our school year will likely end pretty close to whatever it was going to, somewhere in the middle of June.
Okay. And then the only other issue I've heard is some parents who have been very happy with us, with Mary, with Lyle, with teachers and all of that, but just a concern for the future. And it's almost more of a concern for what's going to happen to my kid next year when they move up. Are they going to be behind? And, parents who are trying to do the best they can, but some parents are still working and trying to juggle I'm lucky. I got middle schoolers and a senior, so my kids can go off and do their own thing, and I'm pretty sure they're getting it done. But I don't know how Hannah and Carrie, you guys are handling, Chad, you guys are handling elementary school kids and keeping them on task. And so I think there's that guilt of the parent of, is my kid going to be behind next year?
Yeah, parents should not feel guilty. Parents aren't educators. And when we come back in the fall, and Andy, this is going to be more on you than on me. We are going to be, we're already making plans, and Andy's joining a central office meeting tomorrow, and that's one of our topics. So when are we going to start planning and looking ahead to how we're assessing kids when they come back, so we know what it is that they're going to need, how we're really meeting their social emotional needs, because we know for people that have kids that have been out of school for 5.5 months, not with their friends, they're going to need to come back into a really strong community. And one of the things that we need to be careful about when we're making any sort of reductions due to budgets is the fact that our students are going to come in on such a different range of abilities and what they've been able to accomplish in the last 5.5 months. So we have to make sure that we're still providing strong teachers with academic coaches, good curriculum. So that's all of those things we'll be talking about over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Hannah, you've got a question?
No, that my hand was raised a long time ago to let Carrie in.
You gotta learn how to unlock your hand.
She's here.
I'm gonna lower your hand for you. So, other questions before we maybe see if Frank wants to talk budget? And this is going to be scary.
Well, before Frank's scary, I just want to add one more, just reiterate what Frank isn't scary. I just wanted to reiterate one more thing similar to what Lyle said. You know, I probably said it at least 50 times to different parents that no, like the analogy I use is nobody's going to crack the first page of the third grade textbook and say go. Like our teachers are highly skilled at working together on teams, even if they're a grade level where there's only one of them, and you know, differentiating work and tapping all the resources that we're lucky to have to meet the needs of kids, because 15 different learners, you know, exist in a classroom. So I think, you know, teachers will be ready for it. And I just encourage parents to not sweat it, like love them up and we'll get them in the fall, you know?
Okay. It's a hard conversation to have because they're so well-meaning, and I think they really are taking it on themselves, and it is trying to convince them your kid's going to be okay. Just hang in there.
And reach out if there's something the school can do for you as the grown-ups.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Frank, you want to tell us what you might know and what we might not want to know?
You're muted, Frank.
I can unmute, I think. I never know. It's like, I'm always worried if I do it, is he about, oh, there he goes. He's good.
We get it. Okay. Yeah. I was in a few different applications. I couldn't find the Zoom group, but hello, everybody.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah. So I'm the messenger on this one. I'm not the spokesperson for the great state of Vermont. So keep that in mind. And also there, everything is developing every day. So what I thought I would share with you is you may have seen it in various web sources. I'm going to click on the Mark Peralt's issue brief that he presented to the legislature. It's probably been 2 weeks now, but if I could kind of quickly go over the highlights of that briefly, and then we could talk about any questions you might have. But has anyone seen a sort of synopsis of the joint fiscal office update to the legislature? Okay.
Did I send that to you guys? I can't remember if I emailed the video link for what it was. It's worth a watch. It's scary, but it's worth a watch.
Okay. So I won't go into the detail. I'll just look at the first page here with you. I assume you can see the document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In summary, obviously with the loss of the major sources of revenue that goes into the ed fund, there's a big deficit. They're estimating for the current fiscal year, you see right there at the first paragraph, 89,000. I'm sorry, 89 million. I did hear from Brad James at a business manager meeting a week ago that actually that's been reduced a little bit, actually quite a bit, because there were more revenues in March than originally thought. So it looks like they're looking at more like 69 million, but it's still obviously a very unfavorable development. That's for the revenue shortfall. Fortunately, the state of Vermont has had some reserves in its education fund, much like Vernon School District has in your own education fund. So that's going to carry most of the burden for fiscal year 20. They're still projecting some sort of a education fund shortfall. It's unclear how the Federal CARES Act is going to be filtered through, Vermont's education funding system. That's 30 million. On the surface, what we're being told is that because Vermont is sort of one of a kind in the nation as it relates to school funding, the supervisory union is the LEA, and that's the entity that the funding will go through. So as we learn more about what that means, we can share that with you. At a very summary level, joint fiscal, in this article here, you can see this brief refers to it, but Brad James again has indicated that that may look like something similar to our Title I allocations. So, for the supervisory union, it could be nearly $1 million of aid through the federal CARES Act. So those are some little bit of relief points in a very difficult looking environment. As both Mary and Lyle have noted, the big concern, and as you go, if you look at this document, you'll see that in pretty much every place, no one really has a good estimate for fiscal year 21. Meaning, to what extent will the rooms and meals tax and the sales tax and the other sort of sources of funds that pay for so much of the ed fund, to what extent will we start to see that activity, economic activity, resume? We just don't know. We don't even have a clear date from the governor as to when when we think it's safe to fully engage. So again, to Mary and Lyle's point about the current fiscal year and then preparing for next fiscal year, you may recall we did schedule 270,000 of our surplus in the FY21 budget as an offset to taxes. And to whatever extent we can mitigate that, not spend it, as Mary's already started to consider, with the new program, the sub position, that's going to be prudent of the school board, of the administration to, be careful about how we utilize resources. We always are, but in this environment, it's going to be until we have a clearer picture of when economic activity starts up again in Vermont, and to what extent will the ed fund come back to a more normal level. We should do everything we can to manage our reserves so that we can sort of smooth out the programs and avoid having our 5th and 6th graders take the worst of maybe a 3-year cycle. We want to try to even out programs as best we can. So here's Mark Peralt's summary. Maybe a couple other things that I didn't mention. Most of the taxes have been paid in the state of Vermont, the school property taxes. Vernon does have a payment due, as residents coming up in just a couple of weeks, or maybe it's next week. The concern there, you may have heard a bunch of speculation about, well, how our town's going to be able to pay when residents are, being laid off and facing these really severe circumstances. The legislature has wrestled with a number of school funding issues, but one of the things that they are not doing that I am aware of is changing the town's obligation to pay the school within the 20 days of school property taxes due. So what that has always meant for probably 100 years is that if a resident of Vernon has not paid their school property taxes by the due date, it's the town's obligation to borrow those funds, pay the school, and address, delinquent property tax issues again through existing statutes. Hopefully, we see some other mechanisms that provide, both the town and the resident some relief from, the really difficult circumstances we're in. But from a cash flow point of view and from a business operations point of view, the Vernon School District should be in a stable financial condition through the end of this fiscal year. And because we do have a very solid fund balance, starting the new fiscal year, we'll be in reasonable shape. But again, we need to wait for the update before we make those commitments, like Lyle was saying, particularly 100% of your employment contracts. That's obviously where most of the money is in terms of spending. So we want to be careful about that. Maybe one last thing I'll mention is typically it's now that the the legislature has set the income yield. So that's this last point that you see on the document I'm sharing here. And at this point, they're saying we just don't know what to do in the event of no clarity around revenue. So unfortunately, that might mean that we do see a delay in the property tax bills being issued. It's only a probability. I can't tell you if that's actually going to happen or not. But Mark Peralt from the Joint Fiscal Office is raising that as a likely scenario. And obviously that has more consequences for the town's cash flow, right? If they don't issue property taxes, the folks that can pay aren't going to pay. But again, the school district should be, insulated from that initially, anyways. Another, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a bright spot, but it's something that I've heard that the legislature is considering, and that is, I think I'll stop the share on the document. But as far as when we look at fiscal year 21 and then fiscal year 22, we know 21 is totally unknown. 22 is, it just seems no chance that it's not going to be particularly, it's not going to be normal. It's going to be difficult. And one thing that's being considered, I don't think it's a bill yet, but you may have heard of it. I would hope that it gets more support. The idea of the state borrowing over a 3 or maybe a 5-year period, so that fiscal year 21 and 22 are not just totally hammered in terms of cutting educational programs statewide, but that there's a mechanism, much like when we build buildings and we engage in a bond borrowing. We spread the cost over multiple years. That's being considered. I hope it gets more traction because I think that is a way to sort of stabilize the way we invest in programs, the way we engage our kids and our families and our employ our teachers. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. It's been very, very encouraging to see the level of advocacy that school board members, I know Lyle, myself, many administrators have been engaging in with our legislators, both locally and at the House Education Committee, the Senate Education Committee. So a lot of folks are really helping the legislators understand the challenges, the concerns, the fears, and policy implications of the various things that are being discussed. So there's a lot being done on behalf of public ed, and I compliment the school board members that have been engaged in that, and certainly Lyle. Lyle's been sort of just unrelenting in trying to help steer us through this. So we're doing the best we can.
So board members, any questions? I mean, I think if I want to summarize, tell me if I got this right. It sounds like we and Vernon are in the lucky position of at least having a budget. But Mary is going to work to spend every dime prudently so that maybe we don't have to spend all that we did budget, because going into next year, it's going to start getting really tough. And if we don't have to spend that reserve money, if we can walk out of this year with more reserve money, we're in a better position for the upcoming years. But it sounds like it's also too early to tell based on what the state is saying yet as to where we're going to be.
It's a good summary. Maybe to put it into numbers, if you were looking at your annual report, I know you're not now, but you would see in our summary page that we had about 500,000 in projected ending fund balance as we start fiscal year 21. And then we were going to use 270,000 of that. That's the number I had mentioned, which would leave us about 250,000 to go into fiscal year 22. So that's the number that we're all talking about. The more we can retain of the 250,000 as opposed to maybe 300,000 or 400,000, the better will be for sustaining programs.
Questions for Frank? Chad, you got a question?
No, I don't have a question. I was going to actually ask the information he just provided. So I want to say, well done, Frank. I was curious
Okay.
our fund balance was going to be walking into 21, but you answered it.
Okay. Oh, and I was talking about the general fund, by the way. The capital fund, in addition to that, the capital fund has $660,000. Again, we know we have a number of capital improvements under these kind of extreme circumstances. It might be the one where we consider asking, it would be through an article on a public vote, but we consider asking the town to repurpose what has previously been restricted. That is the only way that you can repurpose a reserve, is by an article on a warning for the electorate. But hopefully we don't come to that. But it is, again, a good financial position to start the year with.
And I was going to ask that question also, Frank. So basically, if we wanted to, if we said, hey, you don't really need that capital fund money to offset for the taxpayers, we could potentially have an article at the town meeting the next March. And
that's right.
About doing that. Yep. Okay.
All right. I didn't realize that, so I'm glad there's another lever we might be able to pull if we need to. I do feel like it's still so early to tell. And I haven't sensed anything with the town yet, so I'm hoping it stays that way. I am worried about that first payment, or I'm probably less worried about the payment in May. I'm more worried about the first payment next year. What's going to come into the town coffers, and what might they have to borrow, and that could be tough. Yeah,
that's where there's just the growing uncertainty that we are all facing. Yeah, we're very concerned about that.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Frank? All right. So I don't think we've got any unfinished business, but there's something I just want to bring to everyone's attention. So normally we do the Steenbruggen scholarship. So I was hoping to advertise it this year and get it out there that it's open, but then I stupidly opened my own 401k at the end of March and saw that like 15% just went away with the wind. And I realized the Steenbruggen is based on, I think, earnings for the previous year. So I'm not sure there are going to be any. So I talked to, is it Laura at the central office? Who am I dealing with? Laura, and she's working with Sally to see if there actually will be any money to give away. At this point, we think there might just be a little bit. So we might still be able to do that scholarship, but it's probably not going to be what it was last year. But so at that point, I said, let's not advertise, because it seems crazy to advertise and then say, oops, sorry, there is no money to give. But we will see where that comes back. So then we've got the code of ethics. I think, and I meant to look this up, I think we're required as a board to sign a code of ethics. Is that in statute? All right, Lyle's shaking her head, so I think it is. I think we have to do this. So I'm going to email you guys a code of ethics, and then we can put it on our next agenda. And how in the world we're going to sign it, I have no clue. I can mail it to you or something if we all just say we signed it. But I will email that to you guys so we at least can stay somewhat compliant.
Does it have to be physical signatures, Carrie?
I don't know. I'll ask. I don't know if that's
it has been in the past. I think if you put it on the agenda after you've all had a chance to read it, discuss it, and then if you can all agree to it verbally, it'll be in the minutes that you've all agreed to it. And then when you finally get a chance to sign it, people can sign it and we'll be good.
Yeah.
There's a very easy option on Adobe Sign that, sorry, my dog has me next to me. There's a very easy way to do it through Adobe where you just email it around and everybody just clicks and signs and it puts a date and it tracks when everybody did it. So that's an option and I'd be happy to help with that if you needed.
Oh, you might be our go-to person on that. So.
I do it all the time for work. So.
All right. Anything else? I think I've gone through all my scribbles. I guess next meetings. So May 11th would technically be our next meeting, as would May 25th. But I believe May 25th is Memorial Day. Do people care? I know one day runs into the next now. We could do May 11th and then we could do either May 25th or we could push it off to June 1st and figure out what we're doing in June. I guess the real question is, Lyle, Mary, Frank, what do you guys see on the horizon that we need to be around for, be aware of?
Well, maybe by May 11, we'll have some more information on end of year celebrations. So you can think about that.
Okay.
I can bring that to you on May 11th, and we could wait on and decide on another May date if we need one after a meeting on the 11th.
Okay.
Because you have a budget passed, I don't see that as needing a lot more discussion. Mm-hmm. Mary, do you feel like there are things coming up that?
Yeah, I don't have anything that's real urgent on my mind thinking between now and the end of the year. I have a lot of things that are urgently on my mind. I don't think that scheduling is I think May 11th and then we go from there is fine with me.
If we need another.
I defer to other folks who have busier schedules.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with May 11th and we can decide then what we want to do for the next one.
Okay. Who knows what we'll be doing on Memorial Day? Maybe we'll have everything lifted and we'll all be out running around doing something fun.
Anyone have anything else? Andy, thank you for joining us. This must be a strange introduction to things, but.
Well, no, thank you for having me. I'm thrilled. Either way, it is a bit of a bizarre introduction to the district, but.
Well, I like to
we're
think
all in the same place.
We're the fun board. We're the easy board.
Carrie?
Yes.
I don't think it's a specific action. I just want to throw out, we don't normally have to borrow in anticipation of taxes, but it is a very common practice. It's, a tax anticipation note. So I just want to mention it. It's something that, given the uncertainty about the road ahead, I just want you be aware that it may be something that we have to consider. Seems unlikely in Vernon, particularly given the reserves we just talked about. But if the town, changes their collection dates, or if there's something unusual about the way the legislature issues tax, the tax rates to the select board, it's something that I just wanted you to be aware I may be bringing up. It seems to me if it was an issue, it wouldn't be until the June meeting that we would need board action.
Okay. Now, we had to do this, if my memory serves, 2 years ago, or it was when Vernon changed their tax collection system because they were spaced differently. All of a sudden, we weren't getting the ed payment we were used to, and therefore we had to borrow. And you talked us all through it, and it was, we're having to borrow, but we're about to get a huge check. It'll be okay. So it sounds like that's what you're talking about.
That's what it's that kind of thing. It's purely a cash flow issue. It's nothing to do with a deficit or
okay.
It's really a statutory kind of thing. Yeah.
And now you got me thinking of one more thing, and I don't know if this is you, Mary, or Lyle, but how are we doing right now on the current fiscal year, given that I am sure, I don't know, do we have a lot of extra expenses from we're sending packets out to everybody? How's the food service working? Is that going to hit us, or are we okay for that?
I think everything's so different right now. It's hard to get a really clear read forecasting between now and the end of the fiscal year, but because some things are more expensive, but sub costs are way down, building use costs are way down. So I think we'll be okay. And I think we're being fiscally prudent, except for buying some things that we know we'll need for next year, math workbooks, that kind of thing, for example. So I think that I don't anticipate a huge change one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree, knowing that the governor, requested all contracted employees, through the school systems to be paid their normal contracted rates. That really locked down the majority of the budgets through the end of the year. So as Mary said, where there are discretionary changes, they're a much smaller portion of the budget. But so we should be on track, certainly with the elementary school, and maybe a little bit favorable.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, and maybe this isn't the time or place to ask this. So this might be a down the road question, but I am curious about the implication of the rec and their rental fee for our facility and how that all plays out with their decrease in revenue from their preschoolers, since that's all paid per month. I'm just and I don't know if that's a question I should be asking Frank now, or if we just want to talk about it later, but I know there's a trickle down thing that's a little unique to our school that they don't have other places.
Yeah, it's something that we want to understand. It really has to do, with a budget implication and the way it affects the tax rate. I did talk with Seth sort of informally about the analysis, in terms of whether we should collect the 200 and something thousand at all, from the Vernon taxpayers' point of view. So right. Yeah, I don't think we have what we need this evening to really analyze that, but it's a very good topic for conversation. I would think, if we have an August meeting, that would be a good time to understand that, and or if there are any kind of contract implications with private providers. Those usually come up in July, actually, so it wouldn't be too too early to start talking about that in June.
Well, and I would guess too at that juncture that they would have a better sense about whether or not they were going to be opening the pool and they were going to have any other outside funding streams that they typically rely on as well. So I see all those layers and I can't even wrap my head around it.
Yeah,
so
there are a lot. Yeah, with
we can
the Act 166, there's a lot of components to that.
Okay. Other questions? That's a complicated one because I still have not wrapped my head around how it actually works. So to pull the rug out from under makes it even more complicated.
Maybe just a quick, summary on the concept and Andrew, I don't know to what extent you've read or are familiar at the elementary level with the Act 166, but on a very macro level for Vernon or any district, we know that we start from a place where for every child that accesses the certified program, the school district is obligated to pay, about $3,500 per child. And then you go from there, and when I say go from there, I mean, does the school district employ their own early educator? Does the school district do what Vernon does, which is host a program that's a third party? Or does the school district pay a private provider, 1, 2, or maybe 6 or 7 private providers? But it all starts from Act 166 saying that for any child that wants to access the certified preschool 10-hour-a-week program, the school district is obligated, to budget and to pay that approximately $3,500 per child per year.
This will get
Thanks for
fun
that.
next year.
Yes, thanks for that overview, Frank.
Sure.
All right. Anything else? Wow, we're doing these in record time. We might have to Zoom more often.
we're way more fun in person.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Especially when Hannah and Chad get together. That's always.
It's always good when Hannah bakes as well, I have to say.
Oh, that's true. I am missing that a lot.
Before you leave,
Huh?
I said before she leaves, we'll give her a package on her.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if someone would like to move that we adjourn.
This is Chad, I'd like to move that.
All right. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 6:56. Thank you, guys. So we'll meet again on the 11th of May, and I will send you the code of ethics. That's on my list.
We'll call the meeting to order at 6:30. Present at this Zoom virtual meeting is Rich Melanson from BCTV, Will Bissonette, myself, Crystal Mansfield, Rob Wright, Carla Lumbra, Helen Holt, Irv Stoll, and Steve Frisk. So first we'll do approval of minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 10th.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the EMD briefing from April 10th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the select board virtual meeting from our regular meeting, April 14th.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the select board regular virtual meeting of April 14th, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. One more. I'll entertain a motion to approve the special select board virtual meeting from April 15th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the special select board meeting minutes from April 15th, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I do have a couple of additions. We got some correspondence. We got a letter from Pam and Brad Horn about a real estate transfer. And then we got a email about a tire replacement due to trap rock, which Steve is aware of. And then also under new business, I just want to make everyone aware that there's a VOSHA training that everyone has to go through who's a town employee. There will be, Sherwood Lake will join us in a little while to go over the COVID-19 town policy that he put together. So moving on, we'll do the warrants. Who wants to read warrants?
I don't have it.
Okay, I have, I don't know what I have. I have a couple in front of me, hard copies.
Did you guys
Starting
receive
with
a,
warrant number 3 though?
did you guys get a,
I can read them if you want. It's not a big
did
deal.
anybody receive an email packet with a whole bunch of things?
I did,
got
Carla.
some
I
things.
just
I'm
didn't
going
get
through
the
how many
complete.
warrants I have here.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, I don't think I got the.
I sent the
list.
cover sheets out for the warrants at like 2 o'clock. And I think, Steve, you went into the office and went through them, right?
I did, and I signed off on them.
Yeah, and Irv, you did too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Gigi, I'm on a meeting, Gigi.
So I'll just make the motions, I guess, since I have them in front of me.
Okay.
Great,
So,
thank you.
all right, so I'll make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of. Everybody, okay. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying the check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60 signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll taxes in the amount of $4,274.28.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 2 out of the payroll taxes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 3 of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23 signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $867.61.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none.
I
All
just
those
wanted
in
to-
favor of,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask, the hand sanitizer is for all of the town buildings?
Yes. Yeah, it'll be for the town hall, the garage, the library, and the fire department.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 of the general fund in the amount of $867.61 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund.
I'm on a
in the
meeting,
amount-
honey.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,626.92. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the highway department in the amount of $5,626.92 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30. Any discussion? Hearing none.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a question.
go ahead, Crystal.
I'm sorry, because I didn't get to see them. I'm just asking about this program, mobiles and portables. Are those phones for $375? What is that line item?
It's the radios, the new radios that Sherwood had
Okay.
gotten.
For emergency preparedness?
It's
Do you
to
think?
it's to allow the fire department, the highway, and the town hall all to be on the same radios, so that they can all talk to each other in the event of emergency.
So are we anticipating this money will be reimbursed by the feds or the state or something at some point? It's not a huge line item, it's just a question.
I think some of it was, we got grants for some of it, but I'm not positive about that.
Okay.
It's my understanding that this has been a project that's been going on for a little while.
Yep, the radios in the past, they've been able to, mutual aid, they've been able to talk to the highway department from the fire department.
The radios that we now have increased from 25 watts to 50 watts in an effort for me to be able to talk when I'm on Jordan Hill, to be able to talk to Billy, who's on Buck Hill, or Jeremy, who's on Hazel Hill, in the past where we could not communicate with each other. So if someone got stuck, they were stuck there until someone got into range that could pick them up with a distress call.
So my question is, has nothing to do with COVID. This has to do with just upgrading our radio systems that are currently in place.
That's correct.
Yeah, because I'm going to say the
Thank
radios
you.
the radios that were in the highway department, I could talk to Acton Hill, I could talk to Townsend Acres, and I could talk to West Townsend with the radios we did have.
Well, that wasn't the case a month ago or this past winter.
I don't know, maybe they haven't kept them up or whatever's going on.
I don't know. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30 signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, we can go now to reports. Steve, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. This Saturday was supposed to be Green Up Day, which has been pushed out for at least a month. So my question is, we now have 3 couches laying on the side of our town highways, and I would like to know what the board would like me to do about that. If I pick them up and dispose of them at Wyndham Regional, that's going to cost us $60. Bob Spencer did not get back to us on whether Green Up Day was going to be free or not. At least maybe Irv, you heard. I haven't heard.
It's not free.
Okay, so it's no longer free. So
no.
If the board wants to approve spending $60 to dispose of 3 couches, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Can we put them in the lunchroom?
I would have to expand the lunchroom. And by the time I got done spraying them with bleach and water, there'd probably be nothing left to them.
Right. So somebody want to make a motion around this?
I make a motion we get rid of them couches.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Steve to go pick up the couches and bring them to Wyndham Solid Waste signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Go get the couches.
It'll be taken care of. Next on my item, the weather, although it's been crazy above 1,000 feet, I want to ask the board about the park benches. Do we put the park benches out like we normally do, or in an effort of social distancing, do we not put the park benches out? I'd like the board's opinion on that.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think you have a good thought, and then if we put them out there, it's going to encourage people to be on the commons and probably not follow social distancing.
That was my thought. That's why I brought up the question.
Yeah. What does everybody else think?
I think leave them right where they are.
I say, my opinion is, I'd hold up on them for a while.
Now?
Okay, so we can revisit this in the 1st of June or 1st of July. Let's see what happens.
That makes sense.
But
Yeah.
because we got 2 more meetings in May, so things may change.
Yep, I agree.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll just leave them in the shed for now.
Okay. Do you want to cover the email on the tires?
Sure, we can do that.
So let me get my copy.
Let me get my copy.
So I received an email from a person who lives in Townsend, rents a house up here on Acton Hill. And do I need to read it? Did everybody get a copy?
No.
Oh, I received a copy. Thank you.
I can read it if you want.
The email says, hello, Steve. Today, I contacted the town hall and spoke to Anita, town clerk in parenthesis, about my issue with my tires leaking due to trap rocks getting stuck into 2 of my tires. She advised me to contact you. I had one tire repaired and the other replaced because I was told the one had a hole puncture in the sidewall of the tire, cannot be repaired, so I had to buy a used tire. I would like to be reimbursed for the damage of my 2 tires due to trap rock. The rear driver's side tire was reported by Riverside Auto Mechanic to have had a broken belt due to the trap rock embedded into the tire. So I think that tire should be replaced as well, which would be an additional $50. I don't feel safe driving my car with my tire in this condition. I have receipts which I have attached to this email. And she has a photo of a Pete's Tire Barn receipt and a picture of the puncture mark in the sidewall of her tire. So it doesn't say when this happened. It doesn't say where this happened. I can assure you we do not use trap rock on the roads. And I don't know if the town historically has ever reimbursed anybody for what they consider to be road hazard damage on our dirt roads. I'm certainly not in favor of doing that. I'm open to anybody's input.
No, I think
that was my big question.
You
don't use trap. You don't use trap rock. I mean, what the heck? What's the size of the stone that you are using?
So we use a 2-inch minus when we're filling in ruts during mud season. And then our gravel is 1.25 inches minus for the crushed gravel that comes out of the pit. And even the 2-inch minus is what comes out of the pit in the gravel making process.
I realize that, but 2 inches is pretty damn coarse for a road. When you scrape it, it's going to be right out in the ditch like a lot of your places are.
Well, no,
you got gravel and leaves and everything mixed right into and plugging up some of the ditches.
You know that we put gravel down during mud season to fill in the ruts, and then we cover it with gravel.
But you still, when you scrape, you're going to roll them rocks out. But
Steve,
not only that, you're wasting your gravel, because I can show you places where there's leaves and dirt and everything, gravel all mixed together, and that pit ain't going to last you long if you keep going the way you're going.
Well, I'm sure you know that the ditches
because you've got ledge right there where you're crushing right now. And I can show you at the end of the dam, where the dam road comes in, between you and the foreman before, they've raised that dirt road is a foot higher than the blacktop, and the blacktop was the same height when that washed out in the flood. But a lot of your trouble is why you have to keep putting gravel down is you don't cut the bottom of your, get down below the bottom of your potholes, and they keep coming back.
Crystal, you had a question?
Can I just ask you?
I thought we were talking about tires.
I have a question. Thank you. I'd like to ask Steve, the highway foreman currently, if he thinks that this is a legitimate complaint. And if, I don't even know what track, I actually don't even know what she's talking about, but I'm just wondering if she has a legitimate complaint.
In my opinion, she does not.
So then I would say, as your colleague on the select board, that I would support your opinion, and I would like to move a motion.
Can I just say something as a consumer? In that the fact that it's on the sidewall, it seems like she was a little too close to something that she shouldn't have been close to. And I don't feel like the town should be held liable for that, because I've been there before.
Thank you for that, Carla.
What was that?
How are you?
All right, so somebody want to make a motion to either approve or deny this?
We can't make a negative motion, so I would
So I would
approve.
make a motion. Go, Rob.
Fire away, Crystal.
No, I don't have the letter in front of me at the moment, so, but I would make a motion that we deny this appeal to have the town replace injured tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle.
Right, I think Rob's right. We can't make a negative motion, so we'd have to vote to replace the tires and then fail, move to replace the tires and then fail that motion.
Correct.
So somebody want to have at it?
So I would make a motion then that we move to replace the tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle due to her complaint.
So second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of replacing the tires on the, from the letter that, or the email that Steve got for this, Kathy, I believe her name is, signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails. So Steve, do you want to contact her? Do you want to have Carla respond?
I can respond. I don't mind.
Yeah, have Carla respond, please.
Yep, if you could just email her back that the board voted against replacing her tires.
Mhm.
Okay. Steve, what else do you have? Anything?
No, that's it.
Okay. This is not a counter money week. So we'll move on to treasurer's report. Let's see. Excuse me. In the sweep account is $772,636.13. And the checking account is 30,000 even. So that's that. All right. Let's go. No, Sherwood's not here yet, right? Okay. Let's move on to the correspondence that we got from Pam and Brad Horn. I'm just going to read the whole thing. So we, Pam and Brad Horn, sorry, it's dated April 26, 2020 and addressed to the select board. We, Pam and Brad Horn, currently have a contract to sell our property located at 993 Buck Hill Road to farmers from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. We have worked very diligently to try to sell it since we lost our beautiful son Taylor last year, as there are just too many memories of raising our boys in Townsend. We have followed our other son Colby up to Burlington so that we can be close at times like these. We, our buyers, last names Pritz and Wrong, and their attorney have all contacted the town clerk a number of times over the last 2 months to try to schedule a title search. Anita has informed us that she is, quote, is not letting anyone in, end quote, due to the governor's order. Although the governor has adjusted this order and currently specifically allows appraisers, realtors, lawyers, and others in real estate to do their work in the house selling process. He has said that work in a town office can go on if it can be done safely. I believe a title search can be done in a safe manner, more than 6 feet from Anita, with mask and gloves, by appointment only, so that only one searcher is present at a time, if necessary. Excuse me. I will come down personally and wipe everything down before and after a title search if necessary. I would also be willing to, quote, substitute, end quote, town clerk. Another alternative is to have these done on Thursdays when Anita is not in. Selling this property and paying off the associated mortgage is an economic must for us now that we have, now that we are renting a home near Burlington as well, or sorry, 2. Our buyers are trying to get a mortgage and only have until June 1st for their rate lock to hold and would require a title search by May 15th. With the governor specifically allowing real estate to move forward as long as social distancing is adhered to, the next step that has to happen to sell the house is a title search. A way to make these safe soon must be designed. The town clerk should not be able to make this decision without other town officials' input. By the way, I have heard some towns have been allowing the searches by appointment all along. Please move towns in this direction now. Thank you for your consideration, Pam and Brad Horn. So, I forwarded a copy of that letter to Anita today. I went down to the town hall and talked to her. She and I discussed the fact that there is, by the VLCT guidance and the governor's guidance, it is entirely up to her whether or not she closes her office completely and ceases all transactions. But she said that she would contact the Horns, and what she told me is she would try to figure out a way to get it happen, make it happen. She had dealt with other attorneys from different transactions. I don't know if she's specifically done title searches, but she has done via fax and email and scanning other document related things. So that's what I have heard from her.
I was going to say there's a time limit on when they can get that done, and you can't stop the whole world. I mean, I realize it, but you still got to carry business on somehow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is, according to the language of what I read from the VLCT, it is up to elected officials to decide whether or not to close their functions. The only thing that I did read that I found interesting is that we as the select board, because we control the buildings, could close the town hall despite whether or not the other elected officials wanted to keep working, which I don't see any reason to do.
Well, if you can't do business there, then why have it open?
That's a totally valid point.
Well, what good is it to be open if you can't get a fishing license, if you can't get a deed search, if you can't get anything? They might as well close it up, send her home.
Save the money.
We're not going to save any money because she's not going to take any discount in any sort of salary. So we're not saving any money except for on electric. I mean, I think it's completely ridiculous. Somebody's trying to sell.
If I got told to stay home, they wouldn't pay me.
Does everybody remember Putney?
Yep.
No, we tried to forget.
I think that people are still paying taxes, and taxes are coming in, and Elaine's still learning the tax, portion of the piece, because she'll go into the office, every now and then with Anita and do some trainings. So there are things being done, and I think the listers are trying to get the grand list stuff out, which is why they've been in the office.
So
I would have to ask, what is the barrier? Anita could do this title search on behalf of these property owners with no one else in the office, and she's there all day on the days that she's working.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the process to know if the title searchers have to actually physically view the records or if they can be scanned and emailed, or how that process works.
Well, isn't the title search done by a law company?
Those are questions that could, excuse me, Carla, those are questions that could be asked of Anita, and if she's capable of figuring out how to do it electronically, we shouldn't hold up a real estate transaction in this town because, people want to keep the doors locked. The governor has said that there is entry into public places now if you observe physical distancing, and everybody wears a mask. I know for a fact that people in that office are not wearing a mask.
I am.
So not all people, I'm just saying. I was in there recently and I found several people in that office, first of all together, and secondly, not everyone wearing a mask, which is the governor's edict. So I'm not sure this is carved into like law. I think this is suggestions from the state of Vermont, and I would not support holding up a real estate transaction just because we can't do a title search. I think that's ridiculous.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, well, I can talk to Anita again over the next couple of days, see if I can figure out a way to get this to happen. The unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm also happy to talk to her, Will. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that there needs to be some accommodations made for people that are trying to still move their life ahead, and I think that there's opportunity to be helpful.
Right, I agree. So I will talk to her, Crystal, if you want to also talk to her, and we can see what we can do.
I'd be happy
to. Hey, Steve,
excuse me for interjecting. I think once Sherwood comes on and we talk about some of our policies moving forward, specifically to town hall, with some new guidelines that are going to be, I think, put into place, we will be able to manage these individual interactions as they come up.
Exactly. Yep. Agreed. Okay.
Agreed.
So I guess we can move on now. We did the letter. We can go to composting bags. So Carla did a little research into the organic solutions and got prices for the composting bags. The ones we originally looked at were 13 gallons, which are like tall kitchen garbage bag size. They also have a 5-gallon size, which I think people would be less likely to try to use as regular garbage bags if they're small enough that they won't hold enough to make it worth it. But we do also have to figure out how we're going to process them, where we're going to put them until they get loaded into the compactor. Irv, had you looked at, you had mentioned used shipping containers?
Yes, I have. Near a couple places I've found them, they're right around $2,000 for a shipping container, which is a 20-footer. That's about the smallest they have.
Oh, wow. Steve, is there any way we could section it off so we could use part of it for something and part of it for storage?
Well, there's only doors in one end of it.
Oh.
Right.
But there's nothing saying you couldn't put a partition in on one side of it and keep the stuff on one side and use the rest of it for storage or whatever.
Right. Oh, do we think this is, I mean, we're going to have to either do this or shut down the dump, right? We don't really have any choice.
Right. I do think we have to do something. I think we have to do something. Agreed.
Okay. So I guess the other thing is, if we go with the 5-gallon bags, they're $25 per case of 100, which makes them what, a quarter a bag, right? Is that right? No, they can't.
Yes. Do you think there's any interest in like somebody local doing a compost pickup? You know, like organic farmers or something?
Well, the problem is that we have to collect it. Yeah, we're going to pay for it. And I don't think the other thing is with what Triple D and Wyndham Solid Waste is doing is they're taking things like bones pizza box cardboard. So they can take a lot more stuff than like a local farmer.
Okay.
You take your paper plates and your paper cups and stuff can go in with it.
Yeah, anything that's compostable can go in it, including pretty heavy duty stuff because they generate enough heat to break it down.
Okay.
So do we want to pursue this, I guess is the question.
Well, we've got to close down on the other. Because that as the 1st of July, that's going to be a requirement.
Yep. Steve, do you have ample room in the yard for a container?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
But it'll want to be somewhere near where I can get back to it with a rubbish truck whenever before they go with it.
Yeah. Yep. What if instead of doing that, what if we just bought a, smallish dumpster that with a lid on it? Because the compactor could.
It's not going to be bear proof.
Yeah, the lid's not going to keep the bears out.
It's not.
You don't think we can build a lock for it?
We had that experience at the hospital where
if
we
we
were
had
trying to
the
compost
put a
and
fire across the top,
didn't work
hold the
well
flaps down.
at all.
I don't know if I'm talking over Crystal or she's talking over me. I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Steve.
I mean, it's possible, yes, we can fabricate a dumpster where we can put a metal bar that goes through 2 hoops to hold the flaps down and put a lock on it. That's a possibility, yes.
I can show you pictures of a goddamn bear got right into a bucket loader that was holding the cover down and reached right around and pulled the cover.
Started the loader and pulled the lever back.
Oh, he got right up into the bucket of the loader. The loader had the bucket set right on top of the dumpster.
Wow.
And he
Well, we can
got
shoot.
right into the bucket and reached right down around and ripped the cover and reached right into the garbage.
So here's my other question. If we decided to do the used shipping container, spend the $2,000, whatever it is, the bags are going to cost us $0.25 a piece. What would we charge for? What would we want to charge for the bags? Like $1.50 a bag?
I would suggest that they would be free. I would think that they would be free if people wanted to participate. We're trying to encourage people to compost. If it's 25 cents for a 5-pound bag, I don't see the need to charge that back to, I mean, we're trying to incentivize people to do the right thing in town. We already charge for the trash bags. I don't know. I think you're going to get a lot of non-compliance if you also charge for the composting bags. Maybe we charge more for the trash bags, which is a whole other discussion, and we give the composting bags free. But
well, that's what we did when we did it briefly. My concern with not charging for the compost bags is that people are going to try to take the free bags and just put garbage in them.
Yeah,
which we did see. Yeah.
Yep.
Which we did see in the last go round.
But if you stay with the smaller, the 5-gallon bag,
the state is mandating that we compost, and you're going to ask the taxpayers to buy a trash bag, so you have to pay to throw the trash away. Now we have to pay to throw the compost away. People are either going to hide the compost in the trash bag or they're going to hide the trash in the compost bag if you charge them. So I don't know. To my mind, maybe the trash bags become 25 cents more expensive and the compost bags go away for free. And that's an incentive to taxpayers to put their compost in a compost bag because they think it's free, if you will.
Okay.
Is my opinion.
Well, then they save money on trash bags, though, if they're not using as much trash, too. That's a very good incentive.
That's also true.
Exactly the point, is Right, they pay maybe a quarter more for the trash bag, the purple trash bag, but they're not paying anything for the composting bag. So people think they're getting a deal. It's a wash for us, but anyway.
All right, so
I think this entire program is going to be incredibly hard for the state to mandate, but
yeah, I agree. So I guess what we're looking for is, do we want to order a shipping container and say, I don't know, 500 of the 5-gallon bags to get us started? Irv, do you know how long it would take us to get the container?
No, a lot of them, there's a lot of places that have them right in stock. They're used, they're not brand new.
Right.
But you can get a good, decent one.
Are we really gonna buy a $2,000 20-foot container to put our compost in?
How is Waste Management supposed to pick that up?
how long is it going to take? How long is it going to take to fill up that shipping container?
Well, no, the idea
is there another option?
The idea is we have an agreement currently with Triple T where they will take the bags. We just don't have anywhere, because we don't run the truck down I guess we do it like once a week in the summer, but it's like every 2 weeks in the winter, and they can't get mixed in with the compacted garbage. They have to be put on at the end. So we need somewhere to store them, really just for a couple days a week, maybe 2, until we run the compactor down.
You gotta store them bags from all week on, and then after you close down on Saturday or Monday morning, that's when you put them in the truck.
Yeah.
You can't put them right in with the garbage.
You don't think it'd be easier to get a dumpster and just put them into a dumpster? I mean, we can chain equipment and drive across the country, but we can't keep a bear out of a container. I mean, let's think about this for 5 seconds.
I have to agree with Rob.
I mean, let's stop and think about this for 5 seconds. A 20-foot container for $2,000 is way overdone. It's going to stink to high heaven. Who the hell is going to want to handle it? Get it in a dumpster. You can chain it to the bucket of something and go dump it. Come on. It's going to cost $500 for a brand new dumpster thereabout. Modify it up to keep a bear out of it. If we don't have the technology to keep a bear out of a dumpster, then we need to stop and resurrect our situation. I mean, we've landed people on the moon, so to speak.
Okay.
We're going to start mining the moon. Come on.
All right. So let's start with this. Do we want to order the bags? We can order the bags now. We'll have them. And then we can figure out what to do about the dumpster thing. Maybe Steve, you and Irv and Rob could research that, figure out a way to modify it so that we can keep the bears out for a couple of days.
Yeah, I'll talk to Triple T about getting a container, a dumpster, whether it's 8-yard or whatever it is, and I'll start that conversation.
All right, so then I guess I would entertain a motion to order 500 5-gallon organics compostable bags from Organic Solutions at a price of be 5 times 25, be $125 plus shipping. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of ordering compostable bags from Organic Solutions signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, if you could put that in the works tomorrow,
yep,
that would be great. Okay, and I see that Sherwood is now here. So I'd entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and go back up to members of the public / COVID-19 town updates.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Mr. Lake, welcome, sir.
Hello, how are you this evening?
Doing all right. We got the bills paid this time. That was good.
Oh, that's cool. I heard the debate about the bear proofing. That was pretty interesting.
So we have, Sherwood has put together a policy in response to COVID-19 pandemic for the town and its employees and buildings. So you guys all got a copy of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so Sherwood, you want to lay out what's going on?
Well, basically what this thing is because everything is changing at an incredible rate. All of the information that's out there is either old, is incorrect, or is just not valid. So in order to create a kind of a platform so everybody is on the same page, and to help secure town employees and the general public from potential infection from this thing. And no matter what anybody tells you, we're not out of the woods by a long shot. I put together, based on the meetings that I've been going through for the last month, what the current information is that has been substantiated through the Department of Health, through Department of Labor, the Emergency Management, Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns. And it is an evolving document in the sense that most policies have a longer term of validity. This one can change every week. Matter of fact, the governor has made it known that he intends to make changes to this thing by every Friday. So this is in a sense a living document, and it just spells out how to secure, or what to secure as far as the building goes, the employees' safety and security, and the general public that's building. It also sets down some rules as to who can be in the buildings that the town owns, and this is not just the town hall. It involves the town highway, garage, and the fire department as well. Will, do you want me to go through this thing top to bottom?
Well, I've had a chance to read it through. It all looks, reasonable is the wrong word, but it seems to take into account all the policies and procedures that I think would give us a better shot at keeping our employees safe and healthy. Does anybody have any changes that they think it might need? No? Okay.
So, Will, I had sent an email out earlier this today, I guess. Was today Tuesday? Today, asking about multiple people in the building of the town hall, and Sherwood actually answered that for me, or for all of us, I guess. So
right.
I'm just a little bit concerned about, I'm a little bit concerned about multiple listers being in the building at the same time with the town clerk, with Carla, even though Carla's, in another section of the building. I think we need to really think through that as a governing body of the town, I guess, and make a decision around how many listers should be in that office altogether with a potential service animal. I'm not sure what Rose's role is with Mike, but I think we need to talk about that tonight with Sherwood.
I agree. Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now, one thing to consider is that the regulations say 6 feet of space. All right, so if you talk about 6 feet of space, that's not just 6 feet between one person to the other, but if you imagine putting a person in the center of basically a 12-foot circle, because you got 6 foot forward, back. Once you start talking about those kind of circles merging, you're taking up space really fast, really quickly. And if you are talking about a room, well, if we brought up the size of the listers, there you can't really conceivably put more than one person and comply with the regulation or the addendum in that office. So, and then once you add in the complexity of the service dog into the mix, however you want to characterize or count that, because shed of the virus can end up on that dog's coat and somebody could contract it, that dog is just as liable to shed disease as is any person. Understand that the CDC has identified cases where animal-human transmission, and we're talking through to viral contagions, not just on surfaces. It has occurred, but it is very rarely. But once you put that element on top of a coat, on top of a table surface or whatever, now you have another pathway to the contagion. So it's not just numbers, but distance.
Ellen, did you have something you wanted to add? Helen, are you there? Oh, no, she says, no thanks, listening and thinking. Okay. Yeah, so as far as the listers go, I imagine that Sherwood, you and I will probably have a conversation with Mike and Helen and Jean, as well as Anita, about how we work out scheduling and, you know, it may be the listers work off hours. We may open up like a Thursday so that they can be the only two in the building to do what they have to do in a single day. The other thing is, I wanted to ask Steve, we had talked a little while ago about building a plexiglass divider for the clerk's office.
Yes.
Have you gotten anywhere with that?
It will be done by Friday.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I guess, did anybody have any other questions on the policy itself?
I've got a question about the listers. I was wondering, did Gene Cook get an exemption for smoking on the front steps?
No.
Oh, okay.
Has he been?
Yep.
I witnessed it myself 2 Fridays in a row. I brought it up to Helen. She was going to mention it to Gene, but since that time, he is still out there smoking.
I've got pictures of him today smoking out there.
Yep. No, it doesn't pertain to him. He just doesn't care.
Okay. Something else. So any other questions on the policy? All right, then the one other thing I wanted to mention about the policy is the last paragraph, in which we, the board, would allow Sherwood to make changes in this policy as they can come up. For instance, something comes out this Friday, we don't have a meeting for another 2 weeks. This would allow Sherwood to make changes to the policy, and then we could approve, ratify. Obviously, he and I have discussed it. Whenever possible, he would make us aware before he had to implement anything. But in the case of a change in either the governor's edicts or addendums, something that has to be added or can be removed, we would give him the authority to make those changes on our behalf. So that's one piece of it that I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on before we decided to approve this or not. So any other questions? Okay, I guess I'd entertain a motion to adopt the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, tomorrow I will email this to the listers and to Anita and Elaine. And then Steve, if you want to take a copy and post it in the garage or give it to your guys, that's probably a good idea. We should also send it to the library, I think, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Will, one more thing if I could.
Yeah, of course.
Just on a related note, the state of Vermont has put out requirements via VOSHA for anybody working. I sent out links today in an email to access that training material. It has to be completed by everybody involved by the 4th of May. One of the things that the state has taken this to the very seriously in that they've been mandated even their highway and all actually state employees have to do this same training.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that they've all had this infectious disease training anyways as part of their normal course of business, they really are pushing it out to people to get done. So those links are at the VOSHA website for people that want to see it. If there's just people in the general public that want to see the information, go to the VOSHA website. I took the training today. It takes 20 minutes to finish, and there is a lot of information in there for people just in general to absorb that would be very helpful in understanding this thing.
Yep. Yeah, actually, that was next on my agenda, Sherwood. Well played.
Okay.
I'd like to say thank you very much to Karen at the library because she has opened up again and is doing curbside pickup, and it has made my children very happy to be able to get books out.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so we all have to do it. Steve, all your guys have to do it.
Yep.
Anita, the listers, like everyone who Kurt will have to do it. Everyone who has anything with town hall. So Carla, maybe tomorrow you could inform everybody. Irv, there is a printable copy of it, which Carla, if you could print one and throw it in Irv's box so that he can do it. And then once the trainings are done, there's a certificate. All the certificates will go to Sherwood. He will compile them and then make copies for Carla, put in the town files, and then keep copies for his role as emergency management director. So everything can go, once you've done the training, go to Sherwood. Okay. Thank you, Sherwood. I appreciate it.
No problem. Take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Night, Sherwood. Thank you.
Okay, moving back up to old business. We have the listers form 4155, right? Yes, 4155. That was the certificate of no appeal or suit pending. I did finally get some answers from VLCT, and I was able to talk to the listers and to Anita. So after the Board of Abatement ruling, they had 30 days to file a further appeal. They did not. And then they also have paid the taxes So according to VLCT, they can no longer come back on this property for this tax year. So with that said, I would entertain a motion, or anybody have any questions on that? Okay. I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list, listers form 4155.
So moved.
See you next month.
Okay.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of signing the form 4155 certificate of no appeal or suit pending signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Crystal, I think you and I have already signed it. So Steve, Irv, and Rob, if you could swing by the town hall, and whoever puts the last signature on it, it needs to go to Anita after that.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. All right. John Evans sent an email to Anita. His planning commission term is up in 2020, so he would like to be reappointed. So I would entertain a motion to appoint John Evans to the planning commission for a 5-year term.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of appointing John Evans to the planning commission for a 5-year term signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, Carla, if you could just let John know that he can continue his reign. Okay, next thing was we had when we did the first class license for Beboro Corp, Wyndham Hill Inn, they had a third class liquor license application that got separated from it. So we had formed a quorum. We got 3 signatures on that. So I would just, to ratify this, all those in favor of approving the renewal of the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, which is Wyndham Hill Inn. Sorry. Second?
Second.
Second. Oh.
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of renewing the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, Wyndham Hill Inn, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. Does anyone have any need for an executive session? Okay. The next regular meeting. The next regular meeting is May 12th.
My dog just threw up, sorry.
Oh, God. Next regular meeting is May 12th at 6:30.
Yeah,
will be a Zoom meeting. Also, in talking to Anita today, I am going to set up the town Zoom account this week. So the meeting information will change by our next meeting. And if nobody else has anything else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
I have a quick question first.
Thanks, everybody.
Wait, Steve, hold on. Steve, hold on.
Carla?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, this is not meeting related. It's just more along the lines of, I sent you an email this afternoon. Riverbend needs 2 boxes of bags.
Okay.
And if you wanted to do that, I have the invoice pad on top of my desk. It's already filled out. So if you could just get their signature and leave them the yellow copy, that'd be awesome.
All right, I'll pick it up in the morning and bring it down.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, Will. Good job.
Okay, 7:35.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Nice work.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We did call the meeting a little earlier to enter into executive session, so it's now 6:15. This is the Tuesday, April 21st meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board, and I will just reconfirm with Peter that the meeting has been properly warned.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to take a motion to approve the minutes of both April 2nd and April 7th.
I move to approve the minutes of April, whatever, whatever.
April
2nd
and April. Okay,
and 7th?
The 2nd and the 7th.
Yes.
Does anybody have any comments or any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, I will ask all those in favor to say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0 for the approval of the minutes. Next on our agenda tonight is the chair's remarks. We're still getting on our feet here with how to run things, and I feel the same way. I'm still feeling a little disoriented as to how things are going. There were a couple things I wanted to say as chair, which I felt like just to say a couple things to kick things off as chair now. I wanted to say a couple things that are just sort of in general. They don't really relate to our present situation, but in a way they do. I wanted to say that we come together as always here at the Select Board to do the business of the town of Brattleboro and to serve its taxpayers and its residents the best way we can. And to that end, we ask that any public comment or question be limited to 2 minutes so that the board can spend the bulk of this meeting time on town business. And please remember that our responses to any questions about unwarned subjects must be limited in our responses in accordance to open meeting law. I'd like to say that in my opinion, our guiding principle should always be to remember that the needs of the many here in Brattleboro outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And be assured that all of your select board members hear your concerns and that we strive to meet your needs while always remembering that we are charged with considering all of our residents in our deliberations. And then finally, just sort of more pressing to the current situation is we got an email. Jan Anderson is the executive secretary, and I just confessed that I miss interacting with Jan a little bit, and because she's always sort of a glue that keeps the select board together and communicating with Peter Elwell, our town manager, and so many of our community members. She sent out an email that was just very helpful, had all of our documents together recently. But in that email, sometimes you get a little dose of wisdom from Jan, and she had one line that struck me, and I wanted to share that. She just casually said in the middle of the email that, again, shared all these documents that we needed. She said, as these unusual times persist, so do we. And I just really loved that little phrase that Jan gave us And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Jan and Patrick and Peter and our entire staff here in Brattleboro. I personally feel honored to work with and for everybody here in Brattleboro, Vermont. So those are my chair's remarks. And I'm going to pass it over to our town manager for his comments.
Thank you, Tim. I have 4 actually on topics other than COVID-19 this evening. So I'm happy to offer some good news and some information and things that are sort of more generally about town business and looking ahead to the future. So the first is the tremendous good news that we've been waiting for, but honestly thought might not come, at least in this timely manner, because of the interruption of normal business by COVID. But we had an application pending with the Vermont Community Development Program for some additional funding for the groundworks project. It is the final piece needed in over $3 million of funding to make that project, go. And we learned this morning that VCDP is making an enhancement grant of $50,000 to the groundworks shelter construction project to be built on South Main Street. It's in addition to a $400,000 grant previously made by VCDP to this project. And it's the final piece in a complex funding puzzle that includes federal funding, state funding, town funding, private foundation funding, and over $1 million of donations from individuals and businesses that are in our community and outside our community supporting this project. Groundworks leadership has assured me that the construction now is able to begin just as soon as the COVID-19 restrictions allow that kind of construction activity to resume in the community. So that project will move ahead. We've also been advised that Dan Adams, who is our tree warden here in Brattleboro, has been chosen for a prestigious award. The Vermont Urban and Community Forestry Program will recognize him as this year's Hamilton Award winner. That Hamilton Award is named after a long-standing tree warden and a leader in maintenance of urban forestry in Vermont. This award is presented to a tree warden who has significantly advanced the goals of urban and community forestry through successful practices, effective conservation planning, increased citizen engagement, and active public education. Dan graduated from the University of Maine with a degree in forestry and has been the tree warden here in Brattleboro for over 20 years. He helped establish our tree advisory board, which actively promotes our urban and community forestry programs in Brattleboro. And under his leadership, the tree board meets once a month, promotes public education, tree planting, tree maintenance, grant writing, tree inventories, and the review of town projects. We thank Dan for his long and dedicated service, and we thank Steve Barrett for nominating Dan to receive this well-deserved honor. And two announcements to just remind folks of things we have already announced to the public, but these are big seasonal matters that we want to make sure people are remaining aware of. So the semi-annual flushing of the water mains will start on Thursday evening this week and continue until May 11th. It's essential maintenance to keep the water supply safe, and so we're proceeding with this. We can do it in a manner that the crews go out at a time of night when they're not interacting with other folks in the community, and they can stay safe with each other and perform this really essential maintenance for the safety of our water system. So thanks to DPW for keeping that moving forward as usual. And because the collection of the solid waste curbside program is continuing as one of the essential services that has been continuous throughout the COVID situation, Triple T will be providing the spring leaf pickup, has already done the first of the 2 days of spring leaf pickup. And we just want to remind everybody who may need put out more leaves that Friday, May 1st, a week from this coming Friday, is the one remaining day for this spring pickup that that service will be provided. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter. Congratulations, Dan. And really great to hear about the Vermont Community Development Program grant. the groundworks is certainly certainly deserving. So the next item on our agenda is select board comments and committee reports. So I'm going to open it up, and I have a hand up already from Brandy.
Hi. So I want to just remind us about something that's not Brattleboro specific. It's statewide, but we are in the state. And that is, I want to make a reference to the governor's executive order from Friday, April 17th, and to guidance issued under that from the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. This is all really easily found online with a simple Google search. And it reminds employees and employers that as of Monday, which is yesterday, employees must wear non-medical cloth face coverings or bandanas over their mouths and noses. And so this is no longer just a recommendation, it's now a requirement. And I want to make sure to clear that up because I know that when executive orders come out, we often read them just through the news. We don't always read the actual guidance or the actual addendums to the orders. And so I want to make it clear to anybody who might be confused that if you're operating a retail business, you need to be wearing something over your face and mouth. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandy.
Thank you, Liz, for complying. I appreciate that.
Does anybody else have comments or committee reports? No? All right. Seeing none, I'd like to move into public participation. Now I have a little bit of, last time I sort of forgot to speak to this a little bit. So let me kind of go over how to participate in our meetings. We are asking that all members of the public and any presenting guests to turn off their cameras and mute their microphones upon entering the meeting room. Obviously, if you're already in, you won't have to worry about that. But if you're going to ask for a question or offer a comment, please type your name into the chat box, or at least just say your name will appear anyway to me, but I'm keeping my eye on the chat box. But please don't actually ask the question if you can hold off on that. What happens is, exactly, Daniel has just typed in like this. Thank you. It puts me in a weird position if last meeting some people were private messaging me a question, and so it was unclear to me whether they wanted to ask me the question and sort of stay private or not. But according to open meeting laws, we really want you to be on camera if possible, or at least on audio to ask your question. That way there's no confusion as to who's asking what and who's commenting about what, because unfortunately, or fortunately probably, the chat box is not recorded like the video is. So that does not become public record. So that's something that a lot of boards, I think, are struggling with. And the way we have decided to do it is to just raise your hand by saying that you'd like to make a comment or a question in the chat box. I will see it. I'll put you in my little queue, and I will, sort of go through it one at a time. Now, if you're on the phone, let me see notes here. If you're calling, what I'm going to do is at the end of the people who are actually participating via video and computer, I'm going to ask Patrick, our assistant town manager, to open the phone lines like they used to say in the radio days, to just open up the microphones of people who are on the phone in case that they want to say something. But again, please, if you have access to the chat box, go ahead and do that. So hopefully that's clear and reinforces what we've already said.
Tim?
Does anybody have anything to add on that?
I just wanted to let you know that Patrick has texted to me that we do not at this moment have any callers. He'll let us know if we get a caller later in the meeting, but as of right now, we only have online participants.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I do, I sort of like scan through it once in a while to see if I see that little call symbol. which, and it is discouraged to call, but of course we're trying to get access to everybody who can possibly participate in any way during this strange time. So I do not see anybody who has sort of raised their hand in the chat section. Here's your last chance, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll be moving on to item number 7, excuse me, COVID-19 update, which will be led by Peter.
Thank you. And I'd like to just add to one more clarification to what you just said, Tim, about how the public participation is functioning before I provide the overall update. And that's just to be really clear about the encouraging people to be online and discouraging people from being on the phone. What we want to make clear to folks is we're saying if you have an option, is participate online, because that's just a more, there are certain challenges to doing this at all in this manner. And those hurdles are lower and easier to clear when we are all participating online. But we recognize that there are people in the community who may not be able to participate online. And so when we say we discourage being on the phone, we want to make really clear that we're not asking people to stay away from the meeting if their only means of participating is on the phone. We want them to participate on the phone. That's why we're allowing phone participation at all. And we're just asking folks who can make a choice to make the choice to be online.
Absolutely.
And speaking more generally to how things are going, I have a few important reminders about health and safety aspects of town government. And then I'm going to give a briefer update. People can breathe a sigh of relief, briefer than I have in the last couple of select board meetings, because there's a lot we've covered in those meetings. There's a lot of information we're pushing out day to day. And so I'm going to focus tonight on just those things that have happened since the last select board meeting 2 weeks ago on April 7th. But first, I just wanted to remind everyone that the police and fire services are being provided 24/7 throughout the community, as they usually are. The procedures have been altered in certain ways that were necessary in order to protect both the police officers and firefighters and the community. So there's some ways in which that service is coming out to folks in the community differently than normal. But we want to provide the overall reassurance that police and fire are available 24/7, and the dispatchers are taking emergency calls 24/7, just as usual. The water and sewer utilities are functioning from the consumer's point of view just exactly as they usually do. If anybody experiences anything unusual, we want to hear about that right away, because at our homes and our businesses, people ought to be receiving water and sewer services just exactly as normal. Again, there are certain procedures that are in place for the safety of the staff, primarily in this case, because they, particularly at the 2 treatment plants, they don't interact with the public a lot, but the precautions they take to keep each other healthy, keep the system protected, is really important. So those are in place. They have been for weeks now, and those 2 systems are operating just fine. But we wanted folks to know that we are taking those precautions to protect those systems and the employees who run them. One thing that is an important reminder to people about what you can do for yourself in terms of water safety is in buildings that are not occupied to the same degree as they normally are occupied, it's important to flush the fresh water coming in there, the drinking water that comes in through the taps. So people who enter into a building that has not been occupied for a while should run that water, should run it for several minutes in order to just clear out anything that, any spill water or anything that may have collected in the pipes as a result of the water not flowing as usual. And that flushing process should keep the water safe. The one caveat to that we need to offer is sort of the standard caveat that the town applies or rigorous procedures and complies with rigorous standards for safe public drinking water for the water that is produced at the plant and sent through the pipes and arrives at the meters. On the private side of the meters, where it goes through private piping, whether that's in residences or in commercial settings, those are privately owned systems, and the town doesn't maintain them. And so from time to time, we get a question about somebody who's concerned about water in a building. And we can provide lots of information about the safe drinking water that's coming to every building in town. If people are concerned about the quality of water inside a building, then they need to have that privately tested in order to be certain that it's safe for them in that particular setting. And one way to help keep it safe is to do this flushing of the water that's coming into the building. And finally, again, as a matter of making sure that folks have access to communication, there is so much in the way of communication that we're relying more than ever now on digital communications, online communications. And not everybody has that ability to connect to the internet at home. And so we want to make sure that everyone knows that if you need a public Wi-Fi connection, there is one at Brooks Memorial Library. And during this time, when the library is closed, you can access that public Wi-Fi connection by going to the front, to the Main Street entrance of the library. You can access it if you're sitting in a car at the curb at that location, or as long as you're practicing social distancing and staying far enough away from others, there's the planters that you can sit on there, or you can otherwise access that that way into the internet. As far as updates go, I'll try to move quickly through this. Some of this is more important, some of it is more sort of routine, but it's the degree to which circumstances have changed in town during these past 2 weeks. Starting with right after the last select board meeting on Thursday the 9th, we opened Morningside Cemetery for the season. The cemetery is closed for the winter and then opened back up in the spring. And particularly this year, we recognize that that is a place where people get some peace and quiet and some fresh air and exercise in normal years as well, in addition to going in to honor a loved one. And so we wanted to encourage that activity just as we are with the parks, but remind everybody that it's important to adhere to all the advice from the public health experts about how to wear the mask and otherwise stay far enough away and practice the social distancing for everybody's sake. But Morningside Cemetery is available for a walk, a peaceful walk if folks want that. We did, as we discussed last time, the town proceeded with the furlough of 3 employees. The parking enforcement unit has been not functioning since the beginning of COVID. And so we had good interaction with those employees. We have made sure that Sally Nix is staying in touch with them and is helping them through the unemployment insurance process. And so those 3 employees are on furlough at this point, and they're the 4th employee in the parking fund whose compensation is paid for by the parking fund, is the fellow who provides maintenance through the general facilities maintenance team, usually, who is right now working and for the foreseeable future working on the parks maintenance team instead. So he's able to move back into a position he had previously fulfilled for the town as part of that parks maintenance team while parking is closed. We also didn't talk about this last time. The board's aware of it, but the public isn't. And I just want to make sure that folks know that we did look at certain other positions, particularly at part-time positions that aren't able to really perform their normal functions during this time, to see if it was appropriate to furlough any additional employees. And what we found was that the employees who might have been appropriate for a furlough, beyond those 3 in parking, each one of them works few enough hours for the town that the cost to the town to have them stay in their regular wage compensation status with us is actually less cost to the taxpayers than the town's share of the unemployment insurance benefit would have been. So we have several employees in a few different departments who might otherwise have been furloughed, but it's actually better for them and better for the taxpayers to just keep them in paid status, and that's what we're doing. And the status of all other employees is essentially the same as we've discussed now several times, where some are busier than ever, some are doing mostly the normal things they would be doing in the office, but they're not much in the office. Some are going in just occasionally for tasks that have to be performed there, but are doing most of their work remotely. And others are not able to be fully doing all the different things that they do in their normal work, but are doing many or most of the things they do normally, and are people we wouldn't be able to furlough because we wouldn't be able to do without the work that they're performing. And so we've been really careful going position by position to make sure that we're both giving consideration to the impact to the employees as well as to the overall town operation. And we feel like that's calibrated. That set of decisions has been made, and has been made in a way that is both, we believe, fair to the employees, and certainly also the best that we could do in terms of containing town costs in this situation. Now, the town cost is something we'll talk about under the financial report later. It's actually pretty interesting and different in this emergency versus many types of emergencies, because there's many normal types of town expenditures that we're simply not making right now while things are shut down. And then there's some other costs that we are incurring, but because we're not, for instance, standing up a surge site for hospital overflow, or doing something else that's really, sort of a significant expense with lots of extra labor involved in it, but are rather just maintaining continuity of government through this time, we're not really incurring any significant COVID-related expenses, and we're incurring, less than our normal operating expenses. So from that point of view, that's a little odd. It's a silver lining, but we're keeping a close eye on it. But right now, there's no reason for concern financially in terms of COVID impact to town finances. The Brooks Memorial Library staff is providing assistance to folks who need assistance with completing their census forms. So that information is available on the town's website, or you can call Brooks Memorial Library and ask for that assistance. We're happy to help. And it's really important that we get a complete count of everyone who lives in Brattleboro. The Recreation and Parks Department had to cancel their spring youth sports season for obvious reasons, but both Recreation and Parks and the library are finding lots of new and expanded ways to support people with enrichment activities, a variety of enrichment activities for kids and for adults, online primarily, and also in other communications. And so there's a lot of information. Both of them operate a Facebook page in addition to the information that's on the town's website. We'd encourage people to be in touch with them and make sure that they're accessing the services that are available. The police department made the decision this past week to waive any alarm fees until further notice. So that's another one of those items where we recognize, hey, we can do this. We can make things just a little less burdensome to the broader public during this time. And so we've taken that step to waive the alarm fees. And that is the state of the town operations actions. There's a few things that we're doing that are sort of a step outside of basic town operations. But before I go to those, I want to just pause and see if you have any questions or any comments any of you want to offer about what I've said so far. Okay.
I don't. Anyone else? No.
So, so just 4 other points I wanted to make. These again are things that the board is well aware of. In fact, the board is involved in some of these, and in other cases, staff is handling them. But the board is aware. But I want to make sure that the community knows that the town and other communities who administer program income funds are collaborating with the state of Vermont's Agency of Commerce and Community Development to create a statewide small business relief program. ACCD asked the local agencies to collaborate on this so that there would be a simple and consistent process for Vermont's small businesses, and to make it more likely for the program to receive additional state and federal funding in the future. One of the things that's unique to the work we do in Vermont compared to the rest of the country when we're involved in a situation like this one is, where there's national impact or national programs that are applying, is we operate at such a human scale. It's one of the wonderful things about living where we live and being in the community we're in, that, our program income fund having, a bit over $300,000 available for this effort is an amount of money that federal employees can't really understand in terms of realizing that there's real meaningful impact that comes from the expense of those kinds of funds. You know, they tend to deal with millions, tens of millions, even greater, in the programs that they administer. And so sometimes it is better for Vermont communities to be pooled when we're dealing with demonstrating to the federal government the effectiveness of our work and being able to draw additional federal funding, because it comes to a scale where it's serving 650,000 people instead of 12,000, and where the money involved is, in this case, approximately $10 million statewide instead of $300,000. Those are, that's a scale that the federal government can relate better to, and it's one of the reasons why this approach is deemed in everybody's collective better interests instead of each of us doing our own thing. The details of this are not clear yet. We're working on developing that. It'll take a few weeks to put it in place. I expect there'll be at least an update and possibly an action item related to this for the May 5th Select Board meeting. FEMA has released its initial guidance to municipalities and to other agencies who may be eligible for reimbursement of COVID-19 expenses. And for the reason I described a few minutes ago, the town is not likely at this point to be eligible for any reimbursement. It's just not that kind of an emergency. You know, after something like Irene, where there were a lot of overtime hours and a lot of expense related to the restoration of facilities, the town was eligible to receive a lot of reimbursement. In this case, the expenses we've been incurring have been the expenses related to the basic operations of town government. And even though some of those, many of those have been very COVID specific in these past 4 to 6 weeks, they aren't outside of, for instance, employees who have been doing work that is, nearly or entirely COVID related aren't eligible. Their costs for those employees aren't eligible for reimbursement because they're not working extra hours in order to provide those services. If they had to work extra hours and we were paying COVID related overtime, which we have in a few cases, we track that separately so that if there was enough of that over the entire period of this emergency, we might become eligible to receive some reimbursement. At this point, there's been very little of that kind of overtime and virtually no expenses related to facilities. And so our costs have been basic town operating costs and unreimbursable. We are, as town officials, continuing to communicate frequently with our colleagues around the state, both in municipal governments and in state agencies, so that we keep learning from each other. One of the things also about this emergency, those of us who have dealt with natural disasters and other kinds of emergencies in municipal operations, there's plans and experience that we have that make those sort of more familiar, even though they're thankfully rare. And when they happen, you can mobilize into your emergency management mode and take the set of actions that's appropriate to the occasion. None of us had that as experience or as robust plans related to this scale of a public health emergency. And so we've been learning a lot as we've been going along. And one of the ways in which we're trying to make sure we're all better prepared for a next time, if there is one, is to make sure that we learn from each other. We're not just learning from our own experiences in Brattleboro, but we're also learning from other communities around the state and from state agencies that are involved in this effort. And finally, because there is a variety of different ways in which the Vermont State Legislature is considering emergency action, they've taken some and they're considering more in ways that will impact the recovery period for the broader general public and for businesses, but also specifically related to the continuity of the provision of municipal government services. We are in continuous communication with our local legislative delegation and with other legislators around the actions that they're considering and the ways in which they would positively affect town government or not, to try to help make sure that Brattleboro's particular municipal interests are considered and broad municipal interests across the state are considered as the legislature continues to take emergency actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just underline two things that Peter just spoke about. Thanks for all that, Peter, by the way. Which is, there's two major things going on that people may have heard about in the news. and both of which are sort of in such an ongoing gathering information mode, I would call it. The ACCD is a moving target that we're keeping our eye on. It's a possible way to pool resources, as Peter said, and possibly help our local businesses greatly. However, we have to know what it is first, and then we have to move to the time where we will deliberate whether it's the right thing for Brattleboro to do. And similarly, what's going on in the legislature right now with what is possibly going to be available to towns to alter tax payments or to alter fees, anything like that. We are a Dillon Rule state. We don't currently have the ability to change any of that. And before we can even deliberate whether that would be a good idea, we need the legislature to decide on that. And VLCT, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, has been very helpful in coordinating some legislation that's moving its way through so that towns do have the option of doing that. But we're a little bit away from being able to decide if that's the right choice for Brattleboro. Anybody keeping their eye on that, I want to make very clear, and I'll be pushing this out however else we can. I think we should be doing this to be clear that we have a very solid and useful abatement appeal process for taxes. So on an individual basis, there will be opportunities for people to present their case, regardless of what happens with any decisions from the legislature and then from this select board going forward. Hope you don't mind me just kind of throwing that out there and kind of framing that a little bit, Peter, but I think that's important for people to understand that this board is very much aware of these developments, and we just have to wait a little bit to see what kind of abilities we'll have if we choose to take them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Peter concerning, well, generally COVID-19 developments or that last batch of things that he spoke about? No. Oh, Liz has, go ahead and say that, Liz. I just saw that
what were those initials that you talked about for the
ACCD is the State of Vermont's Agency of Commerce and Community Development.
Thank you.
And you'll see that if you, Brandy mentioned the new guidelines as far as shop owners and stuff with the masks, that actually comes from ACCD via the governor, obviously, but I mean, it goes through that department. So they are the ones that are proposing a pooling of what in our case would be that program income pot of money that we have that traditionally we do direct lending on. So that's what Peter was referring to. It's a Vermont agency that's, I would, it's kind of stepping to the forefront in this situation. Would that be an accurate way to describe it, Peter?
Yeah. Yes, they are the Economic Development Agency and Community Development Agency for the state in normal times. And in addition to addressing business recovery needs, are also, they have become the agency through which state government is defining, which businesses are essential and therefore are continuing to operate in a relatively more normal manner. And where the boundaries are between what activities are okay and what are not okay in the conduct of, business and organizational business, not just commercial free enterprise business, but also the business of government and the business of nonprofit organizations.
Thank you. And Liz, that was a good suggestion to explain
yeah,
that.
it just gets to be such an alphabet stew, so.
Absolutely. Daniel.
I just wanted to kind of talk about unemployment, unemployment insurance a little bit. And I guess in some ways, I would imagine if you were somebody that was seeking unemployment insurance, you would have sought some of this information out. But I also know that there's been a great deal of angst in the community, especially from folks who have been waiting on the rollout of the unemployment insurance for self-employed people. And, you know, I share that angst as well, because the way in which the Department of Labor has rolled it out and rolled out the information has been kind of haphazard at times, and there has been several false starts with this. On the Vermont Department of Labor's Facebook page, there is a frequently asked questions link that is like updated daily. I cannot find on the Department of Labor's actual website an equivalent document, but it's a really helpful, like, straightforward place. So if you are a Facebook user or have a family member who is, and you're seeking information about unemployment, particularly like the kind of what to do when you get this thing that went wrong and how to fix that, it's a good place for folks to go. I definitely talked with a number of people in town over the last few days, and, you know, gave some pointers on where to look for that information. And I know that they've also been doing little kind of town halls where you can watch a video of somebody explaining how it all is supposed to work. And I believe, like, fingers crossed, touch wood, that tomorrow will be the first day that the, I forget the name of the program, the pandemic unemployment will be available. Well, we'll be rolling out officially tomorrow, and claims will be able to be made this week. So
For self-employed people.
for self-employed people, contractors, sole proprietors, and people not traditionally, you know, able to claim unemployment insurance. And so I applaud the workers at the Department of Labor, and, you know, I actually applaud the governor a little bit for what he did this weekend. And, you know, there's a lot of room for progress, but hopefully people will start to get some relief.
Agreed. Yeah, there's a lot of people waiting. I know that. All right, well, I don't see anybody chiming in on chat, and I also don't believe there's anybody hanging on the phone currently. So I'm going to move on, if that's all right with everybody, to Water and Sewer Commissioners. So I would entertain a motion to convene as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. So we are now Water and Sewer Commissioners. And I think I would invite Dan Tyler and or Steve Barrett. Perhaps if you're both on, you could both come online. It would be great. Hi, Dan.
There.
Hi, Dan.
Oh.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Hello.
Did you guys fight it out as to who's going to give us a little briefing here concerning Old Guilford Road?
I'll just start off by saying Dan Tyler, he's the Utilities Highway Superintendent, Assistant Director. He's taken on this project. It's been a project that we've been working on for some time. The project was bid out and it came in real high, so we revisited the project and went back and rebid it. And Dan has pretty much sheltered this project from here on out. So from there, he'll take it.
Great. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, so we've got a series of manholes on Old Guilford Road, and they collect all the waste from Algiers Village, the Welcome Center, and Commonwealth Dairy. Everything flows to a pump station on Broad Brook Road, and it's pumped up over the hill to the top of Old Guilford Road, and that's where these 19 manholes begin and run down Old Guilford Road. The concrete on the manholes is deteriorating. Couple factors to that: age. This system was installed in 1998, so they're aging manholes. The concrete manholes traditionally don't hold up as well as some of the old brick manholes. The old bricks were actually harder and resisted the sewer gas better. Additionally, when you have a pump station, you get surges of flow, which tend to generate more sewer gases. And that also has contributed to some of the odor issues we've had on Old Guilford Road. With that, the pump station flow sits in the tank, and the potency of the waste increases, which just contributes to the amount of sewer gas that's there. And then when Commonwealth came online, the flows increased, but their dairy waste, they pre-treat their waste and remove a lot of the really high BOD and TSS material. But the material that we receive from them is still stronger than average household waste, which contributes to the sewer gases. The sewer gases react with the bacteria which builds on the concrete, and it's a chemical reaction that becomes corrosive and deteriorates the concrete. So what we're hoping to do is contract with Green Mountain Pipeline to come in, and they'll clean the manholes, clean all the debris, the loose material, and then they'll put an epoxy lining on there, which is resistant to the sewer gas. It's structural, and it'll seal those manholes up, so it'll help the odor issue as well. As Steve mentioned, we put this out to bid last fall. We received one bid, and the unit cost for that was high. It was $1,528 a vertical foot of manhole. This time we bid it out, and we had 3 bidders, and the low bidder came in at $500 a vertical foot. Because the cost was so high, we put it out with an alternate. We put 5 manholes out with an alternate to do 5 more. And because the price is favorable, we'd like to do all 10, and then we'll do the other 9 hopefully next year if everything works out all right. I think that's what I've got.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you want to just give us, because Liz properly asked us earlier to explain ACCD. You mentioned BOD, and I think this board, with the possible exception of Ian, has run into that term a couple times. There was BOD, and then there was one other that you mentioned. Can you just give us those definitions real quick?
Basically, what they account for is the strength of the waste. The BOD is the biological oxygen demand. So it's basically how much oxygen is necessary to break down that waste. And the TSS is the total suspended solids in the waste. And when there's when that's high, it's a stronger waste, essentially.
Great, okay. TSS was the one I was less familiar with. Anybody have any other questions?
No, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes
Yeah, I've
sense
got
to do
one.
them.
I got a question as well.
Oh, good. I think I saw Liz's hand up actually first, but.
Oh, no, I was thumbs up.
And then it's Ian, and then Daniel. So.
Daniel, quick question. How are you determining which of the manholes are being repaired or upgraded first? Is it just location or by level of degradation or degradation?
They're all pretty similar, so we're more or less starting at one end and working down through. We did evaluate all of them when we put it out to bid, and there wasn't any reason to jump around. We're just going to work right down through the line.
Okay.
Daniel?
So it seemed in the memo that the reason for this is increased load from Commonwealth. Have we talked with Commonwealth about that? Like, is there any possibility that they could partner with us in this project?
I mean, I think we're well aware of what Commonwealth is producing for waste. They pre-treat their waste and take the worst of it out of it, which they haul to the plant and we accept from them. They pay a premium for that. The waste that we accept, they pay normal rates for, but we know what it is, and it's, in all, they pay a lot of money for their utilities. Their sewer bill for the year is about $250,000. And then additionally, that higher strength waste that they bring to us, they spend about $5,000 a month on average to bring that to us. So, and I kind of pinned it on Commonwealth, I think, in the memo, but it's kind of the nature of the system too, with the pump station, and it's not all their fault.
May I add something?
Yeah, please.
Thanks. So we actually have had some communication. First of all, Dan's right to put this in a broader perspective, that this isn't Commonwealth's fault, but the waste that comes from Commonwealth does contribute to this condition. And we've had some communication with Commonwealth, and they actually have made a voluntary contribution towards some additional costs for maintenance at the pump station that we've incurred as a result that is more directly linkable to the higher strength waste. So, we have an ongoing communication with them specific to their situation. And more broadly, when we have a variety of different issues related to the utility system, both water and sewer, that we're going to be discussing at future select board meetings over the next few months. One of the things that we look forward to addressing with the board is research that we've been doing and some thoughts we have about town's rate ordinance and some choices that ultimately you will make regarding ways in which that might be modified to address this and other issues about how different users benefit differently and affect the system differently than each other.
Thank you, Peter. Did that do it for the board's questions? If so, yes. I would entertain a motion. I think we do need one.
I'll make a motion. I move to award the Old Guilford Road Manhole Rehabilitation Project to Green Mountain Pipeline LLC in the amount of $22,500 for the base bid and $25,000 for the alternative bid, totaling $47,500 for the entire project.
Thanks, Brandy. Brandy's made a motion to award the Old Guilford Road Manhole Project to Green Mountain Pipeline LLC for the total project price of $47,500. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that looks to be 5-0. Thank you to Daniel and Steve for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would entertain a motion to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved by, it was either Ian or Daniel, I'm not sure. Daniel.
Daniel.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 5-0 on adjourning as Water and Sewer Commissioners. So next up, we have some unfinished business, and we have an ordinance amendment, and I think I would invite Len Howard to come before us, unless Peter would like to frame it for us while we wait for Len to come up.
While Lenny's coming on, I'll just say he wrote a really good, clear, complete memo in response to a variety of good questions that came up last time. So here's Len now to speak to those details. But you did review this 2 weeks ago. You allowed it to move forward to this evening when it will be a public hearing. In fact, it's appropriate for Lenny speaks, Tim, for you to open the public hearing. But his remarks are part of that as well. But tonight is the second reading of the ordinance and the public hearing on the ordinance. And if you are satisfied with the answers and the further discussion you're going to have this evening and are ready to adopt this ordinance, then it would be appropriate for you to do that tonight. Then there's the 60-day period of the publication of it and the opportunity for the public to speak up about it, and after that 60 days, it would become effective.
Thank you, and thank you for that gentle reminder that I should open a public hearing. Does that require a vote? Please remind me.
No, it does not.
Okay, so we will now open a public hearing for this ordinance amendment. And Len, hi Len. Oh, you're on mute.
Len, you're muted. Oh, there you go.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
I'll answer the questions. I'm not sure how much of the public saw the memo, but some of your questions were how many 1 and 2 family rent units are in Brattleboro, and there are 432 2 units and 55 single units. You inquired about what other towns have the same requirement, and Burlington, South Burlington, and Berry City have what is exactly like we're putting before you. St. Albans, Putney, and Hartford, they require it, but they only, St. Albans requires an electrician must sign off on the work, as well as pull an electrical permit with the state. Putney's very similar, and Hartford requires a permit, which requires a state electrical inspector to improve the work. I did reach out to Michael DeRosa, the executive director for the Division of Fire and Safety, and he did suggest that we add Vermont licensed journeyman and Vermont licensed electrician. He feels comfortable, and so doesn't the electrical inspectors, that a Vermont licensed journeyman is very capable of wiring a 1 and 2 family residential. And I also did include a photo of the most recent electrical fire in a 1 and 2 family residence that we had in 2018. That's all I have, unless you have further questions.
No.
Tim?
Yeah.
Before we go to questions, may I just make clear for the public that the subject of the ordinance is the modification of Chapter 8, Article 3, Section 8-32 of the town's Code of Ordinances, which specifically to the requirements for performance of electrical maintenance work or repairs at rental properties. And right now, what is being proposed is already required under state statute for 3 and more, for rental properties where there are 3 or more units. And what we're asking is that also apply to rental properties with either just 1 unit or 2 units. And the requirement would be that a Vermont licensed electrician or journeyman perform the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I know that I was the one, Len, who asked the question about the scope of work. And I know that you were kind enough to give me the paragraph from the state code on that. And the way I'm interpreting it, just so everybody knows, I had asked if things like repairing one wire or repairing a what do you call it, a wall unit,
light switch,
or a fixture. That was the word I was trying to come up with. Would require a licensed electrician, and according to the state code, from what you have here, it doesn't look like it. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Minor things. It says installation or replacement of equipment such as lamps, electric utilization equipment approved for connection to suitable permanently installed receptacles, replacement of fuses, other minor maintenance and repair work such as replacing worn cords and tightening connections on a wiring device do not require a work notice, which would cover things like changing a light bulb and changing out a fixture in a hallway or something like that. That's correct. So I have that right there, then?
Yes. Yep.
Thanks. I just thought that was good to clarify because I saw some chatter out there among some landlords that it was kind of an overreach and overly burdensome to landlords, and I don't think so. That's my personal opinion. And Brandy would like to make a comment.
Thanks for that, Tim, and thanks, Len. You know, as far as I'm concerned, this follows the same vein as our rental inspection program in the sense that it offers some of our more vulnerable community members protections that they don't already have in some sense as being renters versus homeowners. And while I'm sure there probably are landlords that can do more electrically than others, that's not the way that we can govern. We need to govern kind of from the lowest end and make it a blanket. And so I'm very much in favor of us doing this and adding it as an extra protection. And I think it falls in line with what we've already been doing.
Thank you, Brandy. Anyone else want to chime in? Ian?
Yeah, Len, I just wanted to thank you. I was the one who asked for just the actual number of units. And I really found that information very helpful. And just seeing that this would affect over almost 500 buildings, it just so clearly is, I would really encourage the board to vote in favor of this.
Yeah, Liz?
Well, as I said in the last reading, I think our most important duty is health, safety, and welfare. And if you haven't seen that picture, that says it all. And maybe is it on the town website? That
It
photograph?
Is.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to share it out to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lenny, for the picture that speaks 1,000 words.
And I should say that if you, after seeing the picture, which we'll share around in various ways maybe, if you go downstairs and your panel looks like that, please call an electrician immediately.
Seriously.
Yeah, we laugh, but that's scary looking, and that's from an actual fire in 2008, right?
2018.
2018. Oh, sorry.
Terrifying.
Yeah, and again, we're protecting people that don't, renters don't have the ability to let things go like that. They are, relying on their landlords to be good landlords and stewards of their own safety. So it was an unfortunate hole that 3 units and above would have to have an electrician, and 2 or 1 do not, and that's just something that we need to correct, in my opinion. So I'll shut up because I'm the chair. Anybody else have any other comments? I don't see any chat, and I assume that if there was anybody on the phone, Peter Patrick would have let us know maybe.
So it would be appropriate, if there isn't any other discussion under this one, to close the public hearing and then take a motion on the ordinance, please.
Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of talking it through to kind of stall so that people could have a chance to raise their hands, so to speak. So I will close the public hearing and then accept a motion.
I can make a motion. I move to approve the amendment to Chapter 8 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances as presented.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel has moved to approve the amendment to Chapter 8 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. That is 5-0. thank you, Len, for all the work and your team. And thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Len.
Len.
All right, so that does it for unfinished business at this time. So we move into new business, and we have a few things that we're going to let Peter talk again on.
Thank you. So the first is the monthly financial report. I alluded to this during the COVID discussion that the expenditure numbers are good. So after 3/4 of the year, 75% of the year has been completed. Our prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is at 71.6%, and that rate has reduced since last monthly report. And the reason for that is, again, because our altered operations have actually reduced the cost of daily operations in the general fund. The same is true in the utility fund, not for all the same reasons, but it is true that the rate of expenditure is slightly lower than it was last month, and that 75% of the way through the year, our prorated rate of expenditure is at 70.8% there. So we're in good, solid condition. Of course, over in the parking fund, it's an entirely different circumstance. The revenue there has gone to zero, and so we will, when we in May are dealing with the utility fund budget and the parking fund budget, give a good full report about the status of the parking fund and how that affects decisions you might make about the FY21 budget for the parking fund. But the numbers in the parking fund are not especially relevant for this evening because of the fact that we've closed that operation down for now. In the utilities fund, on the other hand, with the continuing operation, this is good, solid position that we're in from the expenditure side, and the utility payments that are due on May 15th have already begun to arrive, and so we'll see how that comes in. Obviously, in these times, there may be some reduced level of collection compared to usual, and we'll have more to say about that as we get into the middle of May. But on the general fund side as well, there are, of course, a variety of different revenues. We are largely dependent on the property tax, but there are a variety of other revenues that the general fund receives. And staff is in the process of doing a very thorough and careful analysis of both the revenue streams and the expenditure line items so that we can provide to you, most likely actually at the next meeting, rather than waiting until May 19th, when there'll be a monthly financial report again on the agenda, as always. Likely on May 5th, we'll have some additional information that we're going to want to share with you and with the community about the analysis, both for the budget impacts and the cash flow of the town related to COVID-19 impacts, and just looking out into the future. Because even though our expenditures are really stable and nothing abnormal at this time, the revenue streams may be low enough that there's some things there that are worth calling out and some adjustments that we may need to make. So we want you to know that we're in the midst of working on that, and we will have good detailed information at future meetings.
Thank you. Great. Anybody have any questions? I have to say that I'm still trying to get used to the PDF thing, and some of them are sideways. So but you can turn it. I know that you can turn it. I'm old. So I saw a hand up, but I think it was Daniel.
Yeah, I want to thank Peter for what you just said about the analysis of our situation, because at least in my experience on the board thus far, the financial report is something that we go, yes, very good, everything seems fine, and then we move on, or I ask an annoying question about a line item. And looking at the financial report this time, I had a lot of questions about what ifs, and I know that we don't really know the answer to those questions right now. I noticed some of the expenditures were significantly reduced, in particular, facilities where we're not really operating in the same way. It looks like the electric expenditure is down significantly. Mm-hmm. And so I guess in the analysis, I would love to see where we're seeing significant drops, and what that saves us, and then how that's offset by, you know, losses of revenue and whatnot. And I mean, I guess that's what you'll do. I just wanted to acknowledge that, like, this is a financial report that gives me pause right now. You know, so fingers crossed.
It should. So first of all, there are no annoying questions about line items. Questions are good. Flesh out sometimes things that we didn't see and should have seen, and then we talk them through and we go and we do more work around that. Other times there's a good, easy, quick explanation to something, but it's important for you and for others to know it. So, so don't ever stop asking questions. And as it relates to the situation that we're in, yeah, you know, we've been fortunate that town finances have been, you know, well managed, and our experience has been stable now for such a long time. It hasn't always been true in Brattleboro. It isn't always true everywhere. So, you know, we've been really on a nice, stable run. And this has thrown all of that out of kilter. You know, we're still in solid shape. We're going to have more specific things to say about the ways in which that's true and the ways in which it's less true, and what we should be, you know, doing around all that in the May meetings. But the greatest difference for us at this moment is the uncertainty related to COVID. You know, how long will it last, and will some impacts that we see so far as not being significant start showing up as more significant over time, and for reasons that we maybe can predict when we think it through, or maybe can't even predict right now, because so much of this we couldn't possibly have predicted a couple of months ago. So it's right to pause. It's right to think that this needs more attention than it normally has been getting from us from month to month.
Great, thanks, Peter. Does that do it for comments from board members?
Yes.
Thanks, Liz. I don't see any. I see you're getting more comfortable. That's good. All right, just trying to break it up. The monotony of the Hollywood Squares thing. I don't see any comments or questions from our audience, so I think we can move on to item B, which is the local emergency management plan update from Peter.
Thank you. So Mike Bacassi is in the meeting and can join us if you have detailed questions you want to ask Chief Bacassi. But this item I can summarize by saying it is an annual requirement that we update our local emergency management plan, and that you approve it, and that I sign it, and we send it off to Montpelier. Most years that involves a little bit more of a substantive discussion at this moment in time about what we have updated, changes that we might have made because we've learned something, or changes we've made because you know, we experienced something this past year. And this year it doesn't have that, and it's pretty ironic to be experiencing this in the middle of COVID, right? So we're learning a tremendous amount about an entirely different kind of emergency, and a year from now that's going to show up in the LEMP update. There was a very active conversation within the emergency management community about whether this deadline for a May 1st readoption ought to be pushed back so that that process could occur this year. The answer is, sadly, that you know, this is a state requirement. In order for the state to comply, we need to comply with this requirement to the state, so the state can comply with, you know, updrift requirements the state has to the federal government. And the upshot of all of it is, you know, the failure to check the right box in the annual updating of these plans actually makes places ineligible to receive FEMA reimbursement when a disaster happens. So the decision was made, and I don't judge it. It feels awkward at this moment. But I think it was the necessary decision given the federal rules that apply to this process. The decision was made at the state level that all of us as local governments would need to meet this deadline in the normal manner and send our plans up to them so they can send them off to Washington and keep Vermont communities eligible to receive FEMA reimbursement from, you know, during disaster situations. And so the plan that is before you this evening for approval, first of all, as you know, but I want to make clear for the record and for the public, the plan is always available to the board at this time. It's a thick, detailed plan. And so what's in the backup materials for the public is just a couple of sheets of paper that give a summary and then give the signature page showing, the process that has to be officially done and sent off to Montpelier. But the plan is available for public review or for the select board. And this year it is unchanged from last year. There's just too much going on in the world of emergency management right now to have made any changes to it that would be, appropriate and reasonable under the circumstances. What everyone is doing, virtually everyone is doing, is taking last year's plan and approving it again this year so that we can comply with the requirements for the federal government and know that we're going to do a pretty thorough update, much more even than usual. And this is a plan that actually gets, every page gets attention each year in a normal circumstance to see what might need updating. This year, we know it's going to be substantially updated. There'll be a whole new section added for public health emergencies and other aspects of it, like health change as well. So that's the overview. If you need to take a deeper dive into some particular aspect of the plan, it would be appropriate to ask that of Chief Bukowski.
Thank you, Peter. I'm sorry, I was looking away. Liz, did you raise your hand or?
No, but I'll be happy to make a motion when you're ready.
Anybody have any comments or questions? I think my comment would be philosophical. I mean, I did sit through a LEMP day with you a couple years ago, if I recall, Peter, and I got a nice certificate and everything. But those are all sort of like punctuated emergency, or yeah, just punchy, I guess. Punctuated emergency, events, like fires and active shooter situations and all kinds of horrible things that we prepare for and our fire department and police prepare for all the time on an ongoing basis. But now we're in a situation where we have an emergency, a public health emergency, and we could very well, as we've seen in the Midwest and the South, have emergencies that we understand better on top of our current emergency. So the multi-layer aspect, or at least the ongoing new norm for public health concerns, could be added to very easily with another, active nature. So I don't know. I just think it's sort of interesting to consider the new norm going forward on the LEMP for the next iteration. So now I will, I don't see any comments or questions from the public, so I'll go ahead and take a motion, Liz.
Okay. I move to adopt the 2020 Brattleboro Local Emergency Management Plan and authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to sign the Local Emergency Management Plan municipal adoption form to certify that the plan meets certain requirements.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to adopt the 2020 Brattleboro Local Emergency Management Plan, aka the LEMP, and authorize Peter Elwell to sign the Local Emergency Management Plan municipal adoption form to certify the plan meets requirements. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we're going to move on now to item C. It's a certification of V-Trans road and bridge standards. Peter?
So this one also is an annual requirement. It keeps us eligible to receive substantial funding assistance through the state road maintenance program. And so we have to follow certain, adhere to certain standards in our road maintenance work that are established statewide. And by adhering to those standards and certifying that we do continue to adhere to those standards, we keep ourselves eligible to receive that funding assistance from the state. Here again, just exactly like the last one, if you need any kind of more detailed explanation of how we actually maintain our roads, We have Steve and Dan still both in the meeting and able to come back in and answer the detailed questions. But our ask to you this evening, and well, our assurance is we do continue to comply with all the road and bridge standards, and the standards are unchanged from last year. And so we're asking just that you certify that the town does continue to be in compliance with that.
Great.
Thank you. Does anybody have any more detail or any questions about this action?
No.
If not,
I think Ian's got a question.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Did you have?
No, I'm preparing to make the motion.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Please do.
You saw that inquisitive look on my face.
I did. No, it well.
Go right ahead.
Oh, great. All right. I move to approve the annual certification of compliance with town, road, and bridge standards as presented.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve the annual certification of compliance with town, road, and bridge standards as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thanks, by the way, for the raising of the hand too. It kind of helps that I make sure that I'm not going to.
I was raising my hand before, but I couldn't figure out how to get it in the screen.
Oh, right.
So I've been raising it way over here. This is not right.
Okay, so moving through it.
That's funny, Daniel.
Nice.
I didn't see that. Did you do the hand?
Doing hand things.
You know, life is hard right now.
Good to have laughs.
Yeah.
Try to do a wave, but I've never figured out if we all have the same grid layout as each other.
Oh, yeah.
No, because it seems to be different on different devices.
We can work that out in executive session next time.
I don't think that's an appropriate topic.
No.
Our last, I believe, item in new business tonight is appointments for Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees.
Woo!
Yeah.
So you have a memorandum from Star, and Star is on the line if you'd like to hear from her. The short summary of this is that there are 2 seats vacant on the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees. And just as the select board was able to go through a relatively normal, timely transition, where some of the details were different because of our unusual circumstances this year, but through Dave Skoll's resignation and Ian being sworn in, you were able to move on into the sort of the new select board year, even though an official transition will occur after town meeting. Likewise, the Library Board of Trustees would like to have the opportunity to fill these seats and move forward with its work with a full complement of members. And so has asked that the select board follow the procedure, even though at this time of year, normally what would have happened is the town meeting would have elected the new members of the Library Board of Trustees, and they would have been seated in the reorganization for the year. Instead, we're following the procedure for the filling of vacancies, which is a straightforward appointment by the select board without any confirmation at this time. And then when town meeting can be held, this question will be put before town meeting for the formal election of library trustee members or trustees. So the particular proposals from the library trustees, the request is that you appoint Karen Tyler, serve a 3-year term that is vacant, and Gabriel Sestar to complete the final year of an incomplete term. And if someone knows Gabriel, I'm sorry I don't. If I've just butchered Gabriel's last name, I apologize.
Yeah, actually, I was going to exercise our select board power and ask Star to come on just so we didn't mispronounce that last name.
I should have deferred.
I just always like talking to Star anyway.
Yeah, really.
Are you able to magically
And there
make
she is now.
I think so.
Aha.
Hi,
Thank
Star.
you. Hey. Thank you so much for inviting me in, because it gives me the chance to say Happy National Library Week. Thank you.
Hey, Star.
Yay.
And also today is National Library Workers Day. So it couldn't be more appropriate, because our trustees worked so hard for the library and they don't get paid. So this is a great way to honor them. So I thank you. And it's Gabriel Sestare.
All right.
Yeah.
Sestare?
Yeah.
A book from the library, relevant
trying to
to
read
our
it.
work. Is it back to front? Anyway, I'm sorry. I got excited about books. I was like, oh, this book's important.
Where did you get a
I
book?
like seeing the books in the background of Liz's frame, I have to say. I'm just watching everybody. So
I got books.
I know you all have books.
Also, Star, that's not a pipe, just so you know.
Thank you. But can you say it in French?
Not at all. Nothing.
So where were we?
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Liz is all business tonight.
I know. I haven't had dinner yet.
Oh, okay. I don't have that either, so I'm just enjoying myself. Liz, please make a motion if you'd like.
I would be happy to. I move to appoint 2 interim trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees as follows. Karen Tyler for a 3-year term and Gabriel Sestare, did I say it right? For the final year of an unexpired term.
Great. Thank you. Liz has made a motion to appoint 2 interim trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library Board of Trustees. Karen Tyler for a 3-year term and Gabriel Sestare for the final year of an unexpired term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. That's 5-0 for Jan, who's keeping track. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you, Star.
Hi, Star.
I like how Star is just one name, you know.
Like Prince.
That's right.
Or Cher.
Or Brandy.
Madonna.
Or Brandy, yeah.
Oh, Brandy, yeah.
I thought about adding my last name and then I didn't.
So we can see.
Well,
know by now.
I think we're getting this down. How does everybody else feel?
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't have an agenda item for personal feelings, but I think we're done with. Thanks for everybody for watching. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Brandy has made a motion to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank
Good
you,
night.
Peter, Patrick,
Bye, friends.
Dan, everybody, BCTV. Bye, Brattleboro.
Okay, we are officially starting the new Fane Select Board meeting. It is Monday, April 6th, 2020. This is the very first time that we're doing some virtual meetings, including Zoom. and somebody on the phone. So Chris Williams is on the telephone, Shelley Hubert is on Zoom, Angela Sanborn is on Zoom, Mike Fitzpatrick, Jay Wilson, Lynetta, and myself, Marion Gallen, are here at Town Hall meeting. And in the future, if the public would like to join in our meetings, and this is probably the way it's going to be for a while. It's going to be virtual meetings. The town hall will be open to the public to come in and sit and participate. Tonight, we don't have any people as of yet. So, I'm calling the meeting to order. The first item is additions or amendments to the agenda. Is there anybody who has an addition or an amendment to the agenda, please? Okay. So we're moving to approval of minutes. And we have the minutes of,
Marion?
we have no minutes.
Two things I wanted to bring up to talk about was the emergency management plans, if it's been updated with the forms. It's kind of important that we all kind of know who is on that and what the document says. And also the town finance discussion that came through the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommendations on how to handle certain things. I had asked Juanetta to make a copy of the town finance FAQs related to the COVID-19.
Okay, the first item that you mentioned, repeat that.
Excuse me? Oh, the first one, where are we on the emergency management plan update? Do we have the forms filled out?
Jay Wilson was here at our last meeting.
Okay.
And he reported at that time that basically he's following the emergency team is following state of Vermont rules. And we can have Jay talk about that maybe at the end of his road foreman report. The purpose of tonight, really, Shelley and everybody, is that we're going to try to get through this meeting without many extra things on the agenda, because some of us are sitting here without masks and gloves on. This is the first time we're trying virtual. And also, after this meeting, Angela and Mike have to stay here for quite a while doing the pay orders. So, because it's the first time working on all of this, I think Jay can talk about emergency.
Well, I think I can, we can wait on the emergency. I just wanted to know what the update was, because I know there are forms that need to be filled out, and I think each board member should have a copy of it. So in the future, let's put that back on the agenda as something as a follow-up. And the other is the town finance discussions. I think we need to discuss some of that. That needs attention.
Is that an emergency?
This isn't an emergency meeting. This is a regular board meeting, correct?
Yes, it is. But tonight we're only working on things that have deadlines that we have to deal with. And also a letter from.
Well, I think it's going to come up regarding the.
We'll put it on the future agenda.
People.
Chris?
No, excuse me.
Oh.
Never mind. I made my table and I'm saying what I think.
Well, I think it's really inappropriate, Chris.
You think it's inappropriate? When I sit at my table, I can say any goddamn thing I want to. Well, just realize that.
Okay, Chris, can I just remind you that this is going to be on public TV?
I don't care.
Well, I'm asking you to please be respectful to everybody the way we will be with you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, dear.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay. So we don't have minutes.
So can we just table the minutes for the next one? It's not a big rush. And keep moving right along, please.
Make a motion to table.
I make a motion to table the meeting approval of minutes till the next meeting that we have, date uncertain.
Okay, Mike second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'll have it and we'll postpone that for next meeting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is road business and it's the road foremen and road commissioner support. Start with the motion, please.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday morning. It's the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. The home security came, replaced that detector, and replaced all the batteries.
Excuse me, Jay, can you speak just a little bit slower? It just comes muffled. Thank you.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday, and it was the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. So home security came and replaced that detector and replaced all the batteries in the rest of the system. The permitting process continues on the sand salt shed at the Depot Road box culvert. Both of those, the people continue working. Still doing stuff. They're falling partially over and taking the bank with it on South Woods Road. I'm working on somewhere to remove the trees. Mark Pickering and Scott Jensen are looking at it to come up with a plan for permanent repair. We're busy getting roads repaired from mud season. And I've been on a daily basis wiping down all the common surface Clorox spray at the garage, either after everyone has left for the day or before they come in. We're doing our best at having people drive only one vehicle or wiping them down if we do have to spray. If this goes on for a couple months, it's going to be a very annoying process.
I'm not sure what he said.
Wiping down everything.
They're wiping down everything with chlorine.
Okay. So my thought here is, again, if it's not a, what is it called, like an emergency, I don't think that the highway crew should be out unless there's a failure in a road or a bridge, etc.
Well, that's what he was saying. They were fixing a spot on South Warsboro Road that needed to get done for people that need to drive on it.
But is the staff on duty now, though?
Yeah.
Because the governor has made an emergency declaration, and it's only for essential services. So unless there's an issue, I think we need to discuss about what their role is, and if they're not essential, they should not be out working. There's $1,000 fines that are going to be imposed.
The highway crew is considered essential employees.
May I say something?
Yes, Chris.
The town crew works on the road. They aren't together. They're working on the roads, grade the roads. One fifth person is doing one thing, one person's doing another. Let the road crew keep working on their road. If you don't, you're going to have a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Well, I think that the roads are very essential.
Because it specifically talks about municipal employees and road workers. So I don't know if we need to call a vote on it. It sounds like you're all you know, allowing this to happen. So, I mean, I'm just worried about people getting sick.
May I say something about that?
Yes.
These gentlemen work apart. Jay has separated them. Each truck has a driver. The loader has a driver. Everybody has a driver. They're not doing anything that makes everybody sick. Now, let the road crew do their job if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thank you very much.
Okay, my suggestion.
Chris, it's really inappropriate the way you're talking. Really inappropriate.
Hey, Shelley, I would like to say that probably, but my guess is that Jay Wilson and Chris, who are the people who oversee the roads and the road crews, would not be working if it was detrimental to anybody. I think right now what Jay and Chris are saying is it would be detrimental not to work on the roads because it's a very difficult time of year with mud season coming, trees falling down on the road. It would be terrible if they didn't work. So in my opinion, and I think in others, it is considered an essential job.
Mary, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
The road crew is working on the road. They're working, just like I said, separated. They're doing what has to be done. And if the town would leave them alone and let them do their job as it needs to be done, everything will get straightened out. Everything will be all right.
Well, I think as a select board members, we have the right to have questions, to make questions about what's going on and to follow the law.
Shelley, it's fine to have questions, and that's not the problem. The problem is that I think that right now the road crew.
I get it, Marion. I understand that the springtime, the roads need work.
Yeah.
I understand that part of it.
No, so I'm saying that Jay as a road foreman and Chris as a road commissioner, I think are going to be the ones who know the best about what is important and essential for us.
Yes, but Marion, we are select board members, so I mean, there are staff. They're hired to do the work of the town. So, I mean, if you guys want to make a ruling that we're going to overrule what the governor's law has stated, that's, I'm just stating that I'm not real keen about it.
But that is only if they're considered not essential. If they're essential employees, they can still go out and work. And unfortunately, with mud season, our dirt roads need to be taken care of. They can't just sit and wait.
Hello?
Well, I'm just saying that if they're not out, if they're out there doing an emergency thing, that's one thing. We have a gentleman over in Wilmington that died of this virus. It can happen to any one of us.
Like I told Jay, I said, town of Putney over there, the crew is not allowed to drive.
Can you speak up, Mike?
Town of Putney, when I was talking to Karen, their road crew's still working. They're not allowed to mingle in the drive-through like that. You can't go and have the lunches and stuff like that. They're there, they're assigned a vehicle. They all come in the morning, they get the vehicles to go to work.
Well, that's what Chris is saying.
Well, yeah, but I mean, right now, they're still running out the drive. Still running out the drive, and just like that, for one thing, Christopher probably shouldn't even go. You know?
Okay, so is my understanding that when the men show up from work, they go into the garage to get their vehicles, and then one by one, with each their own vehicle, they
Putney's
leave?
actually parked all the vehicles outside. They're not doing outside, they're not in the garage, not allowed to.
I can't can't hear what they're saying. Can you, Angela?
No, I can't hear Mike.
Okay, what Mike is saying is that in Putney right now, the garage and road crew people are not going into the actual building of the road crew. They are picking up their trucks which are parked outside. And I think right now without the snow anymore, you could probably do the same. Right? And then the gentlemen just come in the morning and pick up their vehicle, and then they go off on their own to the business.
I think that's fine. And then I also think that if any member of the road crew feels that they shouldn't be at work, they should take it upon themselves to talk to Jay and explain that. We all have that decision, whether we go in or stay home. You know, anytime you should make that choice for yourself.
They're aware of that any one of them are welcome to not come in. So, there's days like you get a heavy rain, you can't go out too much on the road. What do you want to do? If they stay home, how do they, do we still pay them? How do they do it?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think the road foreman should work with the road crew, tell them what's going on, tell them how things are, let them do it themselves. I don't think we should micromanage them and tell them what the hell's going on. They know what's going on. They know if there's a problem. They know if it shouldn't be there. They know everything. Those people are not ignorant people. Just leave them alone. Let them do their job.
Mike Maine has the butchering to do so with Dr. Bell, and they gave some whatever.
I can't hear him.
That's fine, but I just didn't know if we have a day where we feel we can go out and do something separately. How do you want to handle it?
Thank you. I think we have to move a little closer to delegating.
I don't like this whole thing no matter what either, honestly, like I said, I'm no different than work. I go to work and buy myself. As of tomorrow, they're gonna find out what's up. And I said, I don't know why the hell, what's the difference between us and the road crews or anybody else like that? There's a lot of jobs, a lot of guys that are logging. They're working by themselves off this. Yeah, just to come out with this order that they're gonna start finding everything, people go to work, and maybe they'll have to be in money backing it up.
I can't hear Michael.
Michael was saying, he's talking about the rule that's supposed to be in effect as of tomorrow, that people shouldn't go to work. But at the same time, it's essential work that the road crew has to do, that Mike and other people, loggers, have to do.
Oh, I know, I said, we're no different than the road crews or anybody like that.
They're no different than the road crew.
We're not with a bunch of public. You're by yourself all day long.
Right.
And all that stuff like that, but as of tomorrow, they can either find here, they even said they even put 15 jails.
So, Jay, I was back calling the state first thing in the morning and saying, did the new thing road crew foreman, we would like to know.
I know this is serious shit going on.
No, I know.
It's really got to be looked at, no matter what. It's, you can't just take it for granted. We all know how very home to it. It's not good. But, on the other hand, too, people have to survive, You can't just shut everybody. Places they tell you can go to work, and places you should be going. That's the stories. You go in there and 100 people in their shop and cut you for gambling, you got the place, you know. And that's everybody's all right, you know, you know that.
Well, would everybody agree that Jake called the Vermont State tomorrow, the governor's office, whomever he has to call, and ask permission and see what they say about road crews being essential?
Sure. That sounds great.
I agree with that. Can everybody agree with that? Kelly, do you hear me? You're muted. Kelly, don't mute.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
What I'm saying is I would like to have a vote, so to speak, in terms of having Jay call State of Vermont tomorrow morning when he gets to work and ask, is the road crew considered essential for the people to work on the roads where their trees have fallen, where there's mud, or do they want those people to stay at home also?
Yeah, I think you need to get clarification. In case of an emergency, yes, I could see the road crew being out there, but everyone's supposed to be staying at home and away from other people.
I want to know what the governor's office says to Jay as road crew foreman. I can't hear you.
I said I read it. I read the material. What's essential?
Get them going. The guys are not working tight together. They're away from everybody. Let the gentlemen do their job.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to take a vote on it. I think Jay should go and contact and get the essential, who's essential, and regarding the road crew.
Does everybody agree?
Get clarity on it.
Andrea, is that okay with you?
Yes, that is fine.
Thank you. Chris, is that okay with you?
Repeat that to me, please.
That I suggested that Jay call the state of Vermont first thing tomorrow morning from the road crew garage, and ask if they are considered essential workers.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, great. And Mike, you agree? Okay, we all have voted yes, that Jay will call.
Great.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you, everybody. We need a motion now to accept Jay's road crew. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, any further?
I'll second.
No. Okay, motion and Jay's report. And Chris. Okay, moving right along to administrative assistance report.
A very brief one. I've been working from home remotely in the evenings, checking emails, looking at the mail, talking with Mary and setting up conferences and planning what's going to be essential to the select immediately, and just trying to keep things moving and efficiently.
Also, Renetta's been doing training with BCTV to get this Zoom on and to get the office working to have this happen. And Peter, who is the assistant to Carroll Town Clerk, has been in here working with Renetta this afternoon and maybe before that. So there's good teamwork going on in this building.
Definitely.
That's wonderful.
There a motion to accept Renetta's report?
I'll make the motion to accept Juaneta's report.
Further discussion? No, thank you, Renetta, very much. Okay. Now, we don't have any unscheduled events. So we are moving on to the important business at hand tonight, the old business, which is now has a time limit to it, and that is to review the lease agreement for the cat excavator. And the question will be to consider renewing the excavator for at least another year or return it. And we need to know this within a few weeks.
I'll make a motion to renew it for another year. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, we have a second in order to discuss it. So now discussion. Jay, do you want to start?
So the guys have their ideas of what they would like. They feel the tracked one that's a little smaller would be handier. Logistically, I think that could be a nightmare moving it around all the time. It has to be trailer. This one's nice. You're able to drive where you need to go. So it's very hard to find one machine that will do everything we want to do. I think this one's a little more versatile than a smaller tractor would be. I just can see if we were able to go through the covered bridge with this one because we're able to sneak through, whereas the other one we have to go over the.
Can't hear you, Jay.
We're able to go through the covered bridge with this one, and if we had a tracked one, we'd have to go over the piece work, which if it's slippery at all isn't always good. I don't know. I think we've been able to do quite a bit of stuff with it.
How often is it used?
We put about 300 and 340 hours of move on this summer.
40 hours in the summer?
So we've had it for a year. And so what are the projects that have been done up with it?
The lighting, two spots. We did ditching on Newfane Hill. We did ditching on Elmsville. 20 plus culverts. We did the work for the Hunterbrook bridges, moving of the old ones and the.
Can't hear you.
What was that?
Can't hear you.
We did the Hunterbrook bridges with it. Pulled the number of stumps and rocks that were, hitting lanes and plows. Quite a bit of stuff that we haven't been able to do with this tobacco before. We had a rock that was thrown inside of a small car. We got out of one of the roads. So,
Have you been able to use the brush cutter?
we used it some. We ran into a lot of problems with neighbors. The power company had come through and everybody was still a little raw from all the cutting they did. And so it was a lot of people were coming out and questioning why we had to cut the road back and so forth.
Why you were cutting it back?
Yes.
Did
Really?
you say 340 or 500?
340. I think the normal usage for now, was like 3.
I can't hear you.
I looked up what they usually figure the hours. They base our warranty on how many hours the towns usually use them.
Yep.
The range was 350 to 500 hours was the average for a town per year. The machine that we rented the previous year.
You have to sit forward, I think, to project.
The machine we rented the previous year, the wheeled excavator, was $5,900 a month, which comes out if you rent it for the summer, like $29,000 or something. If you rent a smaller one, I think it comes out to something like that.
Well, the track one, they'll cover $3,500 a month.
Right.
And like I said, you wouldn't have to rent for summer, you can rent for fucking.
I can't hear what Mike's saying.
No, the thing is, if you only putting 300 hours a year on it, that figures up to like $100 an hour. Right?
Yeah, it's cost-wise.
Losing it, and then you got the guys running it, you got fuel, you got your insurance. Almost to the point where it's a lot cheaper to hire someone to do the work.
So you're saying the cost of using it versus the cost of renting something or buying something, it kind of is the best situation.
Kelly, wait, let him finish and then you can talk.
I couldn't hear him.
Oh.
Like I said, probably, like I said, if you put on roughly 300 hours or so a year, that's $100 an hour.
Right.
Then you got the operator running it, which is costing, what's the guy cost it down, $30-some an hour? So then you got $130-some an hour there. You got your insurance on that. You got fuel going. That's where you're done. You're spending, you're spending probably, goddamn, $150-$60 an hour for that machine. Where you could hire somebody for a hell of a lot cheaper.
A lot of our ditch work, though, you can't just do all of it in one shot. You have to do pieces, place the culverts, so the machine sits a lot. Whereas it's not like you get to go out running for 300 hours. It takes you months to get that done because there's so much time has to sit while you do the other part.
You know, like I was saying before, right? And it's great. That should be all the water. That should be good. But you get a better deal. People, if they put a contractor doing it, they can do it. And furthermore, it takes away from the town doing the maintenance on the road. Way I look at a road crew, so road crew is the maintenance. Many of them do it on the road. And they never have, and most of them don't. They just finish the project, they put it down there. And I think that's the way to go. I mean, especially if they right now, they got people out of work, get it done trouble going down. I'm not the, like I said, when we first started about getting one of these, we were looking at randomized, like, a good used machine for when they're operating the road, they can pick that up. Everybody I talked to just think this thing's way too big for our road. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. I've had a lot of people back there just off it together.
The grant money paid for $16,000 worth of it this year.
So 16,000 is paid. About 13,000 is paid, but people got the town. Is that a grant that we can apply for on a yearly basis?
Yes, we apply for 2 every year. And we've got 1 so far.
That's the good work. That ain't for doing what he's saying is, by what they get by hours on it, you figure so much an hour, that they get that out.
It's not.
No, they're not just gonna give you a grant.
They give you a grant to do the work. All your equipment, so our backhoe gets reimbursed. Our dump trucks get guys, based on how much use you use.
So the grant is also for salary? So let's say we didn't use, what was the alternative? Anybody?
Reduce 140 units for the gym, send it back.
And how much was that?
That's the one that set up grocery shop is out there.
Can you hear? No.
The one they thought they wanted is $3,500 a month for the rubber trash, for the buckets and all that stuff.
Well, that's more than, but it's-
Marion,
Yes,
I make a motion to renew the lease. The taxpayers have paid it. They have already offered it. Renew the lease for another year. That's what I got to say.
They've already come back. I said, now we're discussing.
yeah, you made that motion, Chris, and Michael seconded, and we're in the discussion period right now.
Okay.
So we're considering it.
I think what we should do right now is go over it for the next 2 weeks. There's no way to get out of it. So I do say I think these grants. Broker has always got plenty to do by maintaining it. You know, last year when they were up on Sunset Lake Road, they all get off and they put them behind over a month and a half because they were working on that road. Instead of working on the town road.
We can't hear Michael.
I'm just saying, I think what we ought to do tonight, we'll look this thing over a little bit more, take it the rest of the next, between now and our next meeting, look this contract over, go through it. And if you can't get out of it, so you gotta rent it one more year, we'll rent it one more damn year. But like I said, I still think all this grant money that we get for different things can be put out to bid. And the guys, they only use that to work on the road as maintenance, use it for that. Wire gets the head got that too, and that something that comes brush. You got Chris use it. Now that's so much, they said that that's a vibration to it now too. That's what they said, they don't. Be like a balanced shack for it. I don't know, I tried it. Well, it's really good. But I mean, balance, it's vibrating, it's gonna pull the bearings out of it, you see it out of it.
I would like to reword the motion, and I don't know if that's allowed with that. So you correct me, you and Chris is correct. And I'm not Robert's rules of order. But what your motion is to look over the lease and see if you can get out of it. If you can't get out of it, then we'll lease it for next year. I would prefer to say, to make a motion saying that we look over the lease in the next 2 weeks, not with the purpose of getting rid of it, but then making a decision based on real facts. Should we keep it? So that it's still, we're not wiping it out. So that we can be respectful to both
I mean,
sides.
it's just like what I said that one last year.
Can't hear you, Mike.
I said what I said last year, even when we got it, I didn't like the idea of just putting it as a lease payment or rental equipment, you know. And the thing, I'd rather have it go as a damn article in the town vote if they want to buy it. But like I said, right now, you're hearing a bunch of this in the morning. I think that should have been put into an article as in the warning. To us to vote to spend $30,000 a year to purchase. This right?
Yes.
Right now, we're going, right now, every year, we're putting in rental equipment. Equipment money that we pay for rent. Doesn't say that we're buying it.
Well, no, I remember talking that whether we would buy it or rent it.
Mary, we can't hear you.
Chris would like to say something. What would you like to say, Chris?
I got one thing to say. That loader we bought, it's the same type of purchase. And that was perfectly all right. Nobody complained about that. Now, what the heck is the problem, what we're doing now? Thank you very much.
Because it says that it goes to that loader, doesn't it? The payment every year goes to that purchase, that loader. Bratt divided the bucket. This is just in there with a bunch of money. There's not a separate line item that says that. There's a grand total of X amount of dollars that they voted on to put in the budget. What I'm saying is if it should have been put as an article, that's what Caterpillar is saying. We should have an article in our town report saying that we were going to allocate $30,000 to rent and purchase the rubber tire excavator.
Are you talking about this year's town report?
That's what the Caterpillar thing says.
That's what the lease actually says that we should have brought into the town.
So I think what we should do is take this thing and read you a copy, let's look it over, talk back and forth with the Caterpillar guy. And if there's no other alternative, we're gonna have to pay $30,000 this year. Another year, put it in the goddamn article that we're gonna vote on. Everybody knows it. If they don't like it, they come and vote the thing out. You can even have it go into an article like the Australian ballot, not just a show of hands. Throughout the day, people come in, they put their yes or no if they want to purchase that thing. If they don't, the thing goes bye-bye.
Did you get that, Shelley? Shelley? Okay, Shelley.
It's better if you speak towards the computer, I think.
Okay, what Mike was saying was that, I think what he's saying is that it's possible that we might have to lease it again.
Yes.
But we have to talk to the person, the company who owns the excavator and talk about the lease. If we don't return it, then Mike is suggesting then we have to rent it, lease it for one more year, and then it must be an article on the time when town meeting comes where even the public would be able to vote on having this equipment being leased the third year or not. Is that correct?
Well, even if they voted on it one time, to put this money in every year to go to a rental purchase of this excavator. Right now, we're just throwing this in as a one thing in the budget. So the, like I said, it's comes up to what, $100,000, $120,000. It's crazy for different things. And half of them don't even know what it's for. Now, they prove it. And according to Caterpillar, it should have been voted on at town meeting in an article, unless it says it's one that you need.
Well,
so that was overlooked.
Caterpillar didn't say that.
So as I said, we'll have to go over this thing, talk to them a little bit, see what it is. So they can't get out of it, we'll have to lease it one more year. Come down meeting, bring it as an article. We'll get the vote on it, we'll show you the ballot throughout the day, just like we do the rest of the thing. And at the end of the day, they say yes or no, there you go.
So it seems that it could have been voted on at town meeting this year as an article. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen. So Mike is suggesting that we might lease it again for one more year. That we might have to lease it again for one more year. And then put it in an article for town meeting day where the public will vote on whether to spend the money on this excavator or not.
Well, I read the lease, and the lease did state that it had to go before the board for this last town meeting.
Right, but it was overlooked.
I understand that.
Okay.
So let's just go through the paperwork.
Can I speak, Marion?
Yes, Chris.
Okay. We both do it. Then it's gotta be, put it on a ballot, whether they wanna purchase it or lease it for another year. And that will make things very much simpler.
That's the way it was supposed to have been done.
We're gonna look everything over and then
I looked it over, but I don't think everyone else has yet. But I think we're obligated for another year.
Yeah, we've looked it over.
Yeah.
We've looked it over.
Excuse me, I realize that we're obligated for another year. Now, we've got to work out what we want to do future. Now, we've had it 2 years. It might be smarter for the town to buy it outright after that. You've got to look at the purchase price, what the town can buy it for, and it might be a lot smarter just to buy it.
Well,
Off that. I don't know how I'm not making any sense. But
no, I understand. I think we understand what you're saying. And I think since this is an issue that we want to have come up on next town meeting day.
Correct.
In 1 year, a little less than a year, we have quite a bit of time to make sure that we will put an article out, we will discuss it, we will go over the leases, we'll make sure that it'll be done correctly.
Does the rest of the board agree with me or not?
Do you agree, Mike?
Well, it's like I said, I want everybody to copy now, the story is complete.
Yeah, we're gonna go, everybody.
Next meeting, you know what happens.
Well, I just like to say that we can get out of the lease, but we would have to pay a penalty, and it would be, if we wanted to push it on the lease, so that we could break the lease. But at this point, if Dave feels that he's going to be using the machine and it's worthwhile, we're into it for another year. And when it comes back up for next year before a town meeting, we need to get it in as an article, and we can discuss it prior to town meeting day.
That's what I just said, that we have almost a full year to discuss this now.
Right.
We review the contract, and we will make sure that before town meeting, that everything is in place to put an article into the town meeting day and be voted on.
Now, the article should be put in, what to redo it, what to purchase it.
Well, that's something that I think we need to decide as a select board at the time.
All right, that's, I'm just telling you like I feel.
Right. We're gonna go. Right. We're going to go through the lease next meeting. Everybody has a copy of the lease, is that correct?
Yes, and I think we should also ask the dealer to give us a summary of what the lease requires us to do. And if we, and what it would cost for us to get out of it if we chose to do that.
Okay. It's in the agreement.
That's what I said. But between now and the next meeting, we'll all read over the contract, finance will do it, and then we'll decide by that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, there's no such a point down there, it's out here. I haven't looked over there, I think Shelley's looked over it.
I looked
think
over
it has.
We never mind.
So,
Spent a long time looking
I
at it.
mean, it's just like I said, well, you told me the other day, that wasn't in the article, the vote on it. Putting and pulled it out, you could get out of it.
I can't hear you, Mike.
Well, then talk to them. I don't care if it keeps fucking him out. I don't care. He's been saying it all night. So.
Okay, we're gonna clean it up.
Now, I just want to say that I want to go this thing next week. That's till the end of the month.
Yes, we're going to do that. Right. And our next meeting is the 30th. Yeah, we're on the wrong calendar. Sorry, that's the mark. April 20th. April 20th is our next meeting, God willing, we're all here in the live window. Okay? Is that good for everybody? Angela? I can't hear you. can't hear you.
April 20th?
Yes, Angela, you're not on. Angela? Nobody can hear you.
Are you muted? Muted?
You say yes?
Yes, you will.
Yes, okay. Okay, so do we need to vote again?
Okay, so can I make a motion that we contact the dealer?
No, we have the motion already on the floor. Motion on the table
So you can vote on that, but then I wanted to make a motion to contact the dealer if we're not going to do that.
So we're gonna vote on that motion and put another motion.
Because it only references the meeting on March 3rd, 2020. Hello?
I think it's including, Mike has offered to go and talk to the lease person.
Yeah, but I think we need it in writing. We need a statement in writing from the dealer so that we all have it in black and white.
I will have that done. Who's going to go with you? You and Jay? Jay and Mike are going to go and talk to the dealer and have it in writing, whatever the decision is. And we will discuss, we will vote on it.
Regarding how we can go forward as far as another year.
That's what we're talking about.
The motion on the table was Chris made a motion.
Yeah, I know, Marion. I just wanted to clarify because it's kind of hard to understand what's going on.
Mary, the motion on the table is Chris made the motion to renew the lease. Mike seconded it in order to discuss. So we need to have a vote on that motion or amend.
Can't hear it, Juanita.
The only one that can amend the would be the one that made the motion.
Can you hear me now, people?
Yep.
You can? Yeah. Good. I'm all set.
I can. But I can't hear Juanita.
Somebody is doing a motion. You need to vote on the motion. So the motion was made by Chris to renew the lease. Mike seconded it in order to discuss. You either need to vote on it that way, or you need to amend the motion. Anybody can.
That's the case, and I guess, we'll just go through this contract and our next meeting, we'll vote to.
I can't hear it.
Okay, so Mike is making a motion that we're going to go through the lease during the next 2 weeks. We're going to read the lease, and you also should add that you and Jay will go and talk to the dealer. That's part of the.
So that is an amendment to Christopher's motion.
Right.
Okay.
We will meet at our next meeting, April 20th, and vote on it. Okay? Is that good to everybody?
Can I second his amended motion?
Yes, you may.
I'm seconding his amended motion, please.
Any further discussion before we vote on it? Okay. All those in favor of the motion that was made, that Mike and Jay are going to talk to the dealer during the next 2 weeks, and we are going to reread or read for the first time the whole lease, and we will discuss that at our April 20th meeting and make a final vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chris?
Marion,
Yes.
I'm the road commissioner. Whatever I say doesn't mean shit. Thank you very much. I'm all done.
Are you going to vote?
No, I'm not going to vote.
Well, Chris, we had your motion, And we added to it that we were going to read over the lease during the next 2 weeks. And Jay, okay, and Jay and Mike will go and speak to the dealer, and then we will come back and discuss everything that was found out and what we read, and then we'll vote on it next time. Are you willing to vote on that, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Okay. We don't know, we have to find out.
We can't hear you out here in Zoom land, folks. Just saying.
It's really frustrating because you guys need to project your voices.
Would you have everybody on Zoom? No.
Next time we need to get a microphone on that table.
Right.
And then we come up with this, but I mean, we're doing a whole freaking agenda to try and bunch of it. I don't think we're not supposed to be hanging around together. We shouldn't be hanging around. And then we're yelling.
Mike, can you lean forward?
I said, I don't really like this whole TV deal, you know, because we're not supposed to be hanging out, and now we're having to yell at the top of our damn lungs so you can get it so everybody can hear me. I said at our last meeting, the only thing we was really going to be doing was
pay orders.
To do the pay order. This is turning into a full meeting.
Yeah, because we found out about this deadline, which you, the ones who pointed out to us, thanks, which was great.
Which I think probably would get totally handled, you know, on the side. I don't know, but it's.
How would you handle it?
Marion.
Yes, Chris.
I agree with Mike 100%. And this is a bunch of BS, having a big blowout meeting. And I disagree with it. We voted not to do it. And Mike's 100% right.
We voted not to do what?
Have regular meetings. It was just supposed to be Mike and I getting together to do pay orders. Because we're really not supposed to be hanging out with each other around a table.
Right. No, I understand that, but
people don't like the Zoom meetings, which is frustrating because we can't hear everything. However,
you guys hear each other all right?
There's still
oh yeah.
We need a microphone on the table.
I can hear Shelley and Christopher clear.
So if we were all, then it would be easier.
Right.
Yes.
Then we have to, what we have to do.
Well, you have to have two people come in and do the pay order.
And that's supposed to be myself and Mike, so that's fine too. I could also do a Zoom meeting in another room at the town office with my laptop, so that's fine too. It's all good, but I think we need to start wrapping this up and moving along so that we can get all of our business done. And
Fine with me.
All right.
Everybody got a letter, I think, by an email from the letter that Bob Fisher wrote a letter regarding the select board to follow the oath of office, particularly about when to do that we cannot change things. Please read that letter. We can go into correspondence.
have we all read that letter? Do we need to make a motion or anything to accept his guidance? And
I haven't read it because I got it late this afternoon.
We didn't get it on Wednesday last week when I sent the agenda.
Yeah, I was here when she sent it out.
Oh, I didn't get it. Sorry. I just saw it this afternoon.
Yeah, I was sitting with Winetta when she mailed those out last week.
I personally do not think that this is an emergency that we need to deal with this evening.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay, I have an executive session. and Angela going to be doing pay orders, so we can adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll be in touch about how to do this on April 20th.
Then the special educator might have a small group or a one-on-one later on. with those students. We've been worried about burnout, both for teachers and for families. So as of the week after break, new learning will be assigned Mondays through Thursdays, with Friday a day for students to catch up, take a break, do outside projects or family time, and teachers will have that day for planning, collaborating, and we'll have some professional development activities. Paras have been doing a wide variety of activities. The majority of the food preparation and delivery has been done by paras. We also have paras doing wellness checks for families. Some are reading stories, some are sitting in classes. And then Greg Stoller has been doing some research on professional development for paras. That's still a work in progress, but some of the PD that he's looking at for paras includes trauma-informed practices, things that will certainly be useful next year as well. We're still working on a few things: attendance, feedback for families. Let's see, just always reassessing what we're doing. Just so you all know, end of year guidance is still being developed at the state level. We still don't know, not a specific end date yet. We don't know anything about graduation if you have kids at the high school. Spring sports still hasn't been determined. So all of that is still to be determined. So I think that's good for now.
All right. And I do see the email, so I will send it to everybody on the board. Any questions for Lyle on all of that? That was a lot of information.
So
Walter?
There's no plan like in other districts to furlough paraprofessionals?
No, not at this time. No, so far, actually, it's pretty much all paras that are doing the food prep and delivery. And at this point, even the paras that have a reason not to go into a building to do work because they check any of the boxes, have been willing to step up and do other types of things like those that I listed.
Any other questions?
I think Hannah's talking, but we can't hear her.
Oh yeah, Hannah.
Okay. So I have a question, and it may fall under the end date or the still working on category, but is the assumption that provided that the kids attend all their classes, you have the attendance piece figured out, that they're going to keep on, or is there going to be some evaluatory measure taken? What does that look like?
So right now, we're still working on attendance. Teachers are going to be taking attendance. We are supposed to show that we have 50% of our student body in attendance every day in order for it to count as a day for us. We're assuming that kids are in attendance unless for some reason they turn in no work, or so everybody right now we're considering as being part of the day. That parents and students when they get a little older, we assume that they can take care of their own getting in touch with their teachers. But that's one of the, I talked about the app where teachers can just text. And it could be something as simple as I'm texting everybody in my class today, and as long as I hear back from the family, then that family is considered in attendance for that day. We have, as far as I've heard, we're still going to have to put in 175 days. So we will still go pretty close to the June date that we had originally set.
Okay, so my bigger part of that question was, will there be any testing of the kids as far as, I mean, I understand that everyone's going to be behind to a certain extent. Is there any chance that kids will be in a position to be staying back? Or I don't know if you can speak to that. Or...
don't imagine if any kid were to be considered to be staying back, those conversations would have happened well before we closed. So
Okay.
anyone that's been, up to that point of closure, as long as they're trying to do some work and continue with some sort of educational activities, they would not be staying back.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? All right, Mary, you want to give us a rundown of your?
Sure, thanks. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I was kind of following along with Lyle, so I'm going to try not to be redundant, but to kind of go off of what Lyle was just talking about, and to Hannah's point, it's been about balance. I've had a lot of questions from faculty and a lot of questions from parents about, what's like mandatory and required and like what's next. I can't say enough about how hard our faculty is working between, food distribution, checking on social and emotional and just in general wellness, and are your needs being met from the health office, from the guidance office, from non-classroom teacher faculty members. I know Don Grove has been an amazing tech support person, in addition to Gary Parzik, and the Office of Curriculum Assessment is doing grade level meetings with classroom teachers and is going to extend that work to other teachers like music and art teachers in the coming weeks. But in terms of instruction, we're building the plane while we fly it, and nobody thought that this was a good idea to do with 6-year-olds. And so it's just sort of a matter of trying to have the dialogue open between faculty and families. And, I've talked to faculty about, if you have 3 kids and the parent of your kiddos have 3 kids, like think about it through that lens, just how much is going on, and maybe both parents are working or parents are dealing with the stress of not working right now. So we're really just trying to be flexible and listen to each other as much as possible right now. And I've just been so proud of the work that our faculty is doing. We had, some of you might have seen in the Reformer, and Martin Langenfeld picked it up. We did a little parade through town. That was one of the better things that's happened in the past couple weeks, just because it was nice to see kids' faces. And so I was glad that we did that. And I'm staying connected with some other stakeholders in the Vernon community, select board, emergency management, fire, sheriff's office, to skip sleeper over at Vernon Green to try to see, what are the community needs, what is everybody hearing, and I've been sort of giving a school report back to those folks. Nothing in particular that's needed right now or that's going on that I need to share, but it's nice to feel connected in that way to other Vernon folks. Our maintenance staff continues to be in the building, continues to be working very hard, doing a balance of making sure we're cleaning, but also and keeping clean and keeping the protocols in place, but also thinking about some summer work that could happen now while the building is, like, for example, they moved the bleachers the other day and did some cleaning and painting in the gym. Yeah, I mean, we miss our kids. We miss seeing each other in person. It's hard, but I think that the faculty is reaching out to each other and reaching out to their colleagues in other schools. And I hope that parents are feeling supported, because we know this is hard. So yeah, we're doing okay.
Any questions for Mary? Carrie?
Are there any teachers or any of the faculty that are having any that need help right now, that just need assistance with anything? Maybe if we need volunteers for any of that, just wondering.
Yeah, that's really kind. I'll pass that along and find out. I haven't found out about specific things. I think it's just a general feeling. I think a lot of people's first instinct was, my students aren't with me and I want to do everything I can for them, but I'm not sure what that looks like right now. And so it's been a little bit of a, kind of waves. But I will certainly reach out and see if there is anything that's needed. I know that we've made sure that employees know about EAP, the Employee Assistance Program, where you can kind of get some different support. I think we've reached out to each other. I know that parents have been, I think, pretty supportive of teachers and asking that question, Carrie, so I appreciate that. So I can report back at our next meeting, but there's nothing that I can think of right now. Thanks.
Other questions for Mary or Lyle? Well, thank you guys for everything you are doing. I think I used this analogy at another meeting where you guys really look like swans on a lake because everything seems seamless and effortless, but I am sure underneath you are all going crazy. So thank you for, yeah, you gotta be going nuts there. So thank you. And it just seems like things are moving, and I hear my kids up on their computers every day. They had a Beams after school program today, which I thought was fun. I'm like, they're going, no, we have after school. I'm like, okay. So it is amazing what is being done. All right, so certified staff master agreement. Lyle, you want to fill us in on this?
Sure. So we had come to an agreement with the certified staff, actually both classified and certified, but classified does not pertain to Vernon. You have your own classified staff agreement. So on March 17th, the WSESU board and the WSESD board agreed to ratify the staff certified staff agreement. Reviewed, Frank Rucker and I reviewed sort of the process that we went through, highlighting any major changes, of which language there are not, I would say not huge changes, things that we've been talking about over the past few years, just looking ahead to this round of agreement. So there was not a huge number of changes that we talked about that I can remember. Everything, let's see, we're still working on some language around announced and unannounced, but that's still to be determined because we're in a grievance session for that, so I can't really talk much about that. There was some language changes around sabbaticals. Don't remember other major. I've got some union people here. I don't know, Scott, can you think of any other major language changes? I don't think of any myself.
No, I don't think there's any major language changes that you've left out, Lyle.
The only thing I can think of is just the health insurance changing to the state and how that, you know.
Right, which we had really no, I mean, that wasn't even on the table to negotiate because the state had determined that ahead of time.
So tell me where we are now. What are we looking to do? And I know David was trying to, I think, hit a pause button.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why. Right now, what you need to do is ensure that you're the last ones to make sure that it's ratified. The other two boards have done it. You're the last one to do it. I don't think of any reason why you wouldn't do that. I know that there are some concerns about what budgets are going to look like with people having lost wages because of unemployment and layoffs, etc. But I do think that principals are looking at that and knowing that we have to be very thoughtful about moving forward with budgeting. And Mary and I had a conversation. We've had more than one, but we had another one today. So we need to think about very carefully about what budgets can bear. Thursday, I was at a session with the Joint Fiscal Office at the legislature, and they're projecting deficits. Frank's working on where everyone is. So I don't think that there's any reason that you wouldn't ratify this contract. because I don't know that there's anything, how it would impact you negatively. I mean, you've actually passed a budget down there. So
Yeah.
you're better off than most. Go ahead. Sorry, Mary.
No, I'm sorry. Is it, and stop me if this is not appropriate, but you know, I think we have members of the EA here, and maybe if other folks need to speak to anything, but I know that the leadership of the EA and Lyle and Frank have worked pretty hard to kind of put this together. And, you know, just if I can advocate as a building principal that right now faculty, as I said, is working really hard. And I think, you know, if there's a lot of uncertainties out there with this whole new thing we're doing, and I think if we can provide a level of certainty by moving forward with this master agreement that's been negotiated, I think that's important right now for, you know, our faculty that's working so hard.
I agree.
Scott, Molly, did anyone want to add anything to this discussion? Or board members, do you have questions? Why don't we start with questions from board members? And if there aren't any.
So the details of the agreement have not been made public yet?
Correct.
So when do the details of the agreement, when would they be made public?
After everybody's agreed to and ratified. Barb's working on the language changes right now. So when Vernon ratifies, then we'll be able to make that public.
So we're not obligated to know what's in there before we vote yes on it?
Yes, if you have specific questions, something that I haven't answered, then yes, I would say that you would want to ask that question now.
No, it's more philosophical than anything else.
Nope, absolutely. This is your chance to find that out.
Would we need to go into executive session, or is that not needed?
At this point, I don't think so. All along, I've been trying to give you some updates about where we are in executive session. And then I think Frank came one evening to talk a little bit about the finances in executive session. So at this point, I don't believe that executive session would be needed.
Okay.
We're not talking about, I mean, if somebody asks a question and I might say, whoa, let's wait, let's go into executive session for that.
Okay.
But I don't see any reason why.
Okay. Scott, you had something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Carrie. On the behalf of Wyndham Southeast Education Association, I would like to encourage you to approve this tentative agreement. This tentative agreement is, you know, the result of about 5-6 months of hard work between Lyle, Frank, Peggy Maxiel, and Peter Canizero. As Lyle has already said, the SD and SU boards have already approved this. I haven't had a chance to check in with Norm Bartlett, our UNICERV director, or with the Vermont NEA legal team, but I have talked to Peggy Maxfield, and her take is that, no, your vote tonight only applies to your certified staff. It wouldn't apply to your special educators in Vernon because the SU board has already approved it. As Lyle already mentioned, it wouldn't apply to your support staff because the support staff is not part of our bargaining unit. You know, but we'd like to see all our certified staff, you know, in the entire district, you know, benefiting from this tentative agreement, which we feel is fair.
Other questions or concerns at all? Did any, I think I sent around, or I'm hoping I did, the joint fiscal office incredibly depressing outlook. If you have an extra hour, watch the webinar. I feel like we're going to be, and maybe this is at our next meeting if Frank is able to join us. I guess my personal belief is we're going to be okay to finish out this school year. I think the next school year is where things are going to get really tough. I'm hoping that everyone is back in the classroom and back teaching, and back doing all of the wonderful things that they do for our kids. I worry about property taxes. I worry about the education fund. We are lucky that we have a budget that was passed by our town. But it's going to be a really tough town meeting next year because we've got to figure out a way to make this sustainable in times when everyone's personal finances are probably less than sustainable. So Molly, do you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to speak also maybe a little bit philosophically, as Walter used that term earlier. I guess I just am sitting here coming off the last 4 weeks as an educator and thinking about what Lyle said earlier, what Mary said earlier. I really have just been phenomenally moved and impressed by the professionalism and the commitment and the energy, frankly, the creative energy of our staff in the district, the whole district wide, but Vernon, of course, as well, you know, as part of that district. And I guess I feel like this is an agreement that was argued in good faith. And I would agree with you, Carrie, that what's coming down the pike is not going to be a pretty picture and have a lot of challenges. And I would encourage you to see the staff and the teaching staff as your teammates in that challenge. And I think the way to do that is to join with teachers in this agreement that's been argued in good faith, and then work collectively to do creative problem solving. Because what I've seen in the last 4 weeks has just blown my mind, the kind of creative problem solving and the kind of just tremendous growth that the teachers in this district are capable of doing, of just jumping, as somebody already said, onto I think Mary, onto a plane that's in construction and like being less than half a step ahead of where that plane is going, but making it happen. And so the challenges that we have coming down the road to us, I think will be best met if we're collectively together facing them. And I think the ratification of this contract is the first step in that direction, because it's already been argued in good faith, and you know, both the other boards have already approved it, and I think we can face the challenges together. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Henry? Are you unmuted?
I am unmuting. Thank you. Sorry. So I'm the VP for the high school and for the union for the high school and the middle school. And I just wanted to echo a bit what Molly said. It's been kind of amazing to me, the amount of work that's been put in by the teachers to really adjust full stop and keep the ship kind of afloat in these times. And yeah, I would just encourage you guys to think about the long-term consequences of supporting these people that are teaching in the district. Are not only teachers, but they're also salary earners. They're also people that are going to be contributing to the economy. I teach economics at the high school, and so just from an economics point of view, the more people that are employed and have money to spend and to be active agents in the economy, the stronger it will be. And so teachers are, as we all are, deserve food, clothing, and shelter as basic necessities, and the more people that have good paying jobs, and it helps our students, it helps the staff that help the students, and so there's what's called a multiplier effect. So the more people that are employed in good paying jobs, it'll actually help the economy recover when that time comes, which is hopefully sooner rather than later. So I just want to echo the other union members in saying that I think it's I strongly want to encourage you to vote to ratify, and I think we'll be seeing more help from the state and the national government, hopefully, to support us in the crisis too. So I'm assuming the crisis won't be quite as bad as the projections for the Ed Fund won't be quite as bad as they seem right now, because I think there's future legislative action that's going to take place too. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Oh, Hannah.
I'm muting. Okay, there I am. No, I just would like to encourage us to move forward with accepting it. I think this has been a long process, and I feel like they've done their due diligence on it. And I think we would have supported it all their efforts prior to this. And I think that that probably won't change in light of this, and that it's the security blanket that folks need right now. And it's extending the olive branch to our educators that are working so hard. So I would encourage us to support it at this point.
Anybody else? Questions? Or Hannah, would you like to make a motion?
I can. Chad, do you have any feedback? I'm surprised you didn't do it.
I'm pretty quiet tonight, and I don't have any feedback on this necessarily. I think it's the right move to move forward and support this this contract given our situation.
Okay, then I would like to go ahead and move that we. How would we do this? That we approve the contract.
Okay, certified
as
master agreement.
Can we approve the certified master agreement that's been proposed?
Is there a second?
I second.
Sorry,
Chad.
can I make a suggestion that you put ratify in there somewhere?
Oh, ratify?
Yes.
Okay. Friendly amendment?
Walter's on it.
Thank you, Walter.
He's nodding.
It's in there, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion on this? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor of ratifying the certified staff master agreement, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Hearing none. That is done. Yeah. Everyone applaud. Oh, Scott?
I would just like to say again, on behalf of the WSEA, we thank you for your unanimous support. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate it. And if you want to see a really cool little applause symbol on Zoom, you can go down to the bottom right-hand part of the bar where it says reactions and put that cute little clap.
Oh, I like that. Well, people are clapping and I got a thumbs up. That's just, my kids are going to have to teach me how to do that. I can't handle it right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so I think our final thing tonight is agenda items for the next meeting.
So you had said something about Frank. Can you tell me exactly what that was so that I can make sure
I guess it's more of the, having watched that really depressing webinar.
Yep. Yep.
It's, I'm one of those people who prefers knowing the whole story. I'd rather be told worst case, best case, and then know it falls somewhere in between.
Okay.
And I guess it's one of those, the earlier we know what options we might have, the better. Hopefully no options are necessary. Hopefully come September, everybody is back in the building and we figure it out. You know, hopefully, I guess my bigger concern right now for Vernon is the town going to be able to make their payment to the Ed Fund?
Yep.
Because they have to. I think my other concern is if they can't make it, we're in a really good spot right now. I feel like town and school are working really well together. That hasn't always been the case in Vernon. There have been times when town and school have clashed. We are working really well right now, and I just am fearful of if the town says they can't make the payment, is it going to set us up for new fighting? You know,
Yep.
There's a lot of personalities involved, and right now everybody's playing nice, but this could turn not so nice.
Okay. So one of the things that Mary and I had talked about today was she does have classroom teachers, and I don't know if you have them tonight, Mary, that you want to bring to the, yes, you do. Okay. But we did talk about holding off on the new positions that were in the budget until after Frank can meet with you, talk about that. I'm meeting with outlying town principals and Frank tomorrow to look at some numbers to see where that, if that'll help, where that will help, how much that will help. So, so just so you know that we have decided to just hold off on the new positions. If you say no, go ahead and hire them, we will. But at this point, it seemed prudent to hold off on new positions, and rather than wait until we get to a place where we have to say, wait a minute, we need to riff a certain number. So that's where we are.
Okay, that seems, I think being prudent right now is a new watchword.
Okay. I do think Mary had some new hires to bring to the table.
Is that something we could put on the next agenda?
I would urge you to listen to see if you could do that tonight if she has candidates, just because I don't want to lose good candidates. If she has.
Okay, this is not the new positions.
No. This is replacement for people that are retiring or resigning.
Gotcha. Mary, take it away.
Thanks for your time. Yeah, I had the opportunity with a panel of teachers to do this Brady Bunch thing and speak to some individuals last week. And I have, I could email the board. I thought about emailing it ahead of time, but I didn't know if I should. Sorry if I goofed by not emailing ahead of time, but I have resumes and cover letters for these individuals. So I'm just going to do a quick pause before I speak and email those to the board real quick, if that's okay. And I can't do two things at once. I'm sorry. It's like walking and chewing gum. But then I can kind of speak to their attributes. Carrie, Hannah, Jim. Okay.
It is pouring out.
It is really, really raining out. There's no kidding today. Okay, so I just sent the email to you, and I have 3 candidates for open positions in first grade, second grade, and fourth grade for next year. I haven't done this in a minute. I'm feeling a little strange because I'm online here. But essentially, we were incredibly impressed by all 3 of these individuals. All of them have some experience, certainly not the same level of experience as the ladies for whom they will be filling their shoes. They're 6 big shoes to fill, as you know. But these individuals have teaching experience, have experience near or at the grade level that we would be putting them in. All of their references I spoke to speak effusively about them. I would urge the board to accept, and I can go through one at a time, the 3 individuals. My recommendation to hire these 3 as one in particular, when I spoke to their supervisor, was looking for a way to keep them, so to speak. So I think there is a sense of urgency that we might lose one in particular that was very impressive if we wait. So I don't know if you want to take a minute to take a look, if you want me to kind of talk about these folks, what's helpful to you?
I mean, you want to just give us a quick rundown on each one? What is it that captivated you with them,
Yeah. So Katie Costa is coming to us originally from Rhode Island. She is currently at Newbrook Elementary School. She kind of came in at the last minute and then was moved over at the last minute when there were urgent needs. Her supervisors and colleagues said she is incredibly tech savvy, is a really well-rounded teacher, responds really well to supervision and collaborates well, and can kind of go in a lot of different directions, but also is a very gifted teacher in her own right. She was incredibly energetic and seems like a person who is really going to be a great team member. Our panel was really impressed with all 3 folks that we talked to. Next, Ashley Perkins. She is a person who is originally from the area and is hoping to relocate. back to be closer to family. She's currently a successful grade level teacher up north, and her colleagues and her supervisor, again, I think the language they used was, "We'd be wicked sad to see her go." She's been a great colleague, great employee. Talked about her sort of creativity and ability to work on a grade level team, but also on her own, and just kind and easy to work with. And finally, Amy Tibbetts is probably the most licensed, or the most experienced of the three. Not quite as experienced as I said, as the shoes were filling, but someone who, again, their supervisor and their colleagues said, "We'd be very sad to lose them," but understanding of the desire for the move, you know, kind of what's best for her, what's best for family. But she really spoke about getting to know each and every child and getting to know each and every family, and really deeply understanding the social and emotional needs as well as the academic needs of all students in a way that was very impressive, and definitely sat really well with all of the panel. We were incredibly impressed by all three of these women.
Any questions for Mary? They look great. You're building a really good team.
Well, we had pretty good work to start with.
Yeah, we've got a great team, but I feel like this is awesome. All right, if no questions, I move that we take the recommendation of the principal and hire the three individuals. Walter, you can make that sound pretty.
And Walter, if you need for the notes which position and which person, I can do that for you too.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. That would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So Ashley Perkins, 4th grade, Katie Costa, 1st grade, and Amy Tibbetts, 2nd grade for the 2021 school year. Wow.
Thank you.
Sounds like space age date.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I second that. Chad seconds it.
Thanks, Chad. All right. Any final questions? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion as stated? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Hire them.
Great.
Get them in now.
I'll put that out to the staff tomorrow, and I'll let those folks know. And also, I did let the candidates know that, you know, it was pending board recommendation, and also that it might take a little bit more time than usual with, you know, things as they are, to talk with HR and things like that. So they'll be happy to hear that. Thanks.
You're welcome. Oh, Hannah?
Can I just ask a quick question? I'm just curious, how deep was your candidate pool, just out of curiosity? Did we have much interest?
I think we had about 16.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Great.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. All right. Anything else anybody has? So I think, you know, next time we'll probably have warrants and all. And Lyle, is Heller in the office? Do I need to go in and sign, or? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Yeah, you probably should email her and ask her the easiest way. There is somebody there all the time.
Okay.
But we're careful about who's in what office when and how long and that type of thing. So yeah, if you email Heller, she'll let you know the best way to get those signed.
Okay. Anything else from anybody? But maybe next we'll have a conversation about finances. And
I'll make sure Frank is able to be here. It's 27th. Right?
Yeah, real quick, Carrie, if I can. This is Chad. Certainly unprecedented times we're in, right? I mean, it's odd having the Zoom meetings and not being able to see face to face, sit across from the table, and really kind of come to grips with what we're facing. But it feels good to me. You know, obviously, I had a chance to read the email that Mary sent us on these applications, but to have the full trust in Mary and Lyle and the SU it makes me feel good, as a parent, as a taxpayer, as a school board member, and certainly appreciate the efforts everybody's going through. It's just incredible, and I feel good knowing that the school and the SU is in good hands, and we'll work through this. So certainly, I'm sitting here a little bit back, going, I wish there was more I could do. I wish I could support this. I wish I could support that. Wish I could go sit across with somebody at a desk and say, hey, what can I do to help? But certainly keep me in mind, and I'm here kind of waiting. So I'd just like to say thank you.
Thank you, Chad. That was very nice.
All right. Well, Hannah.
I just wanted to say something real quick too. I just wanted to give you guys feedback on the parent end with regards to the home educating and all of that and the food distribution. I think in general, and Carrie can correct me if I'm wrong, I think in general parents have been feeling much more supported over the last 2 weeks than they were initially. And I think that they are finally getting into the groove and finding what's right for their family, but also really getting the support from the teachers to say, do as much as you can, but don't overdo it, because for some folks, a little bit is too much. And I think it's really cool that the teachers seem to be getting that support from you all on down, so that they can do with what they're comfortable with, and the families can do what they're comfortable with. Because I think that we need to make sure people are of sound mind so they can be of sound health as well. And I think it's great that you guys have been able to offer that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
And one last thing, sorry, it's Chad. This is our first meeting with Carrie Sparks in attendance, so I just want to say welcome. Love having you here. I look forward to future meetings down the road. We can sit down across the table, and but again, I just want to say welcome.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I signed in under my son's name. I just realized that after we said that.
Well, that way we won't have the confusion of Carrie and Carrie. So
Okay. Carrie and Brady.
Yes.
Sparks, it's all good.
Carrie's new Carrie. I'm old Carrie. I'm like,
Well, I'm really excited to be a part of the team, and coming into this right now, obviously it's all different for all of us, so kind of works.
Yep.
I'm impressed. We actually did this quite well. I can't say that there were Mrs. Kunkel's waiting to get in.
Oh.
We can all say hi to Mrs. Kunkel.
Nice.
Hi, bye.
Mrs. Kunkel.
Hey.
Everyone wave at Kim. Oh, Kim.
Oh, there it goes.
So Kim, we're actually done now, so sorry. Anything else before we adjourn?
I just have to say I agree with Hannah about the parent end of things. I know.
How old are your kids?
So 8 and 10, so 2nd grade and 5th grade.
Okay.
And it's been the greatest part about it has been, like, if I'm struggling, there's no stress put on me at all from the teachers. We're all working together, and they've been so helpful. So it's been great, honestly. My kids don't really want to do much, but that's besides the point. So I just wanted to say I agree with Hannah's statements that she made earlier as well.
Good. No, I have not heard anything. I thought the parade was fabulous. I hope you guys maybe do that again. I mean, I was amazed to see so many people lining my road. And it was nice seeing teachers. So
my kids were waterworks after.
Oh,
your kids weren't the only one. I had like a whole box of
It
tissues.
was a sort of love-hate thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I hope the kids couldn't see me. I was like, and everybody, I just miss you. Yeah.
oh, all right. Well, if there's nothing else, would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second. Sorry, it took me a while to get my mute off.
I like this function.
We're gonna let Hannah run the Zoom meetings because
can we adopt this post Zoom?
You guys are even like this way on Zoom meetings. I love it. All right, all those in favor of adjourning? Aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed or abstentions? Well, thank you, everybody, and
Thanks, Carrie.
Thanks.
we'll only have to do this a few more times before we can get back into the school.
That'll be great.
Right.
Good night.
Thank
Night,
you.
everybody.
Bye.
Thank you for including us too.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. This was our best attended meeting ever.
So thanks everyone for gathering. For those who are watching on the YouTube channel, we apologize for getting started 8 or 9 minutes late. We've just been waiting for the commissioner to be able to join us, having a tiny a video issue, and we thought it would be most helpful for us and for anyone watching to be able to both hear and see the commissioner. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern. Yes, and he's connecting to audio. All right.
Yes, okay.
Welcome.
I'm back. Thank you.
Great. So, Commissioner, we've been holding down the fort here while you've rebooted. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We were hoping, the speaker and I had spoken with the governor. We knew that you guys were going to be announcing some new efforts to help ease the crush of UI applications and the new federal program. And today was the day that made sense to have you come on and give us some updates. So I think if you can begin by providing the broad overview of what, where you see things now, what the new strategies you hope are going to achieve, and then we'll open it up to questions from the committee.
Absolutely. So first, for the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner, Vermont Department of Labor. Let me just first start by saying thank you to everybody on this call and even the members that are not on this call. I think I personally have received tremendous support from each of you in terms of just patience and understanding, but also in wanting to help and letting me know that you're here to help. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. We certainly, like you said, have had a crushing few weeks here. We've processed about 65,000 individual claims or opened claims. And then the number of weekly benefits we issue grows each week with that. Our biggest issue right now, if I were to ask each of you, I can imagine that what you're hearing from your constituents is that they can't get through to the department. And they can't get through because everybody's trying to get through at the same time. The reason they need to get through to us is because about 1 in every 2 claims, so about 50% of the claims that are processed have what we call a stop payment issue attached to them. And that could be for a variety of reasons. It's a checks and balance as part of the federal program that this happens. And so during normal times, it works well to make sure that people those people who are truly deserving of benefits are getting benefits. But in a time like COVID-19, it just quickly overwhelms the department with the number of claims that have issues attached to them. So from that perspective, we have, while at face value, the symptom everybody is seeing is that they can't get through to the call center, they can't get through to somebody to talk to them. The root cause of that issue is because there's an issue on their claim and they're not getting paid. And so we've got a number of different things that we're working on, strategies we're deploying to really shift our focus to clearing issues, which will in turn lessen the number of people who have to actually call or contact the department. Because the more issues we clear, the more people will get paid, or the more people themselves will be paid. So we've done a couple of different things just in the past couple of days, and we've got a couple more coming on. One is, you've probably heard me talk about soliciting proposals for a third-party vendor solution to provide additional call service. On one hand, this will bolster our call service. On the other hand, what it does is allow the vendor to provide the tier 1 service while taking our most experienced staff that right now are on the call lines 10 hours a day or whatever, and redirect them to issues clearing. So we can immediately say, we're going to take the 25 people or 30 people who are answering calls right now, we're going to turn them over to clearing issues. And by doing that, the call volume will drop. So there's twofold with bringing on that vendor. Another thing we're doing, and I announced it today, is, and this is voluntary, but asking people to go to an alphabetized calling and filing schedule. Unlike other states, we're simply just asking this to balance the load out. So what happens is, for instance, the first day you can file your weekly claim is Sunday. And our system, on Sunday, you can imagine everybody tries to file and the system crashes. So what we're asking people to do is, whether you're calling the claim center or you're filing a claim, we're just trying to balance that load out over the week. If someone calls and they don't have the right last name for the day, we're not going to tell them no. And we're not going to tell them to call back a different time. This is purely voluntary, and we're simply asking the public to help us so we can better help you. The other piece is, we've started to launch these special teams, we're calling them, and they are just work groups that consist of some workforce development folks. They consist of some tax department folks. They're going to consist of some additional folks from DMV eventually. And again, their focus is going to be on those issues clearing. So we're training these staff up to be able to remote into our mainframe, take a batch of issues, and be able to clear those issues. So again, our number one priority right now is issues clearing, because that's what's causing people to have to call. The biggest concern right now that I have is the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, which we're talking about rolling out over the next 2 weeks. There'll be a phase 1, which is the application process. Then the phase 2 is the actual claims processing and payment process. But as soon as we open that door, I mean, we're probably looking at roughly 40 to 50,000 additional claims that are going to come in from independent contractors, sole proprietors, and so on. So that's my biggest concern. Just again, because all those claims will again have issues attached to them. So making sure we've got the staff trained and committed to doing issues clearing will keep the volume on the lines down. So that's kind of a brief overview of where we're at. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we do have a number of people that we're gearing up, including some staff at the governor's office, to be able to access our mainframe and clear constituent issues as they come in. Many of you have emailed me and copied one of my assistants, Amanda, and we're having Amanda get trained in how to access the mainframe system and clear issues, so that we're not just passing them on down the road to someone else to clear, and that should help with timeliness as well. just so people know, there's the $600 we get a lot of questions on. Those payments started going out this week. I think in total, and I'll pull up the number here, in total, we have issued we've issued about 41,000 payments, and to the tune of about $25.8 million. Again, we update that on a daily basis, but we're also tracking how much we're putting out week to week as well. Again, those numbers will rise just as initial claims gets processed and people start filing their weekly claims. But that will increase our, just so the committee is aware, our trust fund balance as of yesterday was $486.6 million. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you, Commissioner, can you begin by the third-party vendor solicitation? Can you just say something about the timing of both the selection and then when it will actually help lighten the load for the department?
Yeah, so we're expediting it, although, there was question early on about, do we do a sole source bid or a expedited bid process? To make sure we were eligible for FEMA money, we did have to go through a bid process. And so I believe that the bid request will be going out today, hopefully, if not first thing Monday, but I think we'd like to get it out today. And then we'll look for a few-day turnaround and selection. I do know, one of the bidders is likely to be someone who already provides call center service to the state of Vermont right now. So that may be an expedited process depending. I think we would love to have a call center stood up. So part of it is the contracting, which is, relatively insignificant. The other part is the technology piece. And then the third piece is the education and training, or the rules generation for the logic, if you will, for how the call center staff will process claims. But I think we would like to have something up for the week of the 20th.
And then one last one before I open it up. When you described trying to train some of the people either in the governor's office or some of your more policy staff in how to address some of these cases, it raises the question for me of the large state workforce who are working remotely, some of whom have work responsibilities which have died down because people aren't filing permits or doing a lot of other things. Can you just say the extent to which the normal labor staff has already been supplemented by additional state workers before having to turn to a outside vendor?
So it's gone up and down over time depending on availability. It also has to be people who have access and are knowledgeable about computer systems. And I would also say that in ideal circumstances, it's helpful to have somebody who has unemployment insurance knowledge. So for instance, part of the reason tax was so appealing to us to reach out to them was because many of the tax professionals that are over there came from the unemployment insurance division. I think we can continue to lean on state staff, and I think we will, to get through these issues clearing. There's only so many people we can ramp up at any one time, so you'll see more of a phased approach. We also we're seeing again that shift from the people who are handling initial claims calls, which have gone down, now switch to issues clearing. So I think we'll continue to reach out to state staff. There's a couple different pieces that run into this. One is they have to be trained, they have to receive some type of security training from the department. They have to have access to our mainframe system. They have to be trained on our mainframe system. They have to understand at least a little bit about unemployment insurance to be able to clear these issues. It's not rocket science. It's just, it does take a little bit of time, especially when everybody is also remote. So now you're also doing a lot of it virtually. And I think we're also, I'm not concerned. I think we're just trying to be mindful and very deliberate about how we give people access to our mainframe system, which also holds a lot of confidential information. So we are also trying to pull on groups of people who already handle personal identifiable information in their regular jobs already. So that's why you see DMV folks and tax folks are really been the first ones we've leaned on.
Just in terms of scale, though, how many additional people have been brought to join the normal Department of Labor?
Sure. So we probably ended up with around 20 to 25 people through GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont. We then added somewhere between 8 and 10 DMV staff. We'll have another 9 tax staff that start on Monday, and we have 17 workforce development staff that started today. That's on top of essentially taking every other function that we do in UI and dedicating our full UI staff to both calls and issues. So some of those are focused on typically on the tax side or the auditing side. Those people are shifting over to claims and issues clearing. We have some of our finance staff, and we also have had some additional workforce development staff from the beginning who came from UI. So it was really easy to just give them access again and get them working. So I would say we, in total, we probably have close to 50 or 60 people who are working on this, and we'll continue to add these specialty teams ongoing.
So if committee members and Marcotte and Sorokin, anybody who has questions, just if I can visually see your hand, I will take it in order. Senator Ballant, then Johnson, then Sorokin, then Long.
Commissioner, thanks for spending some time with us.
Absolutely. I have to apologize. I think I have an email in my inbox that I owe you a response on. So.
That's all right. I know you're putting out fires. In addition to not being able to get through, the other issue that we're hearing about is the issue of the Social Security numbers. And so many people are saying, I filed all the paperwork, I thought everything was fine. Then I got a letter saying my claim can't be processed because they can't find my Social Security number. And so I'm just wondering, I've been telling them that it's a glitch in the system because it's happening so much, it can't possibly be particular to that person's Social Security number. But I'd love to know if we could get a little bit more information about why that's happening and how quickly that will be resolved, if you know.
So yeah, so there's I don't know if it's a glitch. I think what we're trying to discern, because it happens a number of different ways, is that so if someone is determined to be not monetarily eligible and then they try to log into the system, it's not going to have them in the system. That's one thing. If they have an issue on their account, they're not going to be able to log in with their Social Security number. So I think part of what's happening is it's not that the letter they're receiving, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not that the letter we're receiving is that your Social Security number can't be found. They're getting a letter that says there's an issue on your claim. And then I believe what is happening is they're going to the claimant portal and they're trying to log into the claimant portal, and it's saying, we can't find your Social Security number. And at least that's what we're hearing. And part of that is because their claim is not fully processed yet. So again, that's where if we can clear some of these issues, yeah. Then they populate into the system and they start getting their weekly benefit amount, and then they can log in with their Social Security. So it's not, that's what I'm hearing is the biggest issue right now.
And that's why they need to speak with someone to clear that up before they can get to the next step.
Yeah, so let me give you an example. One of the special teams that we're starting on Monday, so the GMP number that people are calling, we're calling it a supplemental number. they were originally getting predominantly, I need to open my initial claim and I need someone to help me do that. Now they're getting a lot of, probably 60% of the calls they get are, I need to reset my PIN, or the system's not recognizing my social security number, or something like that, right? People are just dialing every number they can find.
Yeah.
So we've got a group of 12 or 15 that will start on Monday on the GMP line, where the GMP folks can literally pass those people on. But when you dial our supplemental line, it'll say, to open a claim, press 1, to reset your PIN, clear an issue, get the status of your claim, press 2. And now we've got people who are able to handle that issue there.
Okay.
We also, what happens is we've got other issues and we divvy those out to the various teams of people, and they literally start calling the people on the sheet and say, I see, for example, one big issue we get is, Senator, if your last day of work was Tuesday of this week and you filed your initial claim on Wednesday, then when you go to file your weekly claim the following week, when we ask you, did you earn any wages day by day and did you work any hours day by day, people are just either leaving it blank or putting in zeros across the board. And the system is smart enough to say, wait a minute, you told me your last day of work was Tuesday, so you should have had hours and wages for Monday and Tuesday, and you shouldn't be reporting zeros, right? So it immediately sets it aside as what we call as an 81 issue, right? So we're giving this batch of 81 issues to this team of people, and they're literally calling people up and saying, hey, I see you got an issue on your claim. Let me solve this claim, and if you missed a week, let me go back and fix that claim too. So they're fixing every issue that's on the account.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, there's a slew of questions that came from House members, but while we're on some of these first-time filers, because I think, people are, as you well know, really panicked about not having any income, about not being able to buy groceries, pay for bills. And I know you appreciate that. It's a concern we all have to make sure that everybody's stable and has what they need during this time. But this issue with PINs, if we're getting multiple messages that saying they've been trying to get through for days, they need a PIN number in order to file an online claim. But so is there a way to get a PIN number online, or does that have to do with the 50% that got tossed into the problems pile?
So again, I think what's happening is someone is getting, so we don't send PINs to people, just so you know. So what happens is you essentially open an account or a profile on the claimant portal and you set up your PIN. And what happened is people aren't able to get in to set up their PIN because there's an issue on their claim. We're also getting some where they need a PIN reset, and we're trying to work through why that is and why there's so many. Short of resetting everybody's PIN, part of that is why we're having this group begin to handle phone calls about PIN resets. But I think what you're hearing about is one symptom. When we actually drill down, we're finding, oh wait, your account had an issue on it, and that's why you weren't able to get in and set up your account or set up your profile, because so they're thinking, well, I just need a PIN and then I can get through, when really it's, nope, you had an issue on your account and you're not even able to set up a PIN yet because we don't have you in the claimant portal system yet as a claimant. But it is something we're hearing a lot about. And as I think pretty much everybody on this committee knows, part of this is how the mainframe has been hard coded over the years. And so it's a COBOL mainframe. We literally have, one person who is really familiar with the system, and he works tirelessly to keep it, one, operational, but two, trying to find workarounds about how do we, can we batch release some of these? Can we clear a simple issue on a group of claims as opposed to having to go one by one? But it's very minute by minute, and it's touch and go depending on what we can actually maneuver the mainframe to do. But yes, the PIN reset is another one that's part of the reason why we have this this other group coming online to be able to help with that and expedite some of those.
Okay. One member had a terrific suggestion. Obviously, the uncertainty in all of this is a huge part of the problem, and people just not being able to get through and not knowing what the issue is. And so a member suggested having a flow chart that's just up there saying, here are the steps. If you're getting this message, it may mean this. And, you know, and just to create a little predictability so that people don't feel like they've hit a brick wall and can't go anywhere, and that they know what the next step is and they know what issues to look out for. Just to try to create a little broadly accessible information about the predictability of the system might go a long way in helping people. And I'll just one other quick one before I'll then jump to the back of the line. What about back claims? If people can't get through for a few weeks, they'll still be able to file back claims for previous weeks that were missed?
Yeah. So I love the idea of the flow chart as a step-by-step process. So I'll definitely look into that. I think part of that too is maybe reassuring people that they're not the only one with the problem. You know, so if we recognize it as a common issue that people are running into and we let them know we're working on it, but here's the process to follow, it may let them know that, okay, it's not just me whose social security number isn't caught in the system while everybody else is getting through. So, and then with the back claims, yes, everything will be backdated to the date of separation.
Commissioner, before I turn to Senator Sorokin, one question that has arisen is people who have been encouraged on the one hand to fill out the initial enrollment form if they're self-employed or independent contractor, then receive a letter in the mail saying that they've been denied, and they then get confused, call the number, can't get through, worry about benefits. Is there a reason why people who are being encouraged to fill out that form are getting any sort of automatically triggered form letters?
Yeah, so the system is set up so that what they're getting is what we call their determination letter. So for most people, when they file, it says, you've determined to be eligible and here's your maximum weekly benefit amount. And so again, the system does a calculation somewhere between $1 and $513 of what someone is eligible for under UI. What some people are getting is you're not eligible for unemployment insurance. This could be something as simple as if they filed as an independent contractor and they have no wages in the system yet, then it's just going to say you're ineligible. Now, we've been trying to communicate via email and some other forms to let people know you can file as an independent contractor. It gets your information in the system. Just know that it is going to kick you out as not being eligible until the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program is stood up. Other things, again, may be that somebody was already temporarily employed and they didn't actually have a loss of wages or a loss of they weren't eligible because they were a temp employee or a part-time employee. Something else, it came up just the other day. We had someone who called and said, I want to file as an independent contractor. I also have a full-time job working for X company, but my independent contracting job has slowed, so I want to file for PUA to get those wages back. And obviously, we said, listen, you're not eligible because you still are earning full wages from your other employer, your full-time employer. So again, there are a variety of scenarios.
If I can maybe just put a finer point on it, because I think in your opening remarks, when you indicated that having a third-party vendor might take a couple weeks to have, well, you said that the federal program for self-employed and independent contractors might not be ready for a couple weeks, which means that all the tens of thousands of people who might soon wish to see benefits are going to be contacting the department. It does seem that if people enter the Labor Department website where it encourages them to put in an initial thing to start the process, that the system should not be sending them form letters of any kind that are discouraging at that point. Even if we know there's another step, it just creates more calls and more confusion that your people have to handle. So I'll just flag that for you. You don't have to respond further, but I would think if we're encouraging people to go halfway there, we shouldn't then send them a letter that confuses the heck out of them and results in more work for you.
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Sorokin.
So the issues the three big issues that I've seen is one that Senator Ash was just talking about, and the Social Security issue and the inability to get through. And there was I had some communication with your office this morning. And by the way, thank you for all the work you do. I can't imagine. But what is, and I heard back from Jessica Vickner that it's still under review as to what the best advice you can give to claimants who have gotten this letter that you were just referring to, saying you're ineligible for benefits because you have zero earnings as in our system. You're an independent contractor. So I don't know what to tell people, whether they should call back again, because the message has been that you will get in contact with those people once the pandemic assistance program is up and running. Is it smart to rely upon you getting back to them? Are they going to complicate things further by following up and filing it again or getting in touch with you? What's the best course for those people?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. So if things didn't get complicated, if they weren't complicated already, the feds have not done us any favors as they built the pandemic unemployment assistance program. So one of the requirements, which we learned about this past week in a webinar with USDOL, is that in order for somebody to be eligible for, our hope was we build the pandemic unemployment assistance program and we literally open the door and say, file your claim through the PUA program, and we'll start issuing, we'll make determinations on eligibility and start issuing payments. Well, this week we were notified by USDOL that everybody initially has to go through and be denied unemployment insurance under the general program before they can be eligible for the pandemic unemployment assistance program. And so what that actually does is it's going to create, unless we can work something out with USDOL, and we plan to reach out to them over the weekend, but unless we can work something out with them, it just creates a two-step process and delays payments to people who need it. But they're essentially saying you've got to submit a regular claim first, be denied, and then you can file your pandemic unemployment assistance. Our hope is to be able to push back on that. What we have told people, getting back to the senator's question, what we have told people is that if you give us your name and email, we will let you know when the program is up and running. But we have had people who have applied. I think what I took away from the pro tem was that, I don't know whether or not we can recode the system to not send, because they're not, in the original application that was created, they're not actually indicating that they're self-employed. So it's just showing that they're not monetarily eligible because they don't have wages in the system. But just because you don't have wages in the system doesn't mean you're automatically self-employed. So we can't just turn that feature off, because there are some people who just literally are not monetarily eligible and they're not a sole proprietor or self-employed individual. But what I think we can do is provide more information about one, we hope to have, starting Monday, a page that starts off the application that allows somebody to select, I'm self-employed, I'm an independent contractor, I work for an employer, right? So there's multiple selections that send you down a different chute, and that will allow us to cater our messaging on the back end to them. So when they receive their confirmation email, it may say, you may be found to be ineligible for unemployment insurance, but you are eligible for pandemic unemployment assistance, right? So that now we can begin catering the communication that's going out.
So let me, so just to follow up on that, what should somebody do who's filed before, who's a self-employed individual and got back a determination that they're ineligible because they had no earnings? Should they wait for the new program to start up and contact you, or will you be in touch with them?
So it'll be both. We are sussing out or pulling out as many of those, because many of those people, when they had to put in their employer, they put self or myself originally. So we are able to at least sort by employer and pull out all the ones where someone listed self-employed. And it's about 7,500. So the good and the bad is that the bad is they got that letter that said they weren't eligible. And hopefully we can find a workaround for that. The good part is their information is in our system, and they've actually, without knowing it and without us knowing it up front, completed the first step in the process, which was they were denied regular UI, which now makes them eligible for PUA. And so those people can be immediately shifted over to the PUA program for processing there. So when you're hearing from people like, what should I do next? If they are self-employed and they've submitted an application and they were denied, we now have their information, we have their email address, we know who they are, we will instruct them in terms of next steps as to the pandemic unemployment assistance program. I think our hope is that somewhere between Monday and Wednesday of next week, we're able to at least launch the application process. So the first batch that will likely go in are the 7,500 that submitted their application already, and that at least just allows them to go into the PUA application, fill out some additional questions that are federal requirements, and then the second phase, which would end up being rolled out sometime during the week of the 20th, would actually be the processing and the payment issuing. So that's why I said a couple weeks. It's going to be, phase one is going to be sometime next week. Phase two would be the following week.
It might be helpful in this particular context, given that there's so many people in this boat, to maybe on your webpage have some link to a frequently asked question,
sure,
walk somebody through, because there's so many people in that category. I also just wanted to follow up on the new organization, the new company that you're putting out to bid to help you with these things. It sounds to me like you were going to move 25 experienced people, 25 to 30 experienced people who are now potentially taking calls, and move them to issue resolution and backfill with this new company. Is that the size of employment that you're looking for from this vendor? Because I have a concern that it sounds like things are sort of frozen now, that people can't get through and things like that. And it helps to get 25 or 30 new people in with the vendor, but that's coming right before this onslaught of self-employed and independent contractors. And so we're getting more help, but we're also getting a bigger problem coming. So don't we have to just not replace those 25, but maybe put 50 people in place?
So I think we're looking at what will be the call volume that we'll need up front. So again, it may be higher than 30 people for this vendor, and it may be more than just turning those 30 over to the issues resolution. To give you an example, I mean, at our call center, we process, because you can only process so many claims in a given day over the phone, because each issue takes X amount of time. We end up processing, I think, somewhere around 600 calls out of our call center a day. But I think with that same group of people, if they were on issues clearing, we could probably clear 1,500 issues a day, if not more. So we can double or triple our throughput, if you will, by having them focus on the issues. But I do agree. I mean, I think we're going to see another surge when the self-employed comes through. The good part about the self-employed is that we're building the system so it's predominantly self-service. Doesn't mean that everybody will be self-service, and some will want to get through to the system, but there's new system is way more robust than I'm being told than our current mainframe system. But it may be that we need to start off with 40 people at the vendor call center, and we would have to be able to staff up and staff down, and we would look for a vendor that can do that depending on what the volume is.
Let me, Senator, let me, why don't you save some of the other questions? I just don't want to miss the chance for others. Representative Long, I think you had your hand up before.
Yes, and Senator, thank you. Senator Ballin asked my first question about the Social Security. So I'll just very quickly, and this might be an easy answer. I have been fielding quite a number of questions from constituents who actually are employed or have been employed in more than one state, New Hampshire, in my case here, in Vermont, and them running into some significant issues about, even not having income coming from another state being included in anything. And I'm just wondering whether you have any advice. Of course, these same people are having a really hard time getting through, have been. So maybe it's just a matter of we just need to speak to someone. But do you have any advice for those folks who have mixed income coming from more than one state?
Yeah, it creates another piece of the complex puzzle. They certainly should be filing in the state where they are doing most of their work. But if over the course of either they're working in two states or they had partial wages early on and then switch states, that can also play a role. There's a program, I think it's called SIDES, that we run, and it is a cross match between dual state wage earners. I don't have an answer to your question, and I'm happy to follow up on that, but it is something that is on our radar and we are aware of it.
Okay, great.
But in terms of status, I wouldn't be able to give you that right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other hands of questions? Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, a question came up in committee the other day concerning people that are partial UI because their hours have been cut back. Are they eligible for the federal $600 also?
Yeah, so the last I heard, or the way it was phrased to me, is if they are eligible for at least $1 of UI, they are eligible for the $600.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
We didn't design it. We're just
well, and luckily we don't have to pay it either.
We don't design it. We just take the heat from constituents who wonder how that made sense.
Yeah.
Was that Becca? And then Mitzi.
Or Mitzi can go since I already spoke. I'll come back to me.
Dick Mazza, was your hand up just now? Okay. Mitzi.
Just one quick thought on your FAQs that somebody suggested. If you could somehow clearly define an independent contractor versus somebody who is self-employed, I think that would help a lot. I have two separate things. There are people that have been able to file their initial claim, but then they still haven't received the paperwork or determination letter that was supposed to be sent to them. The DOL website says that should take 3 or 4 days from processing, but for some people it's been weeks and they haven't received it, or there's been a problem because there's a backlog at the business that has to confirm something and the business is now shut down. Can you talk about that process a little bit?
So I can talk about the process. I may have to look into the issue. So my understanding is there isn't much of a backlog in terms of initial claims that weren't processed. There's a couple different scenarios that fall into that, or caveats, but we also are not waiting on businesses to, typically, if I opened a claim against a business, the business would have 10 days to respond and contest the claim. We are still allowing businesses to contest claims, but we are not waiting to issue benefits for that contestment. So we are moving forward, and then if the business contests after, we can move to adjudication of the claim thereafter. But it's not holding up the process. So if someone has opened an initial claim and has not yet received their weekly determination, what I would be curious in knowing, and if you'd be willing to just send me an email, I would want to reach out to that person, or have someone reach out to that person to find out what the actual holdup was on that account. We're trying to do some spot checks. So when we see anomalies in the system, the easiest way to do that is to talk with the person and say, okay, how did you fill this out? Did it accidentally complete the wrong information? Was there not a complete social that was put in, and therefore it didn't even get processed because it was incomplete information? So if you'd be willing to email me, I'm happy to do a spot check on those people and see if it's a bigger issue that we're just not aware of.
Sure. And if somebody is self-employed, and that's the process that it's going to take another couple of weeks, because there are some people that have tried to, but they can't get on because it doesn't recognize their business because they haven't paid into the system before. So that's just that's if you're self-employed, then you're going to have to wait until that system gets set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine. I mean, it feels like we've been living COVID-19 for a month, but it's only been a week and a half, or it's actually only been a week since the actual federal guidance on pandemic unemployment came out. So it's been 2 weeks since they delivered the CARES Act, but the guidance on PUA only came out last Tuesday. So part of, the reason it feels so long is because we've been waiting and telling people it's coming, but we've only received the guidance less than a week ago, or roughly a week ago. So I think we're actually,
it just has been that long for people that have been living without employment and a paycheck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Other questions from committee members? Sorry about that. My computer was a little busy. Becca, and then Dick.
So I've got a couple questions from senators who are watching. Just to follow up on what you were just saying, when can we tell Vermonters to expect that the system will be set up to process these additional claims for $600?
The $600 is being processed already.
You already are. Okay.
It started Monday of this week.
But maybe the question should be clarified. That 600 is going to people who are
already eligible
for conventional unemployment.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So if we're talking about self-employed, independent contractors, sole proprietors, it will be, we should be able to start processing actual claim, like weekly certifications and benefits, starting sometime during the week of the 20th. And those will include the $600 in those as well.
And just to clarify something earlier, do you still have an active appeals process that is up and running simultaneously? I know the volume that you're dealing with is incredible. So it seems like it's all one big pile of people that need to be addressed, but I'm just curious what's happening with folks who do want to appeal the decision that came back.
So we still are functioning in appeals process. I think my hope is, but I think we've got to be prepared for the alternate, is that given the fact that it's really hard for somebody to be denied right now, in that we've loosened the restrictions, that there are going to be fewer appeals. There may be more employer appeals than there are claimant appeals, depending on the employer, but at the same time, the employers are also being relieved of charges. So there's also that counteracts that. So there is still an appeals unit. There's still part of what we also are going to need to get back to full time. We're still doing it is adjudications. So it's the same part of the appeals, but it's the first step in the appeals process. So when there's a contestment or a conflict between an employer and an employee, or let's say someone, we need to do some type of a back audit on someone's wages that they've earned, it may go to adjudications. And so again, we're trying to clear the low-hanging fruit first, which we can expedite, but some of these will have to be formally adjudicated. And that is still happening, but yeah, the volume is going to quickly overtake us.
Thank you.
Senator Mazza.
Thank you, Commissioner, for doing all this, and I appreciate it. But what happens if an employee decides they do not want to work, and if they're collecting, let's say, $300 a week unemployment on the state, and the $600 from the government, that's $900 a week. Can they choose not to work, or do they have to be officially laid off by the employer?
So they have to fall under one of the requirements that I believe came out in H742, which was, if they choose not to work, it's because they have a documented health concern. They've been instructed by a healthcare provider not to go to work. It could be that they are taking care of a sick family member or somebody with a compromised immune system or childcare issue. So as long as they meet one of those requirements, they're eligible. In your case, it sounds like maybe the person is eligible, and then the employer opens back up for business and says, hey, I'm ready now for you to come back to work once the restrictions are lifted. Under standard UI law, if you have a job to go back to, or if you are offered gainful employment, you are either required to take it or forfeit your unemployment insurance benefit.
Okay, because I'm fearful that some might, decide,
Yes.
hey, I'm making $1,000 a week.
Yeah, right.
Why do I want
So
to go back to work?
it is a concern. It's come up a couple different times, but if that employer offers them full-time employment back and they refuse it, they're at risk of being ineligible. Yeah.
Okay, I think one of the instances where that is most likely to be a practical issue is if there is a kid home because school closure, and maybe both parents don't necessarily normally need to be there for the childcare purposes, but could elect to both be home utilizing the flexibility that's been granted.
Yeah,
that's probably maybe the most frequent thing that will probably pop up. Representative Johnson.
Yes. So one quick thing. A House member wrote in saying that they had a constituent that was told by a DOL employer or a DOL employee that her only option for registering was by a computer. So is there a way to register for this by phone for people that don't have internet access, don't have a computer, or struggling with technology?
Yeah, so we're talking about where we are right now with traditional unemployment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so so it's all electronic, but what we did with bringing on Green Mountain Power, I'm looking up at my wall up here because I have the numbers and where everything is at, but with Green Mountain Power and Vermont Gas and Efficiency Vermont, that was a way for us to help bridge the gap. And so someone can call that supplemental number. We're calling it the initial claims number or the supplemental initial claims number. It's on our website. And there actually is a person on the other end who answers that phone and literally just fills out the form, the electronic form for the person. So if that's what they heard, then either something was lost in translation or there was miscommunication that because it is electronic, but there are support services to help people bridge that gap.
Okay, it may have been a question from a time before you brought on those additional people.
Yep.
And for people that own their own businesses that have employees, they will eventually, those business owners will be able to qualify for the self-employed when it comes online. Yes.
If they are if they've had to close or lose. So, I mean, in most cases, if they have employees, they're likely not considered a self-employed business or an independent contractor because they have their own employees. So they're probably some type of corporation or LLC. And so they would not fall under that self-employed, but if they saw a reduction in wages, then they would be eligible too under this. If for some reason they were considered self-employed but had employees as well, then again, they would, for all intents and purposes, would be eligible. I'm talking in generalities because there's a couple other factors there.
Right. But for, so let's scrap the self-employed part of the question, and just, so for a business owner that has employees that's required to close or sees a drastic reduction in business,
yes.
Can they now apply for current UI, or
yes.
or they're not part of the category that can apply in a couple of weeks?
Right. So if they were an employer and they closed, and just because they were the owner, they're not disqualified or negated in any way. So they should be able to apply to it, as long as there's a bunch of eligibility requirements. But my understanding is that they would be eligible.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, Senator Sorokin? After you unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. So a quick question is, the $600 check, does that get added to the regular UI check, or is it said separately?
It's added.
It's added.
Yep.
Okay. And I for one would just like to encourage, to the extent possible, that we side on the side of hiring more people, or starting up with more people with this vendor than less, because even though it might be proved to be overkill, I can't emphasize enough the messages I'm getting about how frustrated people are that they can't get somebody on the phone. Even if that person on the phone says, we'll have to get back to you, or I'll pass it along to somebody else. Just having a live person on the phone and having more lines, I think will help with the angst that's out there.
Great. I've made a note. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'd like to echo that, because of something I hadn't quite appreciated until you mentioned a new platform or whatever for people who are going to be applying for this second new kind of benefit from the feds.
Yeah.
And I thought your honesty revealed itself helpfully when you said that it should be easier and should be self manageable. And then you said something like, I hope, or so I'm told. And I think all of us in state government, just like most in the private sector, know that web systems don't always go according to plan. And I would hate for us to not skimp, but to go on the conservative side of the number of bodies to assign for this task, basing that on a belief that this software is going to do the trick, only to find that it has glitches all over. And then we're dealing with all the people upset at the same time we're trying to find another solution. And there is an amazing amount of goodwill, I think, towards the department and towards all of the other departments in state government right now because of what you're going through. And but we will be about if the April 20th date you mentioned holds, we're talking 4 or 5 weeks since many people have earned a penny or received money, even if they might get made retroactive. Mm-hmm. The worry about paying bills is it's just growing with each day. And so I believe we should be treating it, frankly, just like we're treating hospital beds.
Okay.
With surge capacity, so that we hope we don't need it. But if it's there, we have handled people humanely through what is, for some of them, the first time they've ever suffered this way economically in their lives.
Thank you.
Other questions in the few remaining minutes? Representative Marcotte and Representative McCoy, any questions? I don't want to miss you before Senator Benning, I know you're with us by phone. Any questions that you wanted to add before I turn back to Marcotte?
Nothing further, Tim. Thanks.
Okay, Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, one thing we didn't talk about yet are the seasonal workers. And we have a number of businesses that are wanting to come back online, and they're not able to because they're not an essential business currently. And so how are we looking at those people that are currently on unemployment? Now they're going to be extended. Are they eligible, continue to be eligible for regular UI, but will they also be eligible for the federal $600 payment?
My understanding is yes. So the $600 should be applied to all. I'll confirm that and get back to you. We haven't really had a deliberate conversation about people who are already on UI, but they will also, if they're coming up on either their return to work date or their 26-week maximum, they will also automatically go into the extended benefits. That is the additional 13 weeks that the feds have created. I'll confirm the $600 for existing claims though for you, but my understanding is I believe they do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got time for maybe another question or two. Any questions? I'll close with one last question, Commissioner, for myself. Sorry, you were probably hoping you could.
No, that's fine.
Attend to. When people are putting in initial applications, they're submitting their email address, which is one of the ways they're receiving updates. Why are they receiving any hard snail mail when you have the email address?
So part of that is because our mainframe system, so we are able to capture their email address separate before the claim goes into the system. The mainframe system is so old that email addresses didn't exist when it was built. So there's actually no spot left for it to collect email addresses, let alone know what to do with them. But it does have the automated process. So it runs a job every night, and that job may be to determine, calculate eligibility for 5,000 people, and then literally issue out and print out 5,000 terminations.
Okay.
Which then they go to the post office. So part of that is just, that is how the system was built. Again, when we talk about modernizing systems, when we envision the next system, which we've done some of that already, it would be predominantly, it would be little to no paper and predominantly electronic.
Okay. With the committee's indulgence, I'll leave the last question to Senator Starr.
I noticed, thank you, Commissioner, for all your hard work and the people that work for you. They are really appreciated. I wanted to ask, I got some correspondence from the U.S. Department of Labor, and in that article, it says PUA provides up to 39 weeks of benefits to qualified individuals. So is it 39 weeks or 26 weeks that you can get unemployment assistance?
For a second, I thought you were going to tell me the U.S. Department of Labor was calling you back to service to help out with processing claims. The 13 weeks is the 26 weeks plus, or the 39 weeks is the 26 weeks plus the 13 extended benefit weeks. So it's the two added together.
So it is 39 weeks total then, 13?
Up to, yeah. So again, the program, even the self-employed program, many of the same guidelines follow the state's existing UI program. So the maximum benefit amount and the 26-week max. But one of the the pieces in the CARES Act also allowed for what the federal government calls extended benefits. And so they simply just authorized extended benefits across the board. So it gives anybody on UI up to an additional 13 weeks of benefits beyond the 26 weeks, which hopefully will not matter to those people who are recently unemployed. And hopefully we're able to go back to normal at that point, but there will be people who remain impacted and this will help them. But it also becomes critical for those people, say, in the construction industry who are already maybe 10 weeks in or 15 weeks into their unemployment. And so that 26 weeks, they're already approaching the end of that 26-week period. So the 13 weeks makes the added 13 weeks makes a big difference to them.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, committee, for letting me ask that.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Well, I think that's going to be a wrap. That was the last question I had seen. Commissioner, if, one of the things I think we all worry about, my guess is out of 180 legislators, almost all have forwarded a particular case or several to you or one of your crew. In a sense, it's natural that we would want to help the people who contact us. On the other hand, it's then putting them a leg up over everybody else. But what I'm going to suggest is if committee members have process suggestions based on some of the concerns we're hearing, and this applies to our colleagues who aren't on the committee, that's what we should primarily be focusing on sending to you and your direct team to solve the problem for many people if we identify something that we're hearing.
Yes, and I always welcome the communication. So please feel free to reach out if there's anything I can do.
Okay, great. Well, why don't we sign off then? And I think I speak for everybody that we appreciate just the unbelievable, unprecedented volume of activity in your department. Please thank all the people who are on the phones, especially whose jobs I cannot imagine how stressful it is, because every person they're speaking to is going through a very difficult time. So obviously it can wear down even the most resilient person. So thank your whole crew and thank you.
I will pass that on. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Michael.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
call the meeting to order at 6:22. And is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing none. Members of the public? Kate, I think we have you here for a specific reason.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so do you have anything for the public?
Nope, no items for the public.
Okay, and then Lauren, anything from Lauren?
No, I'm fine.
How about you, Rich?
No, I'm in the background.
Okay, cool. Review and approve the minutes of the March 16, 2020 minutes. So those should have been delivered in the package. Is there anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of whatever it was you just said.
March 16th, 2020, Peter? Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor give a thumbs up, or do we have to say, we have to roll call, right, Bill? Okay, so Laura?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Rick? Okay, I heard an aye, so it's unanimous, that part carries. I have nothing for correspondence. Was there any correspondence, Bill? No. Wow, moving right along to old business, equity, calendar for discussion. Laura, that was kind of your thing. Tell us exactly how you want us to deal with that, how you want us to move that forward, or if you want to take a break and talk about it next meeting.
I think that what that agenda item was striving for, it was equity, but it was equity for all of our students, making sure that we had a definition of equity for all of our students in both that, met with both buildings. I believe. I will stand to be corrected, but if I'm racking my head, that is what I believe that was. How do we say that we're providing equity? And I think that we may have to put that on hold right now, since all of our students are virtual. I don't even know if that's, so how do I want to, I am not prepared to deal with that tonight, Mr. Chair. How's that?
No, we weren't, and I don't think we were going to deal with it tonight. I think the idea was you had originally, the state has a definition of equity, and we were thinking we wanted to have a River Valley's equity. So we still want to do that, or are we okay? Or
I would like us to do that eventually. I don't know that that is in the top 5 priorities that we have right now.
So then
I'm a little more worried about the state equity issue than, making, I think we're probably pretty close here. I think we're fine tuning here as opposed to, dealing with some kind of grave inequities statewide, which may get.
So why don't we just put that off, and Bill, in the future, let's just note that we want to have a discussion on an equity definition for river valleys. Is that okay with everybody? Thumbs up? Cool. Okay. Website design, and this is something, Mark, you were big with before. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
No, I too am not prepared to speak on that tonight.
Okay, so do we want to make that a subcommittee? Is that a big enough project that maybe a couple people should work together on that to move that, especially showing my great ability with technology tonight?
So you'll be the chair, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's something that I'm not going to speak up. If somebody else has some ideas.
So I have zero time, as you know, unlike all of you who I know are just swimming in time. But I am interested. So I would not be interested in chairing or being, you know, but I would be interested in, like, I'm assuming Mark would be interested going forward. But again, I don't know that this is in the top 5 for right now either. Well, though maybe it is. I don't know with where we're at, you know.
I've started working on a temporary template that we can have to kind of unify all of our websites. I just haven't had as much time to work on it this past month as I thought I would. And it would be a temporary solution, not a permanent one.
I know last time we brought this up and we went a little ways. I know Rick and I had a little bit of sticker shock. I believe, you know, I think we were thinking a few $1,000s, and I think Rick, I don't know if you remember, didn't he come up like 25 or 30 all of a sudden? Mark?
Rick, you have to unmute yourself.
Rick, unmute yourself.
How's that?
Much better.
Okay. No, I think it was significantly more than we thought, and probably something we need to budget for in the future, a total overhaul of the site. I think we need to figure out what we want from it, though.
So a committee of maybe, so a central office, our administration, a couple board members, and a couple staff members would probably be the best way to move that forward.
I'd like to have Anita on that committee.
Well, she could be a public, and then Bill, what do you think of that? Bill and Matt and Tammy, is that? Matt likes it. Tammy likes it. Bill, you good? Okay, so why don't we set up the next meeting, Mark, if you can just give us a brief under this website design, give us what you think you may be looking for money, and maybe like an outline of what you want to do, and we'll make it a formal committee.
Okay.
And give you like the summer, because I would think then, you know, that would play into budgeting next fall.
Makes sense.
Everybody, thumbs up. Lori, good? Yeah. Okay, thank you, guys. Next thing is the complaint policy with corrections. Mark, I think, had a couple corrections. Wasn't there a misspelling or something?
Yeah, complainant. Looks like it was changed from complaint to complainant. So this looks like it's correct.
And this has been approved, so we're all good with this. Public complaints, correct? No, there was discussion on B22. No, we approved
Right. This was warned.
Okay, so we have to approve it.
Correct.
Okay, here we go, Matt and Tammy. Was this posted in your building somewhere for everybody that comes in to see? How do we get around that, Bill?
Post in the buildings, and we put it on the website as a policy, you know, that is warned. We do it at central office, but we can't not do those things.
So we need to sit and wait on this until the schools are open again?
No, we just have to be posted. You guys can wait, it's your call. The rules are different right now. I mean, we're following the same path as we normally would.
Tammy?
Yeah, I mean, it's posted, it's just no one can view it because the building's closed.
So is the board good to vote on this? Let me make a motion in a second that we approve it.
I'll make a motion that we approve B22A.
Second,
I'll second.
Rick seconds it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mark?
Oh, we have to do a roll call, Rich.
Oh, roll call. Laura?
Yes, aye.
Mark?
Yes. Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Okay, wow, we're getting this really good now. So, Matt, I'm not gonna, and Tammy, you guys gonna have to initial and write it that we voted on it, okay? Next thing on the agenda is, there's a bunch of papers we were given about principal advisory committees. And remember, this came up as a point of discussion. Andy McLean brought it up at one of the one of the meetings to discuss the budget. This had been put into our articles of agreement when we had 3 different schools, and we thought it may be more necessary. So I guess the first question is, do we think it's necessary? And the second question is, do we want to follow the example that Bill's set up in the West River group? Laura?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Did I say something?
Well, no, I asked you. So what do you want to do with the principal advisory committee?
With the principal advisory committee. Principal advisory committee.
Or should we skip over this and come back to it in another meeting?
Let's come back to it at another meeting, I think. The
Mark?
principal advisory committee, this is for hiring.
No, the
teachers.
principal advisory committee was part of the group that Andy McLean brought it up at the meetings to discuss at when we did the budget meetings about a time where people could make suggestions to the budget.
Oh.
And it was in our articles of agreement when there was 3 schools that were going to come together. So there is some form of this at the West River group, but that was 5 different schools in the high school. And we're just.
So do our administrators have a way that they would like to have that happen? If they don't, then I am happy for us to take this up at the next meeting. But I think I would want to hear if there was a way that would be most helpful.
Okay, Mark?
I personally think we're small enough that we don't need this. I think we just have to warn the meetings, and I think now that we're holding them online, gives people even greater access to participate.
Rick?
I'm gonna be with Mark on this one. I don't think we're big enough to warrant it. There's not enough. I don't think there's enough people out there that are interested in serving on something like this, but I could be wrong.
Probably only if we say no, we're not doing it.
That's
then there'll be plenty.
Bill, I'm sorry, Bill, you wanted to say something?
I just emailed all of you, and Lauren, I emailed you as well, just the language from Article 17 of the Articles of Agreement, kind of the forefront of how this was brought up. I think the origin is really important to understand that this came up when you were talking with 3 different districts across 3 geographical regions. So even then, you were very prescient to say may want to do that. I tend to agree with both Mark and Rick that you guys have set up a system now so that you have transparency and you have the ability to participate. So I think it would be a redundant layer that would be unnecessary at this time.
Matt or Tammy, any comments?
Richard, Dwight's here too.
I'm sorry, what?
Dwight is here also.
Oh, I see him in the bottom corner.
I do have a comment, Rich. The only thing I would like to say is I would rather put energy in and time in seeing how we can work together to do more events between Wardsboro and Dover versus putting time into a PAC.
Matt?
I agree with both Tammy and Bill and everybody that's talked about it. I think size-wise, we're small enough that we can reach out to families. I think families feel really comfortable coming to either school, talking to the principal if they have a problem. And if they disagree, they have the ability to go to the board. I think I don't think it's a huge need right now. I don't see that yet.
Okay, Dwight, do you have any comments? We're on the advisory committee, halfway down in old business. Mark, can you unmute Dwight? Or is Dwight really there?
See a circle with a D on it.
Well, no, I know, but
He's muted on his end.
okay. Dwight, are you there? Can you say something? Unmute yourself.
Or use a chat box, Dwight.
There I am. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hey, can you hear where we were? Dwight?
I think I'm having technical difficulties, everyone. You're coming in garbled, I'm sorry.
Okay. So we're talking to the advisory committee. Do you have any comments?
No.
Okay. So I think then for now, I agree with Tammy, and that's something that we've been asking for a while, is put more energy into doing more between the Dover and the Wardsboro building. So why don't we work our energies into that, and let's put that on the calendar. And Tammy and Matt and Bill, you just need to tell us how the board can help you with that. And why don't you guys include that in your principal's report, next principal's report, what you need from the board. Is that okay with everybody on the board? Bill and Matt and Tammy are shaking their heads. Rick is good. Bill's good. Mark, you and Laura? Dwight? Are you good with that, Dwight?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Rich?
Yeah.
Dwight, if you're having trouble with your audio, try calling in on the phone number.
Okay, it's a good idea.
Okay. So the work plan was something that we've asked Bill to kind of put a calendar together. And I know he sent us a calendar. And I believe I printed it, and I can't seem to find it.
It's on your screen, Rich.
Okay. So did people get a chance to look at the calendar?
Are there any changes to this from last month when we spoke about this, Bill?
I can't remember. I don't think I made anything major. I just made sure that transportation and budget development were part of the goals. After your discussion about, parental advisory councils. I think I would get rid of district advisory council and possibly add, intra-school collaboration or something like that.
Everybody good with that, Laura? Mark, you good? I can't see Rick anymore.
Works for me.
You good, Rick?
I'm good.
Dwight, you back? Okay, well, let's move on then. Board member appointment. Dun, dun, dun. Tammy, where are you? You're right there. Okay. So Tammy, how many did you, I know we put some advertising out. You had how many hundreds and thousands of people knocking the door down?
You mean how many people's doors am I knocking down?
Either way.
So we did have one person of interest, and she has called in. So I'd like to introduce everybody to Kate Rideout.
That Kate came to the school board meeting in Wardsboro right after the town meeting, correct?
Correct. Yeah, in early March I showed up.
Okay. So one of the things we're required to do as a board is the legislation changed, or the rules changed a little bit when we went to Dwight, is that you as caller too? No. Is Dwight on, Mark?
I'm here.
Whoa. Okay, so right, we're on the board member appointment. We have Kate Rideout from Wardsboro who's interested. Tammy beat her door down and dragged her to this meeting today for us.
Okay.
So one of the things we have to do is we have to consult with the select board in the town. So last Tuesday, I was on a conference call with the select board and told them what we were doing, and that we had at least one applicant. We may have more. It wasn't, closed until Monday when we met. Tammy said the only one she's had, Bill and Matt, you didn't have anybody from Wardsboro contact you guys. So we've got Kate here. Kate did come to the meeting after town meeting and express some interest. And I believe, Kate, you said you won't run again because your appointment would only be to the next regular or special town meeting in Wardsboro.
So, yeah, so the appointment would be till the next town meeting, and then it would be an elected position after that point in time.
Yeah, and you would get the remainder of that term. You could run for an open term if you wanted to. And I think there's going to be some discussion, Rick and Dwight, and then you would be involved in that. We want to do the election in Wardsboro different. We went to the town meeting because that's what Wardsboro was used to, but you also had done it the night before school board meeting, before town meeting, the school district meeting. So does anybody on the board have any questions for Kate to ask? Anybody, Tammy or Matt or Bill?
Matt has a question.
Go ahead, Matt.
Do you want to type it, Matt? Would that be easier? And I can read it and answer it? Okay.
Well,
Yeah, you're muted on your end, Matt.
Now you're unmuted, Matt.
Sorry.
There you
Go
go.
ahead. You can talk, Matt.
It looks like it just reacted. Thank you. Sorry, it's that old machine. Kate, I just wanted to say welcome and thank you for stepping forward. and would love to hear a little bit about you and why you were interested in the board. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, Rich, but since Kate and I have never met, I'd love to just hear a little bit.
Kate, tell us what you're interested in.
Okay, so I'm interested in the Wardsboro School Board, well, the River Valleys Unified School District, I believe is the appropriate name at this point, because I do have 2 young children in the community. I have my 5, almost 6-year-old Amelia, who's in kindergarten, and my 3-year-old Xander, who's just a couple of years away from entering school in our district. So that's why I want to just be a voice and, you know, learn more about the education system that we have available to us and see what I can do to help. And for those of you who are on earlier, you would have seen them because they all enter the room while I'm on meetings, and yeah, it's been fun.
I noticed you have a trap set up for them. If they open the door, the lamp falls over.
No, it's not rigged appropriately. I thought about that, but yeah. And I also have a furry family member as well who tries to come in during meetings too. So Ajax is also, they all do much better if I just let them in, sit with me for a minute, and then they go about their day. So that's how we've learned to deal with remote meetings and working full time from home in the time of a pandemic.
Dwight, are you set? Do you have any questions?
No, I'm here, and I'm really happy to see Kate that she's come forward. I know she's come to a lot of meetings. I've seen her knitting in the back, listening to what we were talking about. So you won't be able to knit anymore, but now you'll be on the other side of the table.
We can knit.
She can still knit. What's her name from Wyndham used to knit all the time in meetings.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad it's still appropriate.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was Madame Defarge.
Lauren, do you have any questions?
Oh.
Lauren, the paper.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And I see Katie joined us, Your Honor. Do you have any questions, or just saying hi and seeing what's going on?
Just saying hi, seeing how everyone's doing.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Laura. I know you guys are really busy. Thanks for doing all that you're doing.
Hey, Carrie, congratulations on your confirmation today.
Thank you. Yes, that's good to know. I have a job.
Okay, well, let's see if we can give Kate a job. So with any, so what we would do is we would make an appointment. She wouldn't be able to do her position tonight because we have to get her sworn in and she has to sign some paperwork, like everybody does when they get elected. But we can make a motion, or we can wait till executive session if anybody has anything they want to discuss. Or we can just do whatever the board wishes.
I make a motion that we appoint Kate Rideout. Is that how you pronounce the name? To the open seat on the board from Wardsboro.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dwight got it in before Rick shook his head. I'll vote. Let's start with Dwight.
Aye.
Rick.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Okay, congratulations, Kate. You're now the
Thanks,
new.
Kate.
Hey, Lauren, how are you?
Hi, Kate. Congratulations. I would need to get your email. You'll have to do some paperwork also for the central office in order to get a board stipend. So I just want to put that out there. Maybe Tammy could forward your personal email to me.
Yes,
Okay?
that would be great.
Thanks.
You know, this is like the what was it, the Hollywood squares, you know, like I feel like we should be putting X's and circles over people. Or the Brady Bunch. Kate, congratulations. Thank you very much. So our next thing is auditor appointment, discussion, and possible action. So Bill did find out for us through the state that we do need to appoint 3 auditors. I was able to talk to one of them, the his pastor from the Eastover Church who's willing to serve. As difficult as it was last time, he'll be okay. If it's twice as more difficult, it won't be that good because he said they had no meetings, they didn't do anything, and he's not sure why he's even there, but he's willing to serve again. The other two was the former teacher from Brattleboro up in Dover Hills and Randy Capitani. I did not get a chance to call them today. So does the board want to wait and do that at the next meeting? We'll have those three people, see if they're interested. If they are, we'll just appoint them. Yeah, cool. So does anybody else have anything other old business? If not, new business, we got the principal's report. We were submitted a written principal's report. Anybody have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Mark.
I was just wondering if Matt and Tammy could give us a little bit more detail on what's been going on the past month and how things are going.
Tammy, why don't you start, if you don't mind?
Sure. Really, we've been rolling out our continuation of learning plan, which we worked as administrators to develop. So the principals, as well as our director of curriculum, all worked really hard on that and getting it worked out. In addition to that, really, I've been supporting families, supporting teachers. I would say that, the teachers have made an incredible effort providing remote learning to students, as well as, supporting those families as far as, making sure that they have everything they need as far as internet access. We've, provided opportunities to meet via video conference, as well as individual phone calls to families of any children with, whom we haven't connected. Teachers, have really made the transition to distance learning well. And I really feel like overall, it's been a smooth transition. I would say more recently, we finally have gotten to sort of catch our breath, and we're feeling a little bit more comfortable in the new learning environment. And as many of you know, this week is actually April break, so families and students are taking a little break this week. And really, that's my update.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, I think I was able to get my mute off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It took almost
We can hear you.
the entire time of Tammy's report, but that's the price I pay for video. I'd like to echo Tammy's report. It's been the same, pretty much the same in Dover as Wardsboro. And if we're listing things that we've collaborated on, I'd like to really tip my hat to Tammy, because we've collaborated, I think, at every step during this transition to distance learning. We've worked together on publicity for our parents. We've worked together on PD for the staff, and it's just really been a delight to have a partnership in Wardsboro, and certainly have another professional to bounce ideas off of and to work collaboratively with. So I'm very thankful for that. I think, like Tammy mentioned, the Dover staff, they started out of the gate, like a racehorse. And after the first lap, everybody was pretty tired. But I feel like they're settling into a groove now, and we continue to support families that are having trouble accessing, or I'm trying to provide technical support over the phone via video, and having people come in and talk through the glass at school. It's working pretty well. There's still a few families that are struggling to access, but that has really been the priority. So I think the families are very thankful. They're especially thankful for the food service and the work that the food service and custodial staff have been doing on that. And we're ready to get back to school in August.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Come on now. We're holding out hope.
Think positively. Rich, I've got two follow-up questions. That's okay.
Let Laura go and then Mark.
So just because we were talking about this before the meeting, I just want to say this during the meeting, not through the schools, but coincidentally, there are the state is putting 2 hotspots down in, well, they're putting one Microsoft hotspot in Wardsboro. And I was checking in with Tammy if there had been any communication with her. I believe it's going to be at the town hall library spot. And we were just touching base on whether or not she knew about it and whether or not she might want to have some input on it. And we had talked about, I believe the arrangements were made with the select board. So I think that's, but I just wanted to say that during the meeting. I don't know if Tammy had anything else to say on that. And
No,
I
I
had more to
just,
say on connectivity, but
Laura, I just wanted to clarify, did you mean town hall? Because you said library.
it said library town hall area. I'm not sure where. I haven't talked to Peter since I first, I got the news and I sent him, the chair of the select board, I sent and it was Reedsboro. I sent both of them an email and said, did you guys know about this? I didn't know about this. They did. So I believe they said town hall library area. Maybe they were trying to figure out what it was. So, but if you
Because the
feel
one
like
at
it would be,
the library already exists. We already have an existing one at the library currently. So if they're adding one, I would think it would be in a different location. But I'll talk to Peter and get the details.
That's exactly why I wanted to make sure we brought it up. Just
Perfect.
you had that info.
Mark, you're next.
So Matt, 2 questions. One for both Tammy and Matt. Do you have a count of the number of students that do not have internet at their homes at this point? Matt, you shaking your head?
Yeah, we have a count and we're following up with those families directly. And in fact, we've been working a little bit with Laura on gathering some data around the district. And so the answer is yes, we have counts for that and we're working with them individually. It's below 5 in Dover.
Okay.
So I feel a little bit luckier. We're actually, all of our families have internet service. It's just how reliable it is really the bigger issue here in Wardsboro. It seems like it sort of fades in and out depending on the day or the usage. I'm not really certain. Yes, so everybody fortunately has it. It's just whether or not it's working reliably. That's the bigger issue here.
Okay. And Matt, can you talk a little bit about how IB has translated to the online teaching world?
Yeah, it hasn't actually changed that much. The IB structure fits nicely into remote learning. The ability to be project-based also fits nicely into remote learning. We've had to reduce the scope of work that we can do based on what the agency recommended for time of day and for what we've heard back in response from families in terms of the amount of workload. But nothing has really changed. It's, we continue to focus on basic skills and teachers continue to work IB units into their regular classroom meetings and regular classwork. It's just at a reduced rate based on the amount of time per day that we're able to provide instruction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Richard, if I might, I don't know if this is the place, but I do have a little bit more to offer on connectivity and broadband. I don't know if you want to do it here or elsewhere.
Why don't we let Bill make any comment if he wants, and you can follow up.
Yeah, I don't really have anything specific other than I would just tell you that Matt and Tammy have been phenomenal leaders during this extraordinary time, and their calm demeanor tonight is exactly what their colleagues are seeing on a daily basis, and that provides an enormous amount of consistency and stability that is really important. And so I would just give a big shout out to both of them for their leadership during this period.
Now, how come Tammy disappeared on us?
I think she just turned her video off.
Okay.
Yeah, I was having a poor
Thank you,
connection, so I
Bill.
just turned the camera off. I'm still here.
I think it's
Okay.
family movie night in Mooresboro.
Matt, you got anything else?
If I could, I just would add that on this issue of connectivity, Bill's office has taken on this project to try to identify families in the district. And it really has turned out to be a big project, but the staff at the central office have really done a fantastic job identifying and mapping out those households, including staff, and really allowed us to actually, they've made all the individual calls, but it's really allowed us to dig in and see really which specific families are struggling to access. We got information about the ability for them to access at all versus, poorly. So we can distinguish those things. So I just like to thank Bill and the central office for the work they did on that project.
Okay.
Rich, can I ask a follow-up? It's Dwight.
Dwight?
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up on, yeah, but you guys seem to be doing an amazing job, and thank you for everything. My only question was, based on the connectivity and some of the other issues, is there any absenteeism? Are you finding some kids just aren't at all of the, school classes they need to be at? And are we doing anything to try to catch those kids? And also, are we keeping track of those who aren't attending?
You want to go first, Tam?
Sure. I would say that overall our participation rates are extremely high. On a daily basis, I would say all of our teachers are connecting with most of our students. If not, they definitely reach out to them, whether it's via a phone call or email. And I think parents are being extremely proactive. If their child isn't going to participate, we get a phone call or an email saying, hey, listen, we're not going to be able to make it today. So overall, our communication has been really fantastic, and participation, I would say, we have maybe one or two students, maybe once or twice a week, not, connecting with their classroom teacher. So overall, we're, I would say I'm really thrilled with the amount of participation that is happening at our school.
Just in terms of Dover, it's similar. We do have, Dwight, we do have some students who are not accessing because they don't have access. So they're finding creative ways. Teachers are accessing kids by phone or by FaceTime, or parents are taking kids to work. They're driving up and sitting in front of the school and using Wi-Fi. So there have been a lot of solutions to having the convenience of having the internet connectivity at home. But I feel confident that we're reaching all the families. It's not necessarily a one and done, like you reach them and it's over. I mean, this is something that we have to continue to support, and we continue to support daily. I don't know about Tammy, but we're constantly working with families to access the Google Classroom and send out their kids' credentials, and they're finding the phone app and getting that set up. And so there's a huge broad range of ways families are accessing, but some are getting printed out materials that they're picking up still because they don't have the ability to access the materials online. But those are down to one handful, literally less than 5. So that's going pretty well, I think.
Thank you. You guys are doing a tremendous job. I'm only hearing positive things, and just really, really, just a tremendous job. Thank you so much for all you're doing, and all the teachers.
Tammy, did you want to add something to that, or you came back online? Mark, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want, sorry, turn that off. How are the teachers holding up now that we're, 5-6 weeks into this? And the staff, I'm just curious how they are doing personally. I stand corrected.
Do you want to go, Tam?
What was that, Kate?
We've completed 5 weeks. So we're gonna start week 6 when we come back from vacation.
How many weeks is a semester?
18.
So you'll have a third of your semester will have been this way.
The teachers in Dover are, I think, again, I mentioned out of the gate, they were running hard and they were tired and families were tired. There was too much work. I think they're finding a balance now after this period of time, and they're occasionally stopping into school to get materials. So I'm able to kind of check in with them. Everybody seems good. They seem strong. They're ready for this break. So I'm hoping everybody's taking this break and getting away from their computers and taking walks. But I think they're finding the balance with their family and creating boundaries with their students so that they're not Zooming on Easter Sunday, for example. But I think generally they feel pretty strong. They really miss the kids a lot. That I hear that over and over again. They miss the personal contact. They miss the face-to-face, and they're really just looking forward to getting back to normal, so they can see kids and get them back in school.
Yeah, I would say at Wardsboro, it's very similar to the things that Matt spoke about. I mean, all the teachers are saying they would much rather fulfill their contract in the way it was meant to be fulfilled, which is, on a day-to-day basis, teaching the kids in their classrooms. Yeah. So other than that, I think they're holding it really pretty well. There's a little bit of anxiety about, what it will be like coming back after a little break. And then we've got about 8 weeks left of school after that. So we're trying to think of ways to make learning fun and engaging and exciting from now to the end of the school year.
Go ahead, Matt.
Just one more thing to add, following up on Laura's comment earlier in the meeting about how you all are getting more technologically advanced. That is also something I hear a lot from teachers, is just the amazing amount of learning that they've been forced into in the last 5 weeks with all the online learning how to run a meeting, learning how to keep kids engaged. Some of those things continue to be, things that we're working on, but it has been true for teachers that they have learned a tremendous amount these last few weeks and are growing under these circumstances, which is pretty remarkable, I think.
Well, thank you to you and your staffs and all the great work that you've been doing.
You're welcome.
Laura, you wanted to follow up on something about technology or Wi-Fi or interconnectivity?
Yeah, I just also wanted to thank Matt for highlighting originally an issue that was going on with one of our providers, Bill for gathering all of that data. With my legislative hat on, I asked Bill and the superintendent in the other district I represent for that information. It's been a pretty high priority in my legislative committee for my chair. Like his number one thing that he cares about doing right now is making sure that kids are connected. I don't know that we're doing so well in that department, but we are working really hard. Immediate solutions in this type of a situation are almost always going to be wireless, I think, and we're seeing some wireless go into some additional wireless go into Wardsboro maybe, but that's not like having it at your home. So people are really trying to think about how to get these kids more connectivity. It definitely illustrates even more, the inequities that we see for our kids all across the state, and our staff and our board right now, so luckily we're all able to be on. So I also want to thank you guys for gathering that information. I think it will be helpful eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, you good or? Okay. So the only other thing, I was talking to Laura earlier today about something else and mentioned, I don't know if you folks saw on Fox 25 News, they're using school buses to make Wi-Fi hotspots. And the school bus pulls into a big parking lot, and they have a big piece of paper on the side of it with the connecting code and stuff. And people that have more technology than me can go in there, and you go and hook up. So I didn't know if that may be something to do with their school buses, make them hotspots and move them around the town. And I'm not sure what is required to do that or what you need. But, we have a couple school buses that are delivering meals, I guess, maybe, but it was just an idea. Kate, watch out behind you. In case it was a murderer. Are we good with the principals? Go ahead, Mark.
I don't know if this is for Bill, Lori, or the principals, but I'm just curious where our budget stands in relation to where you expected us to be at this time of the year.
So that would be me, right?
Probably.
So yeah, I just looked at it the other day, and I think I had given you a basically an up-to-date last board meeting, maybe last month. And I'm not seeing, there's no big savings, if that's what we're looking for. It certainly seems to be keeping track. I will say the revenues are probably going to be off even a little further. For instance, I just heard today that the Medicaid billing that happens is not, it's still happening with remote learning, but it won't be, you can't bill for a one-to-one when you're not actually having a one-to-one service. So there may be some reduction in some of the revenues on that. Food, we may have some increases in food costs there, but some decreases in some substitute costs. So those might balance each other out. So I would say, right where I thought we were going to come out for the end of the year is what it's looking like, within a 10 to 20% range.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Of the somewhere between 27 and 31, depending on the time of day that someone says it, money that's coming to the state for elementary schools, which I know is being distributed based on Title I. Any idea on how much we're looking at receiving?
So it's going to come to the SU, and it'll come down through probably the Title I, the grant funding. It's roughly about $281,000 for the SU.
Okay.
And then it will be distributed based on, we actually have a COVID-19 project code in all of the different databases right now. So any spending that's above and beyond what would have happened normally has been coded to that. So we're tracking expenses. For instance, when the SU was asked to create childcare for essential workers, we immediately coded all of those costs. It didn't last that long, but we coded all of those costs to the COVID-19 project code. So we're tracking expenses, and that will come out of there. The money, it will come down directly to the SUs. So it does not go to the Ed Fund. And so that is, it's another pot of revenue that will be looked at for grabbing back to go towards the Ed Fund. Trying to put it in simple terms of, I don't know if you remember, many of you were on the board, we had the healthcare recapture, where they, the estimated savings in healthcare due to the new healthcare plans, they reduced ed spending over a 2-year period by doing a healthcare recapture. And so I know that's been talked about. I don't know, and Laura could probably fill us in a little bit more about that, but I'm not sure where that stands right now. But we may see that 281,000 for the SU recaptured in a different way because this 31 million or 28 million dollars that you're talking about doesn't touch the ed fund, and they need it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So, just something for everybody
May
to
I,
remember.
Richard?
This year's budget is pretty well set. Most of our income is in. We don't have a lot of income stuff coming in, except for grant money when we even up. I wouldn't be worried about this year at all. I noticed when I just signed pay warrants, there was, we seem to be in a good position. It's until the legislature decides what happens next year, that's going to be the big thing. And we could spend hours discussing it, but until the legislature actually makes some decisions, we're not going to know what's going to happen. And again, this year's are pretty much all set. Most of the money goes back and forth. We asked I think last time, Laura, you were at our meeting, we asked that we not spend any money, that we didn't need to spend, absolutely need to spend. Hopefully we're going to save a little bit of money on fuel, even though it's coming down, because the buses aren't going to be traveling. But the big thing is going to be paying attention. Once the legislature decides what they're going to do, then we need to be nimble enough to be looking at it and see how we adjust the budget that we've already passed. And that's going to be the important thing. I think more so than this year's it is what it is, and we're kind of stuck with it. Laura, do you know what they're doing?
No, no, I don't know what they're doing yet. I know that's been discussed in a number of meetings. And the other thing I was going to say is I was going to encourage all of us not to say they, but to say who we mean. Not to say they, but to say who we mean. I'm feeling very sensitive about us and them stuff these days. So.
And I'm not saying it bad. I just, the legislature doesn't know. I mean, they have as much of an unknown as everybody else.
It was not. It was not an attack on you, my friend.
Oh no, I mean, sometimes I'll say the wrong thing. Like I didn't mean to. I'm not nervous yet. I'm nervous about next year, but I'm pretty comfortable about this year. Lori, is there any reason not to be comfortable?
No, I think that we'll finish out the year, like I said, somewhere in the vicinity of where I had thought originally, unless they do something with this recapture for this year, and I don't know that will happen in time for this year. So,
and they would be the legislature, and specifically the Ways and Means Committee and the Education Committees making a recommendation. Oh, yes.
Okay. Is everybody okay? We beat that topic up enough. Mark, I think you brought that up. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I just to clarify, this isn't a worry. This is just trying to get the information.
Okay. Now the dog's attacking Kate. Okay, so then if we're good on principles, let's move to Bill and the superintendent's report, which was a lot of information. Go ahead, Bill.
I don't really have anything to add. I mean, I'll take some questions. I'll capture the superintendent's report and the COVID-19 report, just to let you guys know kind of the landscape. I meet twice a week with all the superintendents from Windsor and Wyndham to talk through every issue that we're all going through. We're sharing documents, we're sharing concepts, we're sharing strategic approaches. So we're all trying to work lockstep together. We meet once a week with the Secretary of Education for an hour on Thursdays. He gives us a debrief of what's going on. We get guidance every single day in written form that we share with all the principals and the cabinet members. And then we take action based on whatever the guidance is. We meet once a week with our COVID-19 task force, which is our leadership team, plus the association, the nurses, the counselors, food service, just so everybody knows what everybody else is doing, so we can stay in touch with each other. And just trying to keep things as normal as possible and routine as possible during a very unroutine time.
Any questions for the superintendent's report? Okay, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you, Bill.
Matt, one thing I missed during your presentation, I don't know how much you can say, but I don't know if everybody's aware of the situation you had up there with a staff member. Do you want to just, Mark, you have a comment?
I was waving at Dwight, who just showed back up.
Oh, Dwight's there. Hi, Dwight. Matt, can you give us a brief overview of what happened?
Sure. I think I sent out a release to each of the board members. We did have an employee have a medical emergency while preparing some meals on Wednesday of last week. And rescue was called. Deerfield Valley Rescue came to the scene. Dover PD, East Dover Fire was there. And the employee was transported to BMH and was released on Thursday and is home recovering. And the news is all good. And we are extremely happy about that. It was not related to her work in any way. It was not related to any of the work conditions. It was a personal medical emergency. And we're just really feeling fortunate that we were there to help her and that she's recovering well and is ready to come back to work. Although I told her she has to wait 14 days because she's been in the hospital. So feeling very lucky.
Okay. Is there any questions for Matt? Okay, hearing none. Is there anything that I missed? Is there anything anybody wants to see on the next agenda? Mark, you had sent something that said go to meeting best practices. Did you send that to everybody, or was that just for me because I didn't know what I was doing?
No, I sent that to everybody. There's one small correction to that, which is the link on there to the meeting document. I mistyped that. It's only HTTP there, and it actually has to be HTTPS. Hey, Cabernet. Sorry, dog and cat are fighting. But no, that's it.
So just how do we do an executive session now?
We are going to kick everybody out who doesn't belong in the executive session, and then come back from it. And anybody who wants to come back in can, but won't be the easiest thing to communicate about.
Okay.
So Mark, is there a waiting room?
There is. If people want to dial right back in after I kick them out, they can wait in the waiting room. And then when we come back from executive session, I'll let them in.
Do I need to wait to be sworn in to go to executive session? This is Kate.
You should be, but I think we can, and I don't see Bill anymore. Is Bill gone? No, Bill's there. Bill, we can invite who we want to bring into an executive session, correct? Okay, we can invite you in.
Okay.
Is there anything I'm missing? Because I think all I have is contractual issue. Yes, Peter.
How shall we know when to come back?
Well, I don't know if we're going to make any decisions, so I can just send you an email again, like last time. I have that technology.
Okay.
Okay, is everybody good then? Board members, just give a thumbs up if you're good. Okay, and I'm sorry, it looks like I'm looking off to the side, but I got a bigger screen in front of me and my computer's on the side. That's why I'm really not looking at you guys. So why don't we, pardon?
It's your good profile.
Better profile, thank you. Why don't we do an executive session for contractual issue? If somebody would make such a motion.
Rich, Bill just asked whether you want Tammy and Matt to attend.
No, as long as Bill attends, he can fill them in. We'll let them get off. Poor Matt is struggling down there in Guilford. Bye, Tammy. Bye, Matt.
Bye, guys. Thank you, and have a great night.
You too.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Did we have a motion?
I know, I'm waiting for one.
I'll make a motion that we move into executive session for contractual issues.
Okay, we have a motion. Somebody second that, please. Rick?
A second.
Okay, so we got a motion in the second. We should note in the motion that we're going to invite Kate into the executive session.
Got it.
Okay.
Bye,
Is there any
everyone.
discussion?
Keep safe. Nice to see you all on video.
Bye, Carrie.
So let me just let people know that on the contractual issue, Rick and I will let the board know, and hopefully we'll have some more information at our next meeting. And then, is there anything else before we adjourn, Mark?
Yeah, Bill, I was just wondering where we were on the status of the couple hiring positions that we had.
Sure. Matt has posted the positions. We've received over 10 applications, many of them local. So I would agree with the board's approach to contractual negotiations and investing in what you have invested in. I think that word gets around and people see stability and durability in what you guys provide in River Valleys.
Great, good to hear.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, Bill, I don't know, do we need to meet the first Monday in May, or what do you folks think? Do we want to put it off to the middle of May, see what's going on more? Do we want to maybe just have a written report from the principal administrators and see what's happening? I'm not sure what the board's thoughts are. Laura, go ahead. Oh, Mark, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, I think I'd like to meet it. It's helpful for me to hear from Bill, Matt, and Tammy about what's going on. So that's my opinion.
Laura? You're good?
Nothing.
Oh, Dwight's muted.
What's that?
Dwight, are you up for meeting on May 4th?
Yeah, I'm available.
Rick,
It is helpful. I mean, the meetings are, I mean, I'm not sure how much more we need to do, or what other things we have to accomplish, but I agree the meetings are helpful, and, you know, I miss you guys.
Now it really looks like that tic-tac-toe game, you know? Rick, you all good?
Yes, that should be fine to meet. If we want to meet, that should be fine.
Kate, you're all good to meet?
I'm ready to go to meeting.
There you go.
Send me an email and just let me talk to Andy and see how you get sworn in. I think any notary can do it. Do you know any notaries over your way?
I think so. I think there's actually one up in my neighborhood. I'm up in the Sheldon Hills Mountain Farms neighborhood, so I think we've got one up here.
Okay, and if not, I could meet you over in Wardsboro, like post office there by the cemetery at the base of Sheldon Hill.
Yep.
So, and stay 6 feet apart. So let me check with Nikki and I'll let you know what we need to do for you.
Okay. Thank you.
So if we're all set, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Just so everyone knows, it will be the same link for all of our meetings, so that won't be changing.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this, Mark, for us too. I really appreciate it. As you can
Yeah,
tell, if
thank
it
you,
was
Mark.
up to me, we wouldn't be doing it.
All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved. It's what is it? It's 7:37 p.m. We'll see you all on May 4th. Bill, and we'll get together the week before, and Bill's gone.
Welcome on board, Kate.
Thank you.
Who is it?
Hey, good morning, committee. We're live again on live committee meeting this morning. We have a number of excellent people to hear from to see how the business world is making out. And we will be hearing also from Chris Delia towards the end of the meeting to see how the SBA loans are going and all of that. So just want to go over the protocols again. Stay muted until you are called upon to speak. Make sure you raise your hands, and then I'll call on you. And don't forget to unraise your hands afterwards. So with that, we'll get started. Matt, would you like to start us off and just tell us what's going on or not going on in the construction world?
Well, thanks for having me. If I sound a little hoarse, it's from allergies. I'm not sick. I have allergies, just to be clear.
We're safe distancing from you anyway, so.
Well, I just didn't want you to be concerned for my health. So thanks for having me. Again, I'm Matt Musgrave with the Associated General Contractors. I think you were looking for a little bit of an update from what we've dealt with over the last month, and maybe if we had any ideas going forward. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so flashback to now March 21st, me and the executive director of the Associated General Contractors called each other on a Saturday morning because we kind of saw the writing on the wall at that point, what was going to be happening across the country and the world. Things were really starting to hit things were starting to explode, and we saw the social distancing becoming something that was going to be we were going to end up going farther than that. So what we decided to do was jump in our cars, and we ran to Staples and Office Depot, and we went shopping, and we built a little movie studio essentially, because one of our major missions as an association is to provide certification and training through either the OSHA program, the MSHA program, and now we are positioned to be really the only, that I'm aware of, COVID response training outlet that I'm aware of in Vermont at the time. So we've developed some trainings. We went from having in-class trainings, when the stay home order came out, I believe it was on the 24th, 25th. We were in a little bit of disbelief at that point. We had been looking at other states like New Hampshire and Massachusetts and Maine, and we saw that construction, whether it be all general construction or public works projects, were continuing. And we were aware that we were going to have to figure out a new way to deal with our training, which is why we put together an online training system. But we were absolutely unprepared for the fact that Vermont was going to have a different policy than the rest of the country when it comes to outdoor work and to construction. So that did really hit us by surprise. And as you probably would imagine, that we've been going through the 7 levels of dealing with challenges, and we went through the disbelief on March 24th. We went through some frustration and anger. We went through some confusion. And we have been essentially been dealing with a lot of challenges from both our owners, but also the staff of these companies, because you're really talking about a group of people that 70% of our members do road and bridge work. They've been inside all winter long, and wanted to get out there and start working. And the owners, of course, that's how they make their money. So we have been very challenged dealing with both in-state members, out-of-state members who are confused about the definitions of the critical or essential work. We've also been picking up non-members and bringing them not physically into our building, but bringing them into conference calls and education settings, so that we can really do what we can as an association to follow the governor's order, as well as promote the interests of our members. And in conversation with our board and members and staff, and ACCD and health department, we realized that there's two different things that we're looking at here. One of those is the regulatory side, and right now it's being governed by this executive order. We're very hopeful, based on the governor's comments, that the spigot will start to be opened again. I know that's really their department issue, but we realize that as that spigot's opened, we are now picking up a significant amount of responsibility to not only the staff that work with us, but the general public that's out there too. So what we've developed with a task force over the last 2 weeks was a plan. We stopped talking about, are we essential? We stopped talking about why we should be essential. We're not fighting that fight anymore. What we're now doing is putting together a plan, not if we go back to work, for when we go back to work. Because we don't want to get into a situation where we have to go back home. We don't want to be in a situation where we have half staff all summer long because we're not following protocols that are going to keep our employees safe. And even farther than that, we don't want them bringing stuff home to their families, or we don't want them stopping at Cumberland Farms 3, 4, 5 times a day to get coffee and having all those different contacts. So what we've developed is a COVID response strategy that we have now presented to both the health department and ACCD, and we're in the process of the final stages of that, and really outlines a couple of different protocols for what we intend to do when the spigot opens up and we can go back to work. And these include both OSHA as well as CDC guidelines that we've transcribed, made our own, put it into a plan that we're going to require, well, to the extent that we can require our members to follow this plan, so that we're doing the responsible thing, not only for our members, but for the general public too. And the other side of that is, in addition to the plan, we are asking our members to appoint in each one, whether it's in the office, whether it's out in the field, or dealing with suppliers or subcontractors, a COVID resource officer who's specially trained by us or another training facility, who can do two things. One, can extend that plan out to the staff members and make sure that they understand what the protocols required. And those protocols include things like face covers, social distancing, capacity of a number of people that can be in a space. So for example, right now, I think we're looking at somewhere between 150 and 250 square feet per person in a building. And the other part of the resource officer's job will be to make sure that the staff members are complying with all of the protocols, because again, there's a whole number of reasons that include regulatory, that include liability, that include just general morality, to make sure that we're doing the right thing when these people go back to work and that they feel comfortable coming back to work. So that's what we've been doing. It's really, we're trying to walk the tightrope between getting our people back out to work, but respecting the fact that we are in a serious crisis, and to move forward very carefully. As far as things that we would like to see, it's, I think, with the exception of some of the challenges we're dealing with locally with folks getting on unemployment, we are very appreciative of the efforts that both the federal government and you all here at the state have done to help protect our staff and keep them financially healthy, even though it's frustrating right now. The worst thing that we could have happen, especially in a mobile industry like ours, is someone can't afford the car payment, or someone can't afford to pay for their living arrangement, and that prevents them, it creates a barrier for them to come out to work. So we're really appreciative of that. On the business owner side of it, it's a little more challenging. We've had to deal with, a number of our members are running, very large companies, and they work outside with their hands in these big yellow trucks, and they've never written business plans before. So we've had to do a lot of consulting with our members on how to prepare to apply for a PPP loan or an economic disaster loan. They're appreciative of those. The challenges with some of those, though, are they are loans. Whereas like the PPP, there's a grant formula to that if you're able to keep people on. Some of these other programs are loan programs that are going to have a lasting impact on the revenue of these businesses, depending on how long they're shut down for. And we're optimistic that we're going to get back soon. But if it's a long period of time, there's going to be some financial hardships for the owners, because again, a loan's a loan is a loan. And I don't think that I'm sitting here suggesting any kind of a corporate stimulus, but things that I would ask that the committee would consider would be to look at the building and general services budget, see what, if any, kind of programs you could put into that, because right now we have an opportunity with a lot of empty buildings across the state, that in our discussions with BGS and contractors, we could find ways to reduce the expense of some of the projects based on the fact that we're not having to deal with the health or safety of state employees within the building. We'd also ask that the committee, and I don't have specific suggestions right now, but work with some of the different agencies, particularly AOT. BGS is pretty ahead of the game at the moment, but we need to get our agencies prepared so that when the spigot does open up, that we don't have another 2 weeks of delay. Right now, I can fairly comfortably say that if they said we could go do road work on Monday, that AOT has probably got a lag time of a week to 2 weeks before they can get project engineers and all of their systems up and running. So the two things that I would ask for is look at the capital budget, see where we may have some money available to create some sort of a BGS package or something along those lines, that we can address some of these buildings that do have long-term issues that we need to deal with. And then second, look at ways that we can streamline the process by advising or helping with our agencies. And I know that that's, falls under the executive branch in a lot of cases, but anything that we can do, whether it's figure out a way to get permit applications expedited, get people, get building plans and traffic plans agreed upon quicker. Those are the things that are going to really help us.
Questions for Matt? Lynn? I have to unmute.
Yeah.
There you
Thank you, Matt. One of the questions I have, and it's a concern that we have personally in our office, and I think a lot of people have, is that this started out as a 2-week thing and now it's like a couple of months. And when we actually ended up with the relief for unemployment for employers, it gave us 8 weeks of non-impact, of a waiver of our experience rating, which is a really big help when you're laying everybody off, which most of us don't do. You might have more of it in your group than we've ever experienced, or other people have experienced. But then the PPP is supposed to offer, if you hire everybody back or you're within 25% of your payroll, you're supposed to get the potential for a loan that gets converted to a grant. It's an 8-week period of time. But if you're looking into September or October, if you're not open or you can't work and you can't put these, you can't pay them to, you could pay them to do nothing or to do some minimal things, but are any of your members concerned about they're going to get back in a situation where they get through those 16 weeks and then they still aren't back to work or don't have everybody rehired, and that grant goes away and becomes that loan? And then they have to put people on unemployment again. Is that a thought that your members are looking at?
So yeah, to answer your question, number one, I'm really having a hard time getting accurate numbers on layoffs within the association. I sent out a survey to our members, and of all of our members, I only received 15 responses. I hope that's good news and not bad news. I think that a lot of companies maybe get a little bit tight-lipped on that. But what I was counting in the responses was, compared to the 15,000 to 18,000 we have in the workforce, I saw less than 1,000 people that were represented in my survey. So we've been advising our members to hold on to people as long as possible. We're aware that the highway season generally starts on April 15th, so we're really only a day late with that right now. We've been very hopeful that due to the nature of our work that we're going to get back out there. And again, talks with ACCD and health department, I think we're getting close to low risk businesses getting back out there. The majority of our office staffs are able to work from home and do 90% of what they're doing. In fact, my office is spread out all over central Vermont at the moment. So the long-term question that you had is a serious concern. And when we've kind of internally been having conversations similar to your question, which is what happens if this keeps going? And that goes a little bit to our response planning that we have, which is we want to make sure that we're doing this the right way. So when we get back out there, we don't get pulled back in 2 weeks. So that's something that we're doing to try to help with that. But on the other end, yes, I believe that the legislature should consider, and I don't know how this would work after the session adjourns, but if there was some way for you to trigger that that employer rating forgiveness to last longer, and if I was going to tie a date certain to it, I would tie it until the end of this executive order. And I mean, really, the argument to extending that is that this although this health crisis affects every single person, it is only one entity that has closed down the businesses. So that we believe, if there is an extension to this and we are forced to stay at home and our government's asking us to do that, then we would also ask the same of our government to support us during that time.
Well, I think that if you look at the bill that passed in the end that the governor signed, it extended it to 12 weeks. But then it also allowed the commissioner to extend it further if he felt he needed to. So I think that piece is already available to continue it on if we see we need to.
Yeah, and to take it farther, I think on the general business health, that's going to be a challenge too. If and again, we're generally going to be working outside this summer, so I think that it's going to happen for us. But I think in the larger economy, I don't think that we're going to see a lot of, and I'm not going to name businesses because it's not fair for me to do that, but I think we're going to see some businesses that are going to have these issues lingering potentially through the year.
It could be a very long time until probably a vaccine is found for this so that people can gather again.
Okay.
Charlie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, I was thinking about not just the Association of General Contractors, but thinking about your subcontractors. And you work with many subcontractors, I would imagine, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and so they may be more vulnerable than your association members, and I'm concerned about those. Have you heard from your subcontractors about their current situation, about their ability to come out of this, or what are they doing right now to prepare themselves?
So I will start by saying that a number of our subcontractors are AGC members. So, for example, our board is comprised of contractor members. We have affiliate members. We have who are professional services. We have associate members who are supply chain people, and we also have other associate members who are subcontractors in a number of different ways. So internally, it's very easy for us because we're supplying these training and this advice to everyone. And within this training, one of the expectations that we've set forth is that when subcontractors become involved, and I do believe that ACCD is going to require this across the board. We are in talks with them, and with this rollout is going to include enhanced protocols that businesses are going to have to follow. So we are going to, we are advising our members that when they do work with a sub, they should follow the protocols that we put together in our plan, which include, and some of it's very challenging in terms of contract requirements. So you have a contract requirement that I'm going to deliver a service. Let's say I'm going to have somebody come in and professionally paint. They're on a timeline to do that. 3 people get sick. They have to go home. We have to have protocols in place to deal with those contracts. So number one, people are getting paid. Number two, people are following, issues like workers' comp and unemployment insurance, that they're actually classified correctly, that the delivery schedules, people coming and going from buildings, is going to mesh appropriately. But really, it's going to be at the general contractor's discretion which subs that they're going to work with. And the expectation is that the subs are going to live up to at least the base minimum of what the general contractor protocols are, or further their protocols for safety. So we've thought about that, and it's, we're at this point, we're supplying our training for the next week to the AGC members, but after that, we're going to expand it and offer it out to the larger population of contractors and subcontractors through the state, so that we can get ahead of and deal with any of those relationship issues.
Yeah, what I was trying to really get at is their financial survivability right now, more than following the training that you're talking about in terms of being financially vulnerable. It's those smaller contractors that typically do not have the resources to fall back on. And that was my concern. Is it's just financially, are they going to be able to, as we emerge from this, be around?
I think that's a very good question, and it's certainly going to be dependent on the individual sub. I mean, we have subcontractors that are multi-million-dollar companies, and we also have subcontractors that have a magnet on the truck. And I think with some of the multi-million-dollar companies, I think they're a little bit more, they can weather the storm a little bit better. And some of the smaller subs, I think, are going to benefit from the ability to apply for unemployment through self-employment through that. Thank you, by the way, for that. But there is going to be some pain for them, because these folks do have loans for their equipment. They do have operating expenses that they're going to have to continue. At this point, I haven't got a letter from Green Mountain Power that we're not paying our bill anymore here. We're still paying our property taxes. We're still paying our bills. So your question is very good. And I think that's, again, why I would suggest, if we can put something together and get more work out the door this year, that could potentially make up for this month of lost work for some of those people.
Matt, have you had any discussions with Alice Emmons, Corrections and Institutions, or on the Senate side, Senator Benning?
I went before them last week for the criminal background check bill, had a conversation about that, but I haven't specifically discussed with either one of them opportunities within institutions. But thank you for that.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Alice also, and maybe to Chris Cole too, and maybe everybody. I think it's a great idea that we have vacant buildings now, and if repairs need to be done, it's a great time to do it. It's easier for the workers to get in there and get it done in a lot faster fashion than trying to work around people. So we'll see what we can do. We can have the discussion anyway.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Any more questions for Matt? Great, thanks, Matt.
Thanks for all your work.
Thank you. Mr. Driscoll, how are you?
Oh, not bad, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for this opportunity. What I'd like to do is sort of walk through some of the impacts and issues for manufacturing. So far, we have initial impacts, ongoing issues, starting to look at reopening and recovery, and then maybe some longer term considerations. And then I'd also like to speak briefly about what we've been doing to help connect manufacturers with the state to provide critically needed PPE and other supplies. And I know that Adam and Bob and other folks can talk more about that also when they come up. So I'll just run through, basically what these issues have been, and maybe take questions when I get through the list, or certainly, Mr. Chairman, you can, if you're watching the hands, you can stop me as we go. I think for the initial impact of manufacturing, I think one of the first things we saw was the supply chain disruptions from China. Obviously, that's where you first had some initial company shutdowns, and that did create a ripple effect for manufacturers before there were any other impacts here in the country. And ironically, that actually started to ease right at the time as everything else was catching up with the United States and Europe. Like many other employers, trying to manage the unemployment system in terms of trying to manage and help their employees with shutdowns or partial layoffs was challenging. Manufacturers were working to come up to compliance with the OSHA and CDC guidelines that were distributed early on in terms of maintaining a safe workplace. Childcare, obviously a concern. For manufacturers in particular, I think, and it not that it's anyone's fault per se, but I think just it was inherently novel and precipitous how we moved into closing down non-essential businesses and understanding who's critical and who's not critical. I think for some manufacturers, it was very clear, depending on how directly they were involved with certain sectors, particularly healthcare, defense, and other things like that. But for a lot of manufacturers, they might be in a generic category that's not broadly deemed critical, but because of their specific product or customers being in a critical supply chain, they were. And we did have some initial uncertainty and concerns about companies, whether they were critical or not. And even some Vermont manufacturers having issues with their supply chains partners and whatnot, shutting down, not realizing that they were critical. And I think a lot of those were able to resume operations once communications kind of cleared things up. But that was certainly a difficult issue initially, and I think it still continues to be one that does affect some folks as well as we move forward. In terms of ongoing issues, obviously, just like other folks as well, trying to secure the right financing to survive the shutdown period, but also getting through even limited operations as a critical business. I think we still need to see how the current programs play out in terms of effectiveness. I think certainly Adam and Chris, I believe, can talk about some of the issues of initial applications and getting the financing and seeing how effective that is. I think going forward, flexibility and sustainability are going to be the biggest needs. Like other employers, there are challenges with making use of financial assistance when it's tied to maintaining employment at a certain particular point in time when you may not have customers or may not have customers returning in any meaningful amount for some period of time. That can be challenging. Another thing for manufacturers in particular, a lot of manufacturers in Vermont are part of multi-state and even multinational corporations. So even though they might seem to be small businesses in terms of the thresholds for a lot of assistance here in Vermont, in fact, they are part of much larger corporations, and so they don't necessarily have access to everything that some other companies do. There has been some confusion or uncertainty, particularly in that regard with foreign-owned corporations. We have a lot of Canadian-owned companies here and other international companies. And I think there has been some clarity recently, or movement toward clarification of how the U.S. affiliates of those companies qualify. Again, maybe Chris might be able to speak to that as well too. Ironically, some of the manufacturers that are still operating because they are critical businesses, because they're critical and because of the nature of the products that they're supplying, a lot of them have actually seen an increase in demand for what they produce. And they have had challenges meeting that demand with their current workforce, or even trying to attract additional workers in order to meet that increased demand. So that's an ironic problem or challenge under the circumstances for some folks. But beyond that, like other employers, there are challenges in maintaining workforce over, understandable, concerns about health concerns for workers. Also, you've heard obviously some of the balance of temptations, if you will, or pros and cons from employees' perspectives as to whether or not they would be better off on UI or continuing to work. Because of the higher wages and benefits in manufacturing, that's not That doesn't affect as much of the workforce for manufacturers as it does for others, but we're not immune from that dilemma as well. I think one of the other things that folks are dealing with is continuing not only initial OSHA and CDC guidance for workplace safety, but as that guidance evolves, manufacturers are very familiar with dealing with hygiene and hazards in the workplace, and so PPE and other things like that are not new issues for them, but they aren't necessarily normally using the kind of PPE that's required under these circumstances. So issues of finding suppliers and maintaining supply of that kind of equipment to maintain safe operations is an issue for the private sector, just as is an issue for the public response as well. So, trying to find those sources and maintain that supply is a constant issue, and one I think hopefully as the state's efforts continue to grow and continue to be successful in securing that, sort of helping the private sector either by supply or by reference for suppliers is an ongoing need. There are some issues here and there as well in terms of managing supply chains still. Obviously, there was the initial impact of the shutdowns in China, but as other states and other countries have their own approach toward what's a critical business and what's not, trying to maintain contact with suppliers in other states or in other countries. I know there have been some concerns raised about Mexico in particular being relatively restrictive, and at least on paper, in terms of what they're directing companies to do in terms of maintaining operations. Trying to maintain those supply chains it can be challenging. I think as we go on, there's been some initial feedback or direction from ANR and other regulatory agencies about how you maintain compliance with reports and other regulatory requirements in this context. I think as this period of shutdown and other conditions is prolonged, I think we'll be trying to work with ANR for further clarity on that on an ongoing basis, OSHA and VOSHA as well on that. I think one concern, which is a growing one, especially as we do look to seeing different states taking different approaches toward either relaxing restrictions or even the ongoing prolonged effect of having different criteria currently. I think there's going to be a growing concern, one that we're trying to reach out to companies to get a better handle on, is the potential of Vermont companies losing out on suppliers or customers if there are companies or competitors in other states or other countries that are able to either look for other suppliers or replace them as the suppliers to customers down the line of supply. But the Vermont company is not able to operate and therefore not able to compete. That could represent a loss of business that could be fatal for some companies going forward. Again, we don't have a handle on how to quantify how pervasive or extensive that is, but I think it's going to be an increasing one as we move forward in different states, different countries, become more relaxed or more open in their operations than Vermont might be. That's just something to be aware of and try to consider. I think that's sort of a segue into looking forward to reopening and recovery issues. Certainly, we're a manufacturing association. It's not surprising that we'd be advocating for the safe reopening of manufacturing as soon as possible. I think that does make sense for manufacturing insofar as if to the extent that we're able to recover operations, that's going to have the biggest positive impact for the economy and state revenues. It also, frankly, will do the most to relieve pressure on UI and other public benefits, given that the manufacturing being a high wage, high benefit sector, Conversely, that's a bigger cost for these state programs when our employees need to rely on them. And again, manufacturers are used to dealing with hygiene and hazardous conditions in closed environments. And so I think those are all factors that argue in the favor of looking to try to recover manufacturing operations sooner rather than later, again, within the context of safety. And in doing so, I think, especially looking at the experience of going into the stay home, stay safe order and the whole concerns over being critical or not critical and whatnot, I think regardless of when reopening might begin and what the pace might be, I think getting down to clear planning, clear criteria, clear communications as soon as possible, so that companies are really prepared and understand how the process is going to proceed, is going to be very, very important. And whether that's done in coordination with other states, as it sort of has been in the news recently, I think there are certainly benefits to doing that. But trying to have a clear plan in place as soon as possible, I think would be very, very important. And while I think reopening manufacturing broadly should be the overall goal, if there is prioritization, I think there are areas that we can look at in terms of sort of first steps or initial focus. Certainly looking at Vermont's criteria for a critical manufacturer, we can continue to review that in terms of federal guidance in other states, and look at areas where Vermont might emulate them where we are currently. There are many manufacturers that are currently operating partially because some of their product lines are critical and some of their product lines are not. And generally those companies have only been operating on the critical product lines, but in doing so, they've been gaining experience in operating safely under these conditions. And those might be the companies that are best positioned to broaden their operations to the currently non-critical products, because they already have the practices in place to do that safely. And I guess the third priority references to what I was talking about before. If we can find companies that really are in risk of losing customers or losing suppliers that might have a serious long-term impact on Vermont's economy, I think looking at ways to see if we can help them return to operations and be able to compete before that happens, I think that would be an important focus, I think, to have. Just broadly, again, regardless of how things are prioritized or the timing, making sure that we are able to address the needs for PPE supplies, potential assistance for companies that have been shut down, but if they're looking at reopening, are going to have to come up into compliance with the OSHA and CDC guidelines. Looking frankly at work-based testing is going to be a critical issue for maintaining a safe workplace as companies get back into operations, and this virus is not disappearing, obviously, until vaccines and other more significant measures are put in place. So helping companies with their PPE needs, helping companies with their employee testing needs is going to be something that will be an important part of reopening and ongoing operations beyond reopening. So those, I think, are the main things that we're dealing with now and looking to in the near to medium future. I think longer term, we're simply continuing a lot of that. I think looking far to the future, I think, Vermont has had its competitiveness challenges and business challenges already. I think as we look toward longer term recovery issues, I think the more we can do to make clear that, the state is going to be looking at, stronger, more clear business retention policies, economic development policies, the kind of things that this committee has looked at, for a long time now. I think trying to be very clear that Vermont's going to be focused on business retention through the recovery period and the economic challenges that we're going to be facing. I think that's going to be helpful to give companies confidence that they have a future here. I think that will be key. So I think I'll just pause there for a moment, see if anybody has any questions before I talk about the efforts of connecting companies to provide state needs.
Okay, Zach?
Thank you, Bill. And thank you, Chair. Bill, I was just wondering how many of our businesses have been able to shift their focus on some of the essential manufacturing essential goods, and if they're able to move some of the employees that otherwise would have been laid off because they're not working on essential products towards manufacturing of whatever those essential products are. So I'm just curious how flexible our manufacturers have been with that, and if that's something we can expect more of.
So I certainly know that certainly does happen. I couldn't give you like numbers or percentages in terms of how often that's happened. But obviously, to say a company makes 5 different things and only one of them is critical, there's obviously many of them would have the potential to move workers onto the critical productions to meet an increase in demand. That's not always possible though, either because there may just simply be limits in the capacity, the production capacity on a certain line. You can't necessarily, quadruple production on 1 out of 5 products just because of the demand is there. And then sometimes there are cross-training issues as well in terms of whether employees, what you need to do in order to have an employee shift up. But that's certainly obviously something that companies are doing to the extent that they can.
Patricia, is that part of, is this something that you're talking about in a bit? You're muted right now.
Sorry. Yes, I can cover those, cover my points later.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Charlie?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. I was waiting to see if you were going to talk about businesses having experience with workers that left the job because they thought there was an unreasonable risk of them contracting COVID-19 because they weren't following best practices from the CDC or OSHA or State Health Department. And I know that was voiced as a concern among folks in the manufacturing industry in particular, but I didn't hear you say it, so I'm assuming then it hasn't come to be a real issue.
Right. So I think in manufacturing, just as in other sectors, there are certainly employees who have decided not to come to work because they are concerned. It hasn't risen to the level that we are hearing that in itself is a critical issue. I think sometimes there is a general problem of some employees, and again, I've heard this more from other sectors of employees not coming to work anymore and not necessarily telling their employer why they're not coming. And I'm sure a lot of that is motivated by general concerns. But in terms of maintaining a safe workplace and the whole concern of unreasonable risk, I think, again, the general practices in manufacturing have already provided a pretty good basis for addressing those kind of concerns. And there has been a lot of guidance out there from OSHA and CDC about how to improve practices to address COVID specifically. And I think generally speaking, manufacturers that are in operation are doing a good job of that. I'm sure it is happening on a case by case basis, but in terms of a general trend, I have not heard that that's a critical problem so far, at least.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
I mean, I know at least some companies, especially, just to address general anxiety or general questions, I think there are certainly companies that both the company themselves and their employees wanted, are also sort of seeking clarity that whether or not they're critical and they're a critical business. I think, I think that gives confidence clarity on that helps give confidence both to the employers and the employees that that they're needed, frankly, and that there's a value in that, and then also that there are guidelines and steps in place to make sure that they can operate safely.
Bill, do you know the manufacturers that are still able to function? Have they increased the pay for their workers? We've heard a lot of people talking about hazardous pay or risk pay, or have you seen that within the manufacturing world?
I think I've heard about that a bit, and I'm sure it's happening, on a case-by-case basis. I don't have any sort of sector-wide sense of the extent to which that's happening. Obviously, again, I think in some ways we're dealing with a lot of companies and a lot of workers who are already fairly highly compensated, and I think so. Not that there isn't value to increasing compensation in any case, but they maybe aren't facing the same kind of needs of their employees or pressures on their employees that some other sectors are. In that sense.
Okay. Anything else for Bill? Any more questions? Bill, did you have any more that you wanted to?
Yeah, just briefly, and I think this will be a good segue also into Adam and Bob and others. Just want to talk a little bit about on sort of a positive side, I think, in terms of helping Vermont manufacturers connect with the state to provide critical products and needs. We reached out early on to the state about talking about how to connect manufacturers and other companies that could either donate supplies, refer their own suppliers for PPE and others, or either themselves manufacture or convert to manufacture needed goods and services. We developed a survey early on that we sent out broadly with the help of VMEC and the RDCs and eventually the Vermont procurement folks. And that survey helps identify state priorities, what the state is actually looking for in terms of contracting. As you might know, the state BGS takes lead on contracting for goods, both for the state response and also UVM and Dartmouth hospital networks. So that survey both again identified folks who can donate, refer, supply, or convert to supply, both specifically what the state is actually looking for, and that's been an evolving list over time, but also provide information about what they can do for products or services that may not be currently identified as critical, but could be useful down the road. And I think that's been very helpful. Those responses, we've had nearly 70 or so companies responded to that so far. And it's a wide range. Some companies have a product that can pull right off the shelf. Some companies simply have the capacity to manufacture things if they're given the right supplies and designs. That information has been given directly to BGS and also shared with VMEC, because a lot of these companies, if they don't have off-the-shelf products, they may need help, technical assistance in terms of designs and connecting with supply chains and whatnot. And so the RDCs and VMEC have been great partners in both getting that survey out and dealing with companies once they have some interest. I know that there have been a number of successful culminations of that. The state has entered into a number of contracts with companies to supply necessary goods. Unfortunately, I wasn't organized enough to check with all of them to talk about them, but certainly Revision has been in the news about what they're doing, and there have been other companies as well that have made progress. And as part of that, also, not only have RDCs worked directly with companies, which I'm sure Adam can talk about, but VMEC has set up an online platform to help make those connections and help companies work together to meet the state's needs. And I have no doubt that they'll be happy to talk at great length about that. So I think it's, one would hope that, although obviously we're going to be dealing with COVID for quite some time, it's not going to go away in a month. but whether it's dealing with COVID long-term or being prepared for the next disaster that might happen, maybe it's 100 years, maybe it's 2 years, the next one. I'm hoping that this experience that we've gone through in terms of the networks we've established, the connections we've established, and the mechanisms that we've put into place to make these connections, I'm hoping that we can integrate that into disaster planning in Vermont going forward, so that whether it's a disease outbreak like this or even a natural disaster that may have different needs, that we're able to activate these relationships much more quickly and help address needs locally as much as possible.
Good point. Any further questions for Bill? Bill, thanks a lot. We appreciate you taking the time. Adam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, I worked out earlier that I'd be able to do a bit of a screen share halfway through. So I've got a few slides I want to present later on. First off, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the perspective of the RDCs of Vermont. I'm Adam Grinold, the Executive Director of Bratt Development Credit Corporation, and serve as the current president of the RDCs of Vermont. Last week, the RDCs issued a letter to the federal delegation that covered concerns, issues, and suggestions regarding the COVID-19 response. This committee has received a copy of that, as has the legislative leadership. So I'm happy to answer any questions of the contents of that letter, but want to speak more broadly to some of the other gaps that we've seen beyond just the focus of that letter, which was primarily around PPP, EIDL, UI, and other things like that. So again, if you want to interrupt, please feel free. Otherwise, I'll sort of just keep going through this until I hear you interrupt me. I also occasionally am battling my coworkers here at home for bandwidth as they do their schoolwork. So if I lag, please just wave and I'll stop my video, and that seems to help. So I'm confident that everyone in this meeting and on this committee is aware of the PPP and the EIDL programs and some of the pitfalls, and really want to focus on the gaps that the RDCs saw developing in the immediate aftermath of the announcement, the governor's declaration. And leading up to that declaration, and certainly since then, RDCs have been in very close communication with the large employers in each of the regions, as well as small and medium employers. And these days were frantic days for everyone. Understandably, extremely overwhelmed ACCD. They're taking thousands of calls and they just could not respond. Those calls quickly turned to the regional development corporations, and appropriately so. When your neighbor calls, you answer. So we had a lot of just one-on-one conversations. Probably most significant and different is the number of the small and medium employers who found their way to RDCs. You know, we have a daily relationship certainly with many of the largest employers in the regions, but this has been greatly expanded in recent days. And as we move from that sort of early response more into the dissemination of information, the role for the RDCs changed. Suddenly we were out having to gather that accurate and timely information in regards to many of these federal and state programs in close partnership with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, Department of Labor. Thankfully, we have a long history of those relationships, and we have what we've always referred to as the one-stop shop. So we had embedded in the RDCs, the SBDC, Vermont SBDC, the PTAC, and those relationships and partnerships allowed us to work very closely with folks like with VMEC, who were trying to get information out. We were collaborating on documents that would have consistent information that would be timely and accurate. And in the early days, that was really critical to have that regional relationship with the business, to be able to have good, solid information, as there is so much wrong and inaccurate information out there. But despite all of that cooperation, we began to see cracks in the early days, and these cracks have widened. And those cracks really revolve around the lack of access to capital. So we understand intuitively that the smaller the business, the less liquidity they're likely to have, the less ability to get new capital. But what is probably less obvious than the size of the business is also the impacts that, depending on what sector you're in. So I think perhaps here's where I'll ask if we can do a slide share or a screen share. How do we execute that, Amy?
I think that you can share your screen because I made you a co-host.
Okay, great.
So go down to the bottom and see that green screen share button. Okay.
Great. Okay. So what I want to talk a bit about here, and this has been already referenced a few times, but it's just some of the impact that we're going to see from this. And we, of course, know the immediacy that we are experiencing. At the BDCC, we've begun doing some research. This research was really based on some understandings from Brookings Institute. Brookings Institute is using methodologies that were being used by Moody's and the Boston Group to help understand the risk and assess risk at a national level. So we've taken this national data, we've laid it over the Wyndham Regions data so that we can understand what the immediate, near-term, and long-term risks are by sectors, and how many employers and employees are in each of those sectors. Sorry, I'm trying to advance my slide here. Okay, so as you see here, some obvious immediate hits were to accommodation, food service. But as you start to look down, you'll see that the size of the employment and the number of establishments in these near term are greatly reduced, as then therefore is the wage impact to the regional economy. When we move over into near term, again at the top, you see a large number of establishments, large number of employees, large number of wages. So these are, and when we look out to the long term, again at the top, and I see my internet is unstable. At the top, we see a large number of employment, large number of establishments. So in this slide, what we see here is just the sort of what we're headed into. You know, we are going to see some frantic closures, no doubt, coming out of the immediacy of this. But what this tells us is that this is, in addition to what we're seeing in the short term, we're going to see some longer term impacts that are going to keep hitting the economy in waves. So there is some good news here. We see that Vermont is really good at creating jobs, creating new businesses. We're in the top 10 here. But we're also, one of the challenges with this is that, and what this is, what you see here from the business actualization, that is the percentages of businesses that make a payroll within the first 8 quarters of their formation. So we've historically been great at starting a lot of small businesses, but we're not always great at creating jobs with those. We see here for our region in the state that Vermont is 47th in the nation for the presence of the new employers among all firms. So while in our region we were very focused on creating new manufacturing jobs, we're sort of anticipating as we look forward that we could see some sector shifts as well as growth within emerging sectors pre-COVID. Challenge to this that we see as we look back at the history of our recovery from recent recoveries is this slide from Matthew Barowitz shows the United States recovery coming out of the 2007 recession, and then Vermont's. And then if you take Vermont and you exclude the Burlington NECTA, which is it's a term used for New England metropolitan areas instead for that don't have counties or county government. So you see here Vermont is very flat and barely getting back to pre-recession status. So that's a troubling fact that as we think forward as post-recovery, what can we be doing to ensure that we're retaining those jobs? As we look here to this slide, again, it's just a reminder of the total of Vermont. We see the bottom of for Windham County specifically, but it just shows us where these folks are employed with 4 or fewer workers, 5 to 9 workers, and 10 to 19 workers, and really where that impact will be felt as we understand or try to understand who's at the greatest risk. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen here. Okay, I'm having trouble stopping this. Apologies. There we go. Okay, and I can't seem to get my video back on, so apologies for that. That'll come back, I think. So in summary here, when we're looking at our current situation and assessing what we might do to ensure strength going forward, we're really starting to look at how we can make sure that we have the resources available for those folks who need it today. So that's access to capital for those small and medium employers. A lot of the PPP programs did not benefit those folks with few employees or those folks who cannot reopen. A lot of the EIDL programs are not designed for some of our smaller businesses. So what we're seeing is actually a large group of Vermont businesses who are not going to have access to any of the current federal programs aimed at assisting in that stabilization and recovery. So that's a big concern. We're hopeful that there will be, in addition to the incentives already available to Vermont businesses, some additional incentives that will support the retention of businesses and employees. Without the employers, we don't have the employees. And we really want to make sure that they have those opportunities. So continued support of the existing veggie program, training programs, but also looking for new opportunities to support the retention of our existing employers. I think I'll pause there, see if there's any questions.
Okay. Before questions, Adam, could you send your slides to Amy so she could post them too?
Absolutely. Oh, and my button is back. There we go. Okay.
Great. Questions for Adam, Lynn? Trying to see who's first.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Reading your letter to the delegation, you actually raised an issue that I had a conversation with, that is a concern to me that I already raised with AGC, and that is that 10-day, the lack of flexibility that seems to be built into PPP as far as people trying to use that and get it converted to a grant. I had a conversation with Rebecca Ellis. Gee, the weeks go by, it might have been a week or 2 ago, but it was that issue. And, that's an important issue for a lot of small businesses. because the loan option, when you put the thing together, it's a lot of money. And, you know, it would do it as a grant is really a much more effective tool to make sure you get to rehire these people back again. So I'm glad the RDCs did that.
Yes, you know, what we're seeing is a lot of the advice and recommendations were to firms to consider it a loan and not a grant, because of, as the time of application, they were so unsure of the rules regarding the forgiveness. And even today, if you ask the banks exactly what those will look like, there's still questions to be answered. So I think a lot of people went into it eyes wide open, hoping that they would be able to make that a forgivable grant instead of, or a forgivable loan instead of a loan. And we're, you know, we're watching, of course, the federal conversations about additional funding. I understand we're really just a day away from depleting the funds at a national level. I know Vermont has been extremely successful in drawing down those dollars on a per capita comparison to other states. And I think that's a testament to the great work of Vermont's SBA, of VITA, of ACCD, of the RDC networks, anyone and everyone who was supporting this effort. And first and foremost is the banks who put all that through. You know, they did tremendous amount of work in a very short time frame. It's amazing what they did.
Yeah, because my impression is that if this is not a convertible to a grant, there will be just a lot of people who won't bother to get involved with it at all. They'll just lay the people off, take their chances, and that's not what I think. I mean, that was not the intent of the legislation, and that's not what I think a lot of people want to do. I think they want to come back and reopen and keep their employees and move right along. But this has got this funny criteria that might not make that possible.
So I have 3 businesses of my own, 2 of which I'm primarily responsible for. One I'm a minority partner in. And for 2 of those, we applied for both PPP and EIDL. And I did pull my PPP before it was funded, after the extension of the stay at home, stay safe, because it's a seasonal business, and I will not be able to bring my employees on in time to fully deploy within that 8-week period. So I'm really hopeful that they fund this again, and that they modify the way in which the time frame for bringing people back in industries that are precluded from operating currently.
Yeah, I understand. That's exactly where I see it. The town hall that they had for the delegation, was it a week or 2 ago now? The restaurants are really, I mean, anybody who's in a close personal situation on Main Street is restaurants, bars, gyms, beauticians, optometrists, the dentists. There's a whole bunch of people who are in this category who could be really discouraged or in difficult shape if they get into this situation and then have to pay back this huge loan.
Yeah.
Stephanie.
Adam, I just wanted to say thank you for looking at these smaller businesses. It's been my concern all along that the small businesses are so dramatically affected by this. And in the rural communities, I think that we have a huge amount of just 1 and 2 person businesses. I had long conversation with the Vermont Small Business Development Corporation, and during those conversations, it was reaffirmed what I was also thinking, that these small businesses are so many of them are just unable to take on any more debt, and so these loans are, you know, obviously a problem to take on, even though they're a low interest. But many businesses just are unable to take on any debt at all, and also that these businesses have sort of a lack of financial literacy. And I think both Matt and Bill talked about that. Like, so with these smaller businesses that maybe one or two people, but there's not really any planning, there's not any business plans, there's not, everything's sort of done week by week or month by month. And so this kind of crisis has really brought it to the forefront that there needs to be a lot of training and help for these smaller businesses. And I don't know how that happens, but it's clearly if your statistics are right and we're going to lose a quarter of our small businesses, it's going to be a pretty drastic reality when we see that they're gone. So anyway, I just want to make a comment about that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I agree. You know, the training that is going to be needed for small businesses is crucial, and in the relationship that the RDCs and other similar groups have. You know, the role that we do is the mission won't change, but the way in which we're doing it has changed. So we're going to, it is the work now of the RDCs every day to wake up and reach out to their employers in their region and make sure those employers have the most current information, that they know how to access the tools that are available, that we help them sort of, you know, make it through this next few months so that they have the liquidity at the other side of the new normal. And that they're ready to operate as we come through this. And that's only going to come through the continued partnership with all the different state agencies, but it's always regional, and getting down into that one-on-one conversation with the businesses is really an important role that we see the RDCs continue to play.
Okay, great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any more questions for Adam? Anything else, Adam?
No, thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I'm learning a lot, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
My name is Bob Zeider, and I'm the Director and CEO of the Vermont Manufacturing Extension Center. For those that may be listening in that don't know who we are, we're a public-private partnership. I've been in Vermont for over 25 years now. We're hosted by the Vermont State Colleges, and we're also part of the MEP National Network, which is under NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. So we have the benefit of having partners across the United States that do work similar to what we do. They may look a little different, have a different name depending on who they partnered with at the local level. So that has been invaluable in the chaos and the crisis that we've been going through to get that national level perspective, what's going on in other states, to see how they're handling similar challenges. We are learning rapidly from one another. While focusing on the immediate crisis, we're trying to also collectively look forward as to what that might mean. So we can take some of those best practices and feed them to the extent possible into what we're doing here in Vermont, which is always informative. I want to first say that I thank the preceding folks that have contributed here, Matt and Bill and Adam. I don't disagree with anything they've said. I think that we're all on the same wavelength. Manufacturing may be a little different in terms of the fact that they make a product rather than primarily deliver a service, but fundamentally they are businesses, so they face the same kinds of issues and challenges that have been discussed here. And so they're having to deal with the SBA loans, EIDL, PPP, all of those same issues on top of trying to figure out things that are unique to manufacturing. And so as Bill indicated, while there is still some consternation about sort of the designation, what's essential, what's not, that is an ongoing issue that hopefully, you know, in retrospect, we can look at that, how those decisions are made and so forth. Construction in many ways is similar to manufacturing. It's just that we are making things sort of more within a confined environment. However, I think that many of our manufacturers are very sophisticated, many are not, but some of our leading manufacturers have experience, and one in particular is on my board. He was sharing just the other day at our meeting about his experience. He has a large factory in China. They have factories in Europe, factories in Mexico. And so they have been actually following this wave of the COVID-19 and in real time experiencing what works, what doesn't work, and bringing that back here to Vermont. So there are some reservoirs of good knowledge, best practices and so forth that we are trying to see how we can collectively tap into and get the benefit of that. From our perspective, we're a small center. We have 11 folks. Most of those folks are out in the field all the time working actually in manufacturers across the state of all sizes and in all different industries. So we have a pretty good feel for what the pulse is in manufacturing. That's what we do. That's what we think about day in and day out. When this thing really started to break, like all of you, the chaos that went along with that, typical in any crisis, was overwhelming. Email overload, just dealing with the crisis of the moment. At the same time, trying to figure how we could be of assistance in helping the state meet some of its needs in PPEs and the healthcare issues that were being confronted. And once again, the inability of folks to sort of get the information they really needed to respond. Everybody's willing to do what they can, saying, I can do this, I can do that. And so trying to triage that became a major function of what we did for our first few weeks. And the days still have been long. The staffs work 7 days a week, mostly 12, 14 hours a day. Until last weekend on Easter, we said, we've got to take a break. We can't sustain that. But everybody's been busy like you have, I'm sure, trying to do our very best. So without being repetitive on what's been said, I think one of the things we recognize, and I'm going to have Patricia Giavara, who's the assistant director, chime in just a few minutes. We recognize that one thing we are good at is knowing what manufacturers can do, can't do, how we can bring them together, and be able to perhaps establish new supply chains, create new supply chains where the traditional ones have been broken. And clearly the traditional supply chains are broken. And the reality is that as we emerge from this, they will remain broken for some period of time. New ones will have to be established. There will be companies that won't make it after a short period of time. And just as was indicated by Adam's presentation and Bill, there will be waves of failures that naturally will occur. And that's really unfortunate, but that's the environment in which we have to work right now. So one of the things we decided to do is we're triaging how we can try to get some order in the way we're responding. Is we recognize that if we could get information that was clear, that was accurate, compiled in one place, get the manufacturers starting to talk to one another with ease, because manufacturers are problem solvers. They're doers. They're used to working and solving issues. If we can get them together talking and innovating, oftentimes they will come up with novel solutions, and we don't even have to be involved. We can just then support, encourage, coach, that type of thing. So anyway, out of that came an idea to form what we've called the Manufacturing Exchange Vermont. And in 2 weeks, using agile sprints, we were able to go from an idea to an actual living concept that is now actually on the air, if you will, live in the cloud. It's a cloud-based platform built on social media concepts. So it's not like a traditional website, but what its goal really is to help the primary mission is actually, just as I read it here, connecting people and supply chains to deliver solutions. And it also allows the manufacturers and suppliers to post their needs and also post potential business opportunities. So we're finding as we move forward in this environment that it has aspects of this that are really very powerful in being able to get groups together, whether they be the construction industry, whether it be RDCs, whether it be other entities that we normally partner with, to be able to set up a forum that could be an open platform where they could actually moderate it, if you will. And out of that could be formed very quickly subgroups or working groups. They can be private, they can be public. There's all kinds of options there where folks could begin to get together and deal with problem solving and how they would look at it. For instance, as we look at recovery, you could have under that umbrella, if you will, a number of different specific areas. How are we going to deal with at-risk problems? How are we going to deal with working in a post-COVID-19 manufacturing environment? And so here we can gather folks together that have a passion to deal with that kind of issue, that have information and knowledge they can contribute, that they can post into the forum. They can post videos, they can post information. It is a moderated forum with somebody that's taken responsibility to sort of be a gatekeeper to an extent. Those could be by invitation only, those particular forums. It could be around any problem or topic. The idea is we see in innovation, as you get diversity, people of different thought come together with stimulus, with information that's been posted. We find that that's where you really get meaningful, unique innovation. So that's the concept behind this. And so we're building that out now quickly, literally in real time. It is a work in progress. We believe that it's going to be something that will help us communicate more rapidly, real time, and help to solve problems as we move forward. Because the way we do business, I think we all understand, Vermont 2.0 is not going to be the same as it has been previously. So the other thing I would just want to mention is that in a couple of things that, as I think about this, that I think would be helpful as we move forward. Number one, immediately, I think we really need to consider a way to be able to get some type of grant funding for retooling. There are some companies, and Patricia will mention, that are already beginning to retool. Some of them are very small. They're pivoting very quickly. They can make a meaningful contribution, but in some sense, they're encumbered because they can't afford $3,000 to $5,000 or $10,000 to get the equipment they might need to make that happen. And so there's an opportunity to reemploy people if they could make that additional small investment, and some of them are constrained by that. So that's number one issue. I think number two, we need to look at the Vermont training program, make sure that is fully funded. We also need to do whatever we can very quickly to try to lower the barriers of any red tape that might be there to open the spigot, because involved with this pivoting that's going to be taking place within manufacturing, there will be, along with that, needs to retrain and get people up to speed in various areas. I think as we move out of this, we're going to see more dependence and more trending over time here towards using digital technologies, what we call Industry 4.0 technologies. It may be cobots, it may be automation, it may be artificial intelligence, wearables, many of the tools that are out there that are actually coming into manufacturing very rapidly could be deployed sooner rather than later in Vermont as we begin to look at how we move in this new environment. And so I'm going to have Patricia talk about PPEs. Before I do that, though, I just want to communicate at our board meeting, we have an advisory board that has 14 members. 11 of those members are CEOs or very senior leaders in some of well-known companies in Vermont, all the way from global foundries down to some very small operations. It was a very sobering meeting where the folks really opened up about the gut-wrenching problem, and you all know what it's like. I know what it's like to have laid off people in manufacturing and how terrible that was. Some of these companies have never experienced that before. And so with that came a lot of real open sharing, and it was really inspiring to see, number one, the compassion that to a person these folks had for their employees. They were really concerned about their employees and what was going on, and they found themselves in a different way, not just the employee that comes to their plant, but they were dealing with family issues. And so how are they keeping some of those families afloat? Maybe with a helping hand loan fund they're doing, everything they can do. In some cases, a well-known company sitting there and they're saying, you know, we're not considered essential. So I've got 26 people that could actually be working, and we know how to do that in this kind of environment. So there's those kinds of frustrations and emotions that we're all aware of. But I think to a person, and they knew I was going to be talking to you folks today, and I said, what message do you want me to deliver? So I'll write down just a couple things, and I'll be a good servant and a good soldier here just to deliver the message to you. And really the overriding message is most manufacturers will do the right thing. Okay, they want to be open, they want to do the right thing, and they will do the right thing. One comment from a leading manufacturer said, don't use a weed whacker where a scalpel will do, particularly regarding closing down manufacturing companies. Okay, and the other thing universally was, you can trust us, allow our plants to reopen, even if it means having prescribed requirements. They're willing to deal with, we want to know what we need to do to keep those plants open and safe, and we will act accordingly with that, but trust us to do the right thing. So I've delivered that message. That has obviously many facets to it. And I'm going to turn this over to Patricia now. She's been very involved, her expertise, she's been with the center for 17 years, chemical engineer by training out of RPI and other things. But she came in to help us at the time with a supply chain issue that we had. We were involved in a DoD defense initiative across New England. And so that's her background and expertise. And so she was queued up and ready for this crisis, because we put her point on some of these supply chain issues. So Patricia, I'll turn the camera over to you.
Okay, just one second. I just want to make sure there's no questions for you, Bob, before we.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll come back around if you need to.
Okay. I don't see any hands up. Okay, great. And on those two little pieces that you gave us at the end, have you talked to the administration and let ACCD know what the manufacturers are thinking? And
yes.
We will try to reinforce that when we can.
The other point I didn't make, and just so I get the point in, I really think it's time right now, especially because of the critical impact of manufacturing, our largest private sector contributor to the GDP. Average wage is 25% more than the Vermont average wage. The job multiplier effect, every manufacturing job contributes another four jobs. When you look at any lever you could pull right now to kickstart our economy, manufacturing has to be an important player in that equation. So I really think we really need, it's time to have somebody that it's either on the cabinet as a manufacturing a cabinet member, or an advisory group of manufacturers that could help advise folks on issues. Somebody that's really focused all the time, looking at the legislative impediments or whatever, always got manufacturing on their mind and is looking at it through that lens. ACC does a great job, but they've got many other things to do as well. So just a point to make there.
Thank you. Tricia, good morning.
Good morning, Patricia Giovara, Assistant Director with VMEC. I'll try to be brief. I do want, before I talk specifically about PPE, I do want to say that the strength of the partnerships, working in collaboration with AIV, with the RDCs, with ACCD, and in particular, specifically the PTAC program there, and many, many other partners is just been really terrific over the last several weeks. Even anyway, just it's always there, but it's really shining. And I just wanted to emphasize as well, I know it's been mentioned, but in manufacturing, there are a lot of standards and regulations, quality management systems, safety systems, lean management systems, process and systems thinking and problem solving that really equip the manufacturers and all of their employees to address, take on, problem solve what is needed to work in this new environment we find ourselves in. So VMEC, again, VMEC, AIV, and PTAC are partnering to gather information about companies that are able to retool or convert their operations. VMEC, I am taking point, working with the primary point of contact within the state of Vermont, procurement in buildings and grounds, and with the primary point of contact at UVM, Medical Center and Health Network on the medical pieces. So we're VMEC's role and our partner's role in this is to bring manufacturing proposals on how we can produce medical personal protective equipment here in Vermont. There are, and as you've read, you've read about some companies that are really stepping up on their own, others that we've reached out to try to make this connection and make them aware and guide them through making a proposal to the state. There are lots of challenges, as you can imagine, because some of these items, like making medical, surgical face masks, it's difficult to source the material. Hundreds of thousands are needed, and they're needed at a price that is workable for the state and for our hospitals and first responders, et cetera. So a lot of challenges there. Vermont is not set up to make low cost, fast, high volume production on most of these items. So so when companies do step up on, making surgical masks, face shields, for example, and we're working with a few now, companies that have cut and sew capabilities on other needed items in that gown, sort of isolation gown category. The challenges of sourcing material, so helping with supply chain, trying to come up with a proposal of how they can manufacture it at the right cost. So the piece that I just want to highlight, as Bob mentioned, on in some of these even small grants right now would make a big difference. So where a company that hasn't made face masks, now they're making hundreds of thousands, and they need to be able to cut that small metal piece. A machine like that is not expensive, but it's a hurdle. And so or a company that maybe has 5 sewers or 10 sewers, but if they had 5 more sewing machines, industrial, of course, could make more. So, or a company that's working on prototypes. So in addition to the immediate PPE, there are some other more development type projects going on, which I think have even sort of bigger opportunities, let's say, for Vermont manufacturing going forward, because these are higher value items that do require innovation and maybe more patentable kind of opportunities. But there, companies are having to make prototypes, and that has cost associated with it. So here they are already struggling because some of these businesses are working, some of the ones that are working are suffering where they may supply, say, the aerospace industry. You can imagine that they've, what has been a growing business for a long time is now dropped off 50% at least because of those industries dropping off. So there are multiple different problems. Some of the companies are shut down. So having some support to develop prototypes and/or in some cases it's not a lot of money. Small grants would go a long way to encouraging some of that activity. Let's just trying to think here. I just want to, yeah. I mean, there are also, companies are, have stepped up to take things on their own. You read in the paper about J.K. Adams, for example. I mean, they just, they make wood products, but they just jumped in and, extremely high volume. I'm going to say extremely, but very high volume, right? Tens of thousands of items per week that they're, producing. So, that's a great example. And then, as I mentioned, some other manufacturers, we have some number of cut and sew in Vermont, but not a lot. And much of it is more high-end kind of production and, high value, smaller quantities, et cetera. So we're working to encourage those companies and help them put together business plan proposals that can work for everybody involved, and source materials that are going to work medically, get to pricing that's going to work for the state of Vermont, and then a business plan that's going to work for the company. And of course, underlaid with all of that is keeping people safe. So I'll stop there and if people have any questions.
Any questions for Patricia? Charlie?
Yeah, thank you. I hope the sound comes through okay. Is the sound all right?
Yes.
So and I can appreciate that it is a lift for these companies to retool and to try to figure out what kind of equipment do they need. They have to stop doing what they've been doing, start doing something they haven't done. And Bob had talked about fully funding the Vermont training program and some funds or grants for retooling. And what I'm just wondering is that in that transition is the most painful, because essentially at the end of it, they should be selling products that are going to recover their costs in the production and give them an operating profit, I would assume, unless they're selling at substantially lower margins to meet the price points. And so they're not going to make as much money. So I'm just trying to balance the need to help them make that transition, and then what is largely their responsibility for being sustainable after that, which is not what we want to fund necessarily going on. Is saying we're going to continue to induce them to do that. So just trying to get a feel for what you think the right thing is there. Is it a grant? Is it a loan? So what does it look like?
Right. So there are a lot of factors here. So this one company that I mentioned, well, and I can say their name because they were in a recent news article and mentioned, for example, Portabrace, right? So they stepped up to make lots of surgical face masks. They are incurring, some cost to do that. Of course, they've entered into a business arrangement, so right. They're not, doing this to lose money. But, they, will they continue that business long term? Probably not, right? But they stepped up to help the state, who said, we need PPE and we want it manufactured in Vermont so that we, have it close in. So they stepped up to answer the call. Is this the business opportunity that fits their business model? No. They are having their employees, there's a lot of different pieces to it. So that's just, one example. I also just think, so yeah, I don't know, there's a balance. There's a balance because I think some of these companies, they are entering into a business deal for sure, but they're taking some risk. They're trying to answer the call, be responsive and responsible. And when I say small grants, I mean, even, some of these are in the, $5,000 would make a difference to some of these companies in terms of being able to help. So, and again, I think some, to encourage some of the real innovation around, some of the medical devices and products that UVM Medical Center may want. So it's a balance, I think.
And Charlie, to your point, I think at some point, it may be a short-term solution to keep the company viable, to keep the employees employed and moving them through this particular period so that they can get to pivot either back towards what they were doing or maybe new opportunities have opened up too. Longer term, it's clear to us, and looking at the national perspective from the feedback I get, that there will be considerable over time reshoring that is going to be happening as a result of this. There will be opportunities for Vermont, and some of these companies are learning a lot. They're breaking out of the old, and they're saying, hey, we can do this. We can pivot. We can be flexible. We can be agile, and so it's allowing them to think outside the boxes perhaps they never have before, and that's empowering to them. So anyway, it's hard to say what the long-term perspective will look like versus the short-term. But as you probably know, being a businessman, sometimes you have to just sort of get through that dark place and the valley of death so that you can fight another day.
Thank you.
Bob or Patricia, do you have any numbers, a range of how many manufacturers may fit into this conversion that we might be able to talk about and maybe look for some money that could be possible to help in those conversions?
I don't think we don't have any specific numbers. It's only really what we're learning on the fly, and Patricia can contribute to this too. But I think at first there were some companies that stepped up and sort of entered into the fray, and I think they became frustrated very early because they couldn't get specs, they couldn't get information, and that was part of the triage that we were trying to solve through the exchange that we've set up now. That at least they can go to one place. We have a section cut and sew. We have a place for helmets. We have a place for ventilators and that type of thing. They can get the most current information, and they can see and start a discussion. We're also hopeful of soon feeding into that forum information that we get through a program called Supplier Scouting, which is nationwide through our network, and there are a lot of opportunities coming there. So we want to feed opportunities there that could allow these companies then to get opportunities outside of Vermont at the right time and start production on new areas of business opportunity. So Patricia, you put on that?
Just a couple other things I'll add to that. So, there's this immediate sort of retooling to address Vermont needs. There are some companies that are retooling because they see they're able to do it and they see business opportunity in Vermont, the United States, and around the world. And I want to mention two more sort of categories, right, of things that are happening. One is the UVM ventilator, for example. And I know we were asked, in that, we're transitioning to, working. We've got several manufacturers involved in that project. That is a product that actually doesn't require a lot of retooling, except for perhaps some injection molded parts. But many Vermont manufacturers would be able to make a product like that. I also just want to say that, as we move into thinking about recovery, I think there are even greater expenses that manufacturers are going to be faced with as they have to change a lot of practices. And I'm going to say move, what we talk about as Industry 4.0 technologies, talking about more automation, maybe using virtual reality to do training, because in the manufacturing workplace, I'm sure this also happens in construction and many other industries, you're working side by side when you're training someone, and if we're social distancing, we're going to come up with new ways to do that one-to-one training on, here's exactly how you do something at your workstation. So I think that even bigger, that there are going to be even greater needs to keep our manufacturing sector strong and growing and contributing to our economy, as Bob mentioned.
And I think too, there is an opportunity for Vermont when you think about it. I think there are probably going to be many manufacturers and folks that have gone through, like in New York City and other Long Island and so forth. They're going to say, boy, I wish I was in the country, so to speak, somewhere. So I wish my business were there. And so there'd be opportunities for Vermont if we really make a clear message that we're open to manufacturing. You are important. We embrace you. We want to work with you. And that's part of what I'm talking about, showing that we're ready to take a step and say, we've got a czar of manufacturing, we've got a secretary, whatever it is, somebody that's really, really about manufacturing. So I think there'll be an opportunity to see some of those companies perhaps want to transition into the lifestyle that we can offer uniquely in Vermont if we're smart about taking advantage of that.
Well, maybe it's time that we start thinking about more manufacturing in the United States, where we have a better reliance on our own than relying on China.
Absolutely.
And we haven't talked about, food manufacturing, and we don't have time to get into that, but we are keeping a close eye on the needs and concerns of food manufacturers as well, and that we just have to keep a close eye on that as we go forward.
Zach?
Thank you, Mike. Bob, I have a question for Bob, and then I think I have a question for Patricia as well. But I was interested in the Industry 4.0 technologies and wondering if there are any policy hurdles that are preventing sort of rapid deployment of these types of technologies that we could possibly waive in the short term, so that these things can get out quickly. And my other question for Patricia was in terms of whether we're reaching out to specific companies about manufacturing PPE. I was specifically curious about Skida, and if we're experiencing any issues with trade secrets as part of the challenges in getting some of these things manufactured here, if that's an issue, and if that's also something that we can overcome. So sorry, there's 3 questions, but I'll
go in reverse order and let Bob think about the policy question. So you mentioned specifically Skida. They've been a client of VMEX, and we have talked with them in the last few weeks. So I don't want to like specifically talk about that company, but let me answer. I'm going to take the opportunity to answer that question a little bit more broadly. And I have to tell you, I forgot one of the questions you asked, but there are also many companies that are stepping up to produce cloth masks, right, that you've read about. So this would be the non-medical PPE in a sense, right? So this is non-medical personal face coverings, cloth masks. There are many companies that have stepped up to do that, some in smaller ways, some in bigger ways. I've seen a couple of, I know of a couple of companies that are working on low cost, high volume, that they could produce low cost, high volume. They're working on the business case, but we've got a couple of ideas here in Vermont that could produce per week hundreds of thousands of masks. So if those 2 ideas, and again, they're looking at, can we make the business case work? But they could be producing face masks that could be at grocery stores, all the schools. I mean, just full coverage in Vermont very fast. Anyway, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but some companies are like have found their calling in a sense, right? Have found some specific customers and their mission, they've kind of directed their mission a certain way.
I think you actually got right to the heart of my question, which is, we're seeing a lot of community or like individuals that are making these face masks, and that's key to its business model, as is they have individual people out sewing these masks together, and so they already have this structure in place. But you really got to the heart of it, which is the issue is really the medical grade masks, which is what we're looking for. But the other issue was, in terms of manufacturing these essential goods, are we running into any trade secrets issues? That was my second question.
Oh, yeah, trade secrets. I think that not any that I'm immediately aware of. I mean, there is one device that if you go to the new manufacturing exchange, mxvt.org, as Bob mentioned, you'll see one of the forums is saying, hey, we'd like to look at making this, we're calling it like the bubble helmet, a ventilator hood. You've seen them in Italy. So, I mean, that's we've got one company that's stepping up to say, hey, I'm going to make some prototypes. Can they though get past the patent issues at some point, right? So those things will come up.
Yeah.
And my other question for Bob was just about any policy hurdles in terms of implementing some of the Industry 4.0 technologies. Thank you, Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not that I'm aware of really at this time. We have a number of companies that are well along that path of Industry 4.0. Others that I think will be forced to look at it or are going to be open to it. Just by virtue of the fact that we're on computers all day long now, the way we're communicating, that's a step into that whole new world. Part of the challenge that we have early on recognized that companies don't know what they don't know, and how do we continue to educate them and let them know that there are great opportunities here. People think of automation right away. They say, oh, that means job layoffs. No. That means sort of reorienting perhaps the way your staff are deployed, how they're used. It creates other job opportunities and allows greater volumes of production, improve the quality, a whole number of aspects of working remotely, working 24/7. So it opens up new possibilities really that are ultimately good for the company and for our economy.
Just one other issue I just want to mention, since you brought up the technology and IP issues, another set of issues is around liability. Having companies that have never made medical devices or products before. So just addressing that and working through that. So that's another set of costs, right? Because even if there's supposed, immunity, you better have your lawyers involved, right? So that's another set of costs that people are facing.
Okay, Lynn?
Yeah, thank you. Bob already brought it up, but one thought that occurred to me for all of the people here with us today is the change we need to make in our supply chains that's coming forward, what opportunity or what impact they're all examining and what's going to happen with that. And then the second thing is Bob brought up something that we've actually had in committee before, and that is the need for a Secretary of Manufacturing, somebody on the cabinet level, a department or something that's more, it's never gone anywhere, but it's been brought up and it's been brought up in legislation. And I agree. I think this is a good time to look into that again, but to talk about the supply chain situation that we've been facing and what we can do to fix that, because I think that's going to be something nationwide that we're going to look at.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to create new supply chains here because we'll have no other choice. Mm-hmm. And that's part of what we're trying to do to get the companies to communicate, to understand the opportunities. Once again, they're problem solvers. They will recognize that they're going to be out of business in some cases unless they figure out how to get a new supply chain, how they can partner perhaps to make a piece of a product, and they can partner with another company. They might not know that there's a company, within 30 miles of them that is able to do something or has a capability that they never knew about. So that's part of this ability that we need to make connections of people and around particular problems or issues or product needs. So part of the exchange, we have an opportunity, they can post needs like a classified, they can post, here's an opportunity for somebody, give me help, or I can help in this way, we can volunteer. So it's connecting people, a lot of this, and then oftentimes they can run with it. So
I also related to that is the MEP national network that VNEC is part of. And also Pat Moulton sits on the advisory board of that NIST MEP. So that it truly is a network. So as we're building new supply chains and we have needs here in Vermont, we're able to, have that communication using a methodology that's been in place for a long time called supplier scouting to reach out to our colleagues in all 50 states and Puerto Rico to work together on rebuilding those supply chains. So there will be, tied in to at the national level too, for sure. So we clearly can't do all of this in Vermont. And also regionally, we have, we work, well regionally as well.
Does someone want to talk about the Secretary of Manufacturing?
are you asking us?
Well, Bill, you, whoever, it's been an issue. It's come before our committee before.
Yeah, that's probably a long-term discussion that we'll start thinking about again. My thought is more of a Department of Manufacturing within
Yes.
yeah, it's something that we need to keep on our radar, I think, as we go forward, especially if it is our desire to bring more manufacturing back to the United States and back to Vermont. Thank you. So we are at the end of our allotted time, but we haven't got to Chris yet, and I do want to hear what our banks last couple of weeks. I don't think they've been sitting around by any means. So, Chris, if you could let us know how SBA loans are doing these days.
Sure. I'd be more than happy to tell you. And I'll also give you a heads up that tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I'm going to do a briefing for the full house. So I will maybe just give you a couple of updated things this morning. The breaking news this morning is that the Paycheck Protection Program has run out of money and they are no longer accepting applications in the portal. We've been getting a kickback on everything that has been submitted this morning. At this point, nationally, I can tell you that there's been 1,625,000 applications submitted and have gone through the system. 347 billion has been allocated. They're holding back some funding for administrative purposes, and that is through 4,975 lenders. In Vermont, the applications were 4,886 over a 2-week period. $853.7 million has been allocated through those approved applications. And I'll go back to closings in a minute. And when you look at that, as far as across the country, Vermont ranks 3rd in per capita for capturing the PPP funds. And I'm going to brag just a little bit that my folks account for about 85 to 90% of that activity in that program. So I'm very proud of what they've been able to do. But the problem is we're out of money. And at this point, anybody who is sitting on the sidelines or comes to the door with an application is going to have to wait until Congress allocates some additional funding. We learned last night that the talks continue, but they are breaking down in a few areas, if you will, add-ons that some folks would like to include in the package. The 250 billion is secured, if you will, but there's additional funding for state and municipals. to help with the revenue losses they've been experiencing, as well as about 150 million for, excuse me, 150 billion, small rounding error, I guess, 150 billion for medical supplies that are desperately needed. So at this point, we've gotten everything into the system that we can. We're now getting rejection notices from the E-Trans system through SBA. I said 853 million allocated or approved. So we are actively moving toward closing those loans. We have started under the guidance that we received from Treasury that we have 10 days to close the loans. So if you go back to Friday, April 3rd, we had 10 days, so April 13th, that we had to close those first round of loans. And that's just going to be a continual closing process. So if you will, anything that went into the system very early this morning or overnight will close within 10 days from now. That's the obligation that we're under with the program. So I feel confident in saying that 10 days from now, we'll have $853 million back into the economy to help small businesses. Is it everything they were looking for? No. Everything they need? Absolutely not. We had a number of businesses who said, you know, I'm not going to be able to open because of the executive order that we're under here in Vermont. So, you know, I don't want to take the money right now. Well, unfortunately, they're on the sidelines and they're going to have to wait till additional funding comes into the program. I keep going back to it's a paycheck protection program. So it was designed to keep people employed and off the unemployment rolls. But that's the business's decision. That's not our decision as financial institutions. It's a mess behind the scenes. And I think for us, the challenges, the immediate challenge is closing the loans within those 10 days. I've got one bank that has to close 800 loans in 6 days, and they can only do 100 a day. So they will not meet the 10-day guideline, period. And we're hoping that there will be a grace period, if you will, or we can extend that 10 days to something more reasonable. So that's one problem immediately. But I think the next biggest problem that we're going to face, aside from not having guidelines to deal with sole proprietors and independent contractors, not having guidelines on how to calculate payroll for those individuals, not having guidelines for this or that or whatever else, is when we get to the 7 or 8 week period and we've got the masses coming to our door saying, we want our loans forgiven. And I can tell you at this point, we have no information from Treasury on how to do that. And that's frightening for us. It should be frightening for the business because you fill out an application, you do some calculations, and you walk away with an expectation of what you think might be forgiven. That, I will say, is what's unique about this program. If you use the funds that you got in PPP according to the interim rules in the CARE Act, if I apply it all to payroll and I apply 25% or less to mortgage interest or rent or utilities, I'm going to walk away with 100% forgiveness, theoretically. And that is what's unique about this program. The other thing I'll tell you, it's not only the PPP that's run out of money, it's also the EIDL program. That's the one where you directly apply to, believe me, Charlie, it can get worse. I see you holding your head. The program, 4 million plus applications, $10 million that was allocated to it. A group down in Texas under the SBA banner that's been doing it. And they've been slow in responding, I think, because they're just completely overwhelmed. And again, the program's out of money. So I think you're lucky if you get something out of that. You probably won't get everything you wanted. Again, hopefully you get at least the $10,000. That's the forgivable portion of that program. So, I guess that's the uplifting portion of the sermon this morning from my perspective. It's not a lot of good news, at least today. But that said, we have helped 4,886 businesses out there through this program. I will leave you with this and then take questions. Long before PPP came along, our banks were working with businesses to try and figure out what they can do to help them. And we're going to continue to do that, even if PPP funds don't get appropriated by Congress. Will it be as meaningful? No, capacity is limited, capacity is stretched. And when you're dealing with thousands and thousands of individuals and businesses coming to your door for assistance, you can only do so much for everybody. So that's a significant challenge. There is a new Main Street lending program that has come out. We're looking at the Fed term sheet to see what, if anything, can be done with that program here in Vermont. It's got higher thresholds for employment levels, but we may have some manufacturers and others who can take advantage of it. And then obviously we've been in communication with our delegation right along, and they know the drill. We need the money and they're on board with getting the money. So we're just continually keeping them up to date. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions, and I'll go into more detail tomorrow.
Zach?
Thank you, Chris, and I hope everybody in your household is feeling healthy and well. I was, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you tomorrow. I was curious about what we can, how our small businesses can start to prepare for the next round now. It sounds like they've shut down the application process, but I was reading an article in, I think it was Wall Street Journal yesterday, that was talking about that the majority of businesses whose funds were approved, loans were approved, had relationships with their banks. So I'm curious if small businesses should start, if they don't already have a relationship, start building those relationships with their business, with their banks, and what other steps they might take to prepare for the next round of loans now.
Great. First of all, everybody in the house is awesome. Thank you for asking. Move past it, and so far we're all co-working together quite well. The message to your constituents and small businesses: get your application together, get your documentation together, establish that relationship if you don't have one, get your paperwork into the bank, because what I'm recommending just within the last half hour to my members is to set up an internal queue with those applications so that when the system is back up and running, because I do have hope that Congress will appropriate more money, when the system is back up and running, the banks can begin to input those applications again. So don't wait until Congress takes action. Get that material together and get it into your lender or a new lender if you're establishing a relationship. I want to just add to the new lender relationship comment. We are doing our best to meet the needs of the folks coming through the door. I think I may have mentioned this to you. We are required under the PPP program to follow what's called Bank Secrecy Act guidelines of knowing your customer. So when we are working with you, Zach, and you're an established customer, we've already got the documentation that we needed to vet you and to make sure you are who you say you are, if you will. That is not the case for a new customer. They've got a higher bar to go through to get over in providing that additional documentation. So not impossible, but they've got to collect that material based on what the bank is requesting. No way around it. Federal guideline, got to do it. New customers, no relationship with a financial institution, are certainly able to go to the banking system or credit unions. It's just a higher lift for those individuals to get into the system. And they'll be in the queue like everybody else.
Charlie.
Just a simple question. Chris, I did have a constituent who did apply for the EIDL loan and got it in advance. And the advance he had asked for, of course, was $10,000. He got an advance for $1,000. And the advance was tied to the number of full-time employees. Of course, he had filled out the paperwork wrong, and it should have been 5 employees, but it was 1. So that was part of the kind of just way that it rolled a little bit, so that he got that $1,000 advance. So, and now that that money is out or gone, I don't think we'll be advising our constituents to, should we be advising to apply for even the EIDL loans at this point if they're out of money as well?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The application was filled out wrong because you can get up to $10,000 of that forgivable money. That's too bad. Unless there's new money allocated to EIDL in a new package, then that program is basically out of money. They won't be able to accept new applications. So I would at this point say not to advise people to go there because there's no funding. I think people need to pay close attention to the news, and if there is funding that comes out, try and get an application in as quickly as possible. But at this point, there's no money to apply for. I think
Okay.
they'd have to switch over to the P program if that's feasible for them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris. We will certainly be listening to you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Looking forward to more information. I think it's unfortunate that we're out of money, but the fortunate thing is that we have $850 million back into the economy, into the state of Vermont, and helping our businesses try to make it through this difficult time. I want to thank everyone all our guests this morning. I really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. I think we received some good information. Matt, I will have a conversation with institutions and corrections. And I think I have some ideas on in starting a discussion on maybe a manufacturing conversion grants or something. There might be some places that we could look to see if we could repurpose some dollars that we already have in the budget. So we'll have those conversations. Committee, please keep watching your email as we go forward. There's some things that may be coming up that we may need to work on. We will see, but everyone, please stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll talk soon. Thank you all very much.
I think we will start shortly here. The speakers, I will introduce you as soon as I am finished with the beginning of this press conference. I want to thank folks for coming today. I know that everyone is extremely busy. There has been this breaking news just in the last couple of days of the closing of the NVU Linden, NVU Johnson, and Randolph campus of Vermont Technical College. And it's brought up a lot of concern from folks all across the state. I know that legislators, probably trustee members of the state colleges, the governor and myself have been inundated with communications from concerned Vermonters across the spectrum, from students, faculty, staff, community members, businesses in the vicinity of the various facilities. Really the incredible importance of these institutions, particularly to the central and northeastern part of the state, but really to all Vermonters who attend our state college system and have access to the great programs of our state colleges throughout the state, and that the concern of these closing for the state is quite large. We are here today. It's very clear that the members of the legislative body, myself, the faculty, staff, and students are requesting that the Board of Trustees delay the vote to close the 3 facilities. The vote is scheduled for tomorrow, when everybody just learned about it on Friday. That is an extremely short window of time for the community to understand the reasons behind it, to come up with ideas and solutions to maintaining the facilities and continuing their operation. And it's obviously a very short window of time for people just to simply comprehend the radical change that would happen throughout the communities of Vermont that these facilities are located in and the general area that they're located in. Right now, so many are struggling with the impacts of COVID-19 and that pandemic, from all of us being isolated at home, to school being stopped, to businesses being shut down, and that there are huge financial consequences to the pandemic occurring, and that people's personal budgets and revenue streams are all severely impacted. We also know that the social and economic and community impacts of these institutions are very real. And so to impact the current climate with the COVID-19, with this on top of that, is a tremendously ill-timed conversation to be having, because this is going to be devastating for these communities. It's really going to go against all that we're trying to achieve. Closing these institutions will not help young people stay in Vermont and gain the knowledge and skills they need to stay in the state and thrive. This action will not attract young people to the state, which is a huge demographic that we're trying to grow the state with. And when you look back at so many businesses in Vermont, so many of our community members, farmers, who are living in Vermont because they were attracted to Vermont by these institutions, this will be a tremendous loss for the state looking forward. This action will not expand businesses. It will not give them the opportunity to have interns or future employees. It will not create new businesses, which many graduates do. And this is going to hurt businesses across the spectrum and throughout Vermont by closing these institutions. Closing these institutions will hurt the workforce for Vermont going forward. It's not going to build the workforce. It's going to reduce the opportunity of workforce for our businesses in the state. So we do call on the board today to delay the vote on closing the campuses, to allow the legislature, community members, faculty, and students and businesses to work together to review the facts behind this proposal and to review whether there's opportunities to be nimble and build a future that includes these facilities going forward in Vermont. We don't profess to know the answers at this time. This has been in front of us for just a couple of days now, but we need all the facts to come out and we need time for that. There are tens of thousands of Vermonters and graduates of these institutions ready to put their ideas and resources to work to keep these institutions going and create the future that we want to have in Vermont. There's clearly got to be a more productive solution going forward. I know the legislators are taking this situation very seriously. and they have have had valuable proposals in the past. And we also recognize that the state has not been a very good partner in funding these institutions with annual budget appropriations. This has been an ongoing challenge for decades. And therefore, we all know we need to look at all of these issues in looking for a path forward. I would ask that the governor, who made a very good statement earlier today, which was an adjustment from Friday. I'm very glad that going from the adjustment Friday to today's statement that he no longer supports the proposal to close all 3 campuses. But I hope going forward, the governor would consider, in his very busy schedule right now, maybe appointing a task force with leaders from either past government leaders, business folks, students, faculty, staff, and community members to really dig into this over a number of weeks while the Board of Trustees gives a pause on their vote. The governor is obviously very busy with the COVID-19 pandemic. It'd be hard to think that he would have the time or the top level administrators would have the time right now. But if he could appoint a task force to look into this, I think that would be very, very helpful. With that statement, I would like to introduce Senator Kitchell from Caledonia County, who has a brief statement to offer regarding this proposal.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I won't repeat all the things the Lieutenant Governor said. It goes without saying, as someone who has lived in the Northeast Kingdom, and my family has for generations, and I have family members who attended the state college system, that this decision has really rocked us. During the last few days, we all have received hundreds of emails from parents, faculty, businesses, residents, and they all convey a very passionate view around the critical role that our state college system does play in meeting higher education and providing higher education opportunities for our youth, but also meeting the workforce needs of our businesses. So as I heard the decision on Friday, it just struck me the impacts of the recommendations are so far-reaching, and that we all were taken back by just the magnitude of the proposal, and in the course of a weekend can't give the thoughtful response that people deserve and what people want. So time is needed, and the legislative leadership have asked for a delay, and I strongly agree. I think it just goes without saying that a lot of work has to be done. We can't be naive. The world of higher education has changed dramatically. We've got to do right sizing. We've got to do future planning. We've got to look at emerging needs. But all that is important work to build the framework and the foundation for the future of our public higher education system. So I'm speaking as a legislator who will have a direct role in many of the discussions, but it needs to be done in a thoughtful way. I agree we need to have a work group with expertise to really help us figure out this path ahead, which is really so important to all Vermonters, but certainly the impact is experienced in the Northeast Kingdom and the central part of the state. So those are just my comments at this time, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kitchell. And next, we're going to hear from a Vermont student, State College student, Patrick Wickstrom, who has done a lot of work organizing. You could maybe tell us a little bit about the organizing and why briefly. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Lieutenant Governor. So I attend Northern Vermont University, Linden, and I can tell you, and I'm sure, you know, as you've said, all of your offices have been packed full with emails and phone calls, and that are from students and faculty, staff, community members, businesses from around the state with concerns about the Chancellor's plan to close all of Northern Vermont University and the VTC Randolph campus. And just to start, we have a Vermont State College Student Association, and we met today, and we have a student trustee that is on the Board of Trustees, Isabel Gagardi. And we met with her to bring up student concerns And she told us that she will be standing in solidarity with the students, and she will be releasing a statement today. And the VSCSA will also be holding an emergency meeting tonight to draft up a letter and a statement coming from the Vermont State College Student Association, which is comprised by all the student government bodies that are in the state college system. And I have to say that the petition launched and went further than I ever thought it would. We're standing at over 26,000 signatures. Our professors at our college are launching even further and doing protests on Monday before the Board of Trustees has a chance to meet. And the VSCS provides so much for the North, not only the Northeast economy, but the economy of Vermont as a whole. It brings young people like myself. I'm actually at home right now in Mansfield, Texas, and I study atmospheric sciences in Vermont because Linden was the right school for me, and the Vermont State Colleges provides a quality of education that I knew I would fall in love with and that I have fallen in love with. And that it makes such a big impact in these communities. Being, going from such an urban environment here to where I am at Linden and it being rural, I can see the impacts directly on how much this college and the colleges that, the state college system, these communities that they're in, has such a far-reaching impact. And without these colleges, these communities would struggle even further than COVID has already allowed them to. And these colleges are essential to the recovery of the Vermont state economy. And I just also wanted to share something. President Collins of Northern Vermont University actually just released an op-ed sent out to the students and faculty of our school with some facts behind our school itself and the finances. She has notified us that NVU is the only college in the Vermont State College system that has not borrowed from the system. And in fact, we have our own reserves as well. So this plan set forth by Chancellor Spalding is not based, it seems, on facts. And since he has not fully released the details of his plan, us as students, faculty, staff, community members, are unsure how we can trust that plan moving forward, especially whenever we're looking at the impacts that it will have, the far-reaching ones across the state of Vermont.
Thank you, Patrick. Really appreciate that. And we will have room for questions for all of our speakers afterwards, but that's helpful information. Next, we're going to hear from Representative Dan Noyes, who does represent the district, including Johnson State. And I also know that we have Representative Hill here as well. I don't think he's going to be speaking, but he has joined us for this press conference. Representative Noyes.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Appreciate the invite to be here. It's such an important topic for our community. I graduated from Johnson in 1999. The college is so important to Lamoille County and the community of Johnson. I think it's an important part of our businesses, our community. It's just we need to make sure that it doesn't, it stays where it is. I think the big point that even Senator Kitchell made is that the legislature really hasn't had the opportunity to, look at the facts on this and address it and try to come up with some solutions to make sure that we can continue having Johnson in the community and NVU. I've been on the phone with the Speaker of the House, a number of the boards of trustees, many legislators over the past couple days, and just trying to make sure people understand how important this is and how we need to come up with some solutions to make sure that our NVU is solid in the community. So I appreciate the time and looking forward to seeing this through and hoping that they delay the vote on Monday.
Thank you, Representative Noyes. Next, we're going to have Senator Anthony Polina, who is a graduate of Johnson State, I believe, and also was involved in helping get a student board member on the Board of Trustees, as Patrick talked about lobbying that person before in the work she is now doing. Senator Polina, please join us.
Thank you, appreciate it. And yes, David, I am a graduate of Johnson State College. And as a legislator, I'm someone who's consistently offered legislative proposals to improve funding for our state colleges. And have never found the legislature open to pushing those proposals forward. Now I find myself, instead of improved funding, dealing with the situation. And it's almost hard to imagine that we're having a serious conversation about a proposal that's as bad as this one actually is. We know it's bad for our overall state economy, but it's going to be devastating also for the local communities where these institutions are based. We're talking about the loss of 500 or more jobs. We're talking about undermining our efforts to keep young people in the state of Vermont and attract more young people to the state of Vermont. We're talking about making college less accessible for Vermonters and realizing the kind of negative impact that'll have on those families. So, this is, as Senator Kitchell said, there's a lot of different options to look at. We have to think creatively about how we want our state colleges to move forward and how we can best support them. But this proposal is clearly not the solution we were looking for by any means. It's a step backward. It's hard to imagine that we could go backwards from the lack of funding we've provided our colleges. We actually, in this proposal, find ourselves being told that we need to go further backwards in removing any support for the state colleges by removing them from our communities. The idea of doing this so quickly with so little public input is also completely unacceptable. I'm really glad that Vermonters are being heard, that people are raising their voices to make sure that they have a voice in what's going to happen to the state colleges. I think putting the decision off, at least until we have the opportunity to have a group of people, a task force or a commission, take a look at what the options are, is absolutely necessary. I also want to mention that, and I'm glad that the governor seemed to have softened his position somewhat. But one of the things he said in his statement when he was looking at the options, one was to ask already overburdened taxpayers to pour tens of millions of dollars into these institutions. And I would just argue that we're not necessarily talking about already overtaxed taxpayers. What we're talking about is looking at reforms to the tax system that would allow us to raise the revenue we need to keep our colleges going. The enabling legislation for the state colleges says that they need to be supported wholly or in substantial part by the state government, by public dollars. That has not been the case. We've actually we've not kept up with our commitment to our state colleges. It's time that we do that, and we look for solutions that will really work and help us face the challenges our state colleges are facing.
Thank you, Senator Polina. I appreciate that. We do have another representative and senator, but we've also got a couple other important folks to hear from. Our next speaker is Kate Gold, the president of the Vermont State College United Professionals. Kate.
Thank you. And thank you to the amazing people who have shown up since this announcement was made. And I'd just like to say that this proposal unilaterally removes an economic engine from the campus's regions during this global crisis and economic hardship. We need time to respond to these challenges, and nobody's saying that they aren't considerable. But what we really need is time to work with our state legislators on a way to serve our communities. These closures are going to put more than 500 people out of work, and those dollars that the employees spend are going to be lost to the communities. I can't even imagine. So how many small businesses can survive this, and how many families are going to be affected? How many town budgets are going to be gutted? And how many more families who are already struggling because of the COVID effects are going to be struggling that much more? And we don't know because we haven't had time to find out, and we need that time. And the value to our local economies isn't measured only in dollars for the colleges. The students are footing the bill because we underfund our system, but the broader community is receiving benefits. Our libraries and recreational facilities and our arts programming, all of those are taken from families and residents. And we're talking pre-K to retirement who are up on our campuses using those and benefiting. And they're in some of the poorest areas of the state. So the students who are place-bound with family and farm and work commitments also would have no real option for higher ed beyond an associate's degree. And those options that we have, I live in the Northeast Kingdom, those options are largely online, and we don't have reliable internet access. I'm very lucky that I do usually, but that's not the case for many of the students I work with and many of my neighbors. This proposal was formed with so little input and absolutely no outside scrutiny, and just stealing their potential, and we can't support this. And please, we need time to do better than this.
Thank you, Kate. I appreciate those remarks. And we have Representative Lucy Rogers from the Cambridge Waterville area also will be impacted by the Johnson State facility closing. Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, and thank you for your leadership in hosting this press conference. I hope that the Vermont State Colleges System Board of Trustees will hit the pause button and give all of us more time to think innovatively about how to transition to the next phase of the Vermont State Colleges system. Today, I attended the rally in Johnson and practiced my social distancing, of course. I was reminded while I was there of the incredible dedication, the boundless energy, and the creative minds that we are so fortunate to have in our rural communities. Any solution going forward must include local community leaders in the deliberation process and must ensure that there is a continuity of some form of higher education options throughout Lamoille County and the Northeast Kingdom, which I don't see in the Chancellor's current plan. For many of our local students, including those who live at home and commute, and those who access higher education as high school seniors, transferring to Castleton is simply not an option. The plan on the table would instead mean the end of higher education for so many of these students. I urge the Vermont State Colleges System Board of Trustees to delay their vote on closing the 3 Vermont State College campuses. I look forward to thinking creatively and innovatively about how to make sure our state college system is relevant into the 21st century. I'm heartened by the good news that came out today with the statements from the Speaker of the House, from the Pro Tem of the Senate, from the Governor, and with the Lieutenant Governor hosting this press conference. And it gives me hope that we may be able to proceed forward in a positive direction. But I also want to say to everybody that we are not by any means out of the woods yet. And please continue writing to the Governor, writing to the Board of Trustees, and perhaps even most importantly, writing to your friends in areas of the state that are less directly affected by the closure of these campuses. Because as we go forward, the legislature is going to have to work together as a whole to find solutions. And this means that we need buy-in from people from all over the state. So write to your friends in other parts of the state and ask them to talk to their legislators about how this is an issue that's important to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rogers. I really appreciate that. Next, we're going to hear from Sandy Noyes, the VSEA President of the Staff Federation of the Vermont State Colleges.
Here I am. Excuse me. My name is Sandy Noyes, and I've been at Johnson for 27 years, which just proves the longevity of the people at these colleges. When students come onto campus, they know that we're going to be there for them. We're going to be there to help them, and they know where to go for help. So taking this away from them is going to be very hurtful to a lot of them. And something else I want to say is our college students, staff, and faculty shop shop locally. When they have visitors that come from families or whatever, they also shop locally. They shop, they dine in the restaurants, buy the gas, get their hair done. They're spending money left and right. And if they decide to close the colleges, we're going to do that too. I mean, we're going to lose that too. So, it was nice to hear people from Johnson graduates being there, and that's all I can say right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Really appreciate your voice on behalf of the staff at the different state colleges here. And finally, I think on the phone we have Senator Robert Starr, Bobby Starr, from the Northeast Kingdom as well. Senator Starr.
Yes, thank you, Dave, for holding this forum. You know, it was said back weeks ago by somebody, the cure is worse than the problem. And I think what the trustees have brought and the chancellor's brought before us is the cure that they're offering to straighten out the college system is far worse than the problems that we have today with them. And you know, I've lived in the Northeast Kingdom my basically entire life, graduated from Vermont Tech College, have, you know, run a very successful business for 40 years. I've had many cousins, brothers, even my own son went to Johnson. You know, it's going to be a terrible loss to our students that commute back and forth because some of them, many of them, can't afford the board and room. It's going to be devastating to the communities in which these colleges are located. And being stuck up in the corner of the Northeast Kingdom next to the Canadian border, everything we have is south of us. And I can't see any children or students from up here going to Castleton to finish their education. It's going to deprive many of our younger people a college education, which we've been promoting in the legislature for years. And it's disgraceful to our whole state. An issue as important as this is to give us 3 days notice that it's going to be voted on. And I just think that with the great minds in the the old statement, Vermont strong, well, we're too strong to take this sitting down, and there's no reason that if we put our heads together, we can't straighten this whole situation out and have excellent colleges for our young people in the future. So with that, again, Dave, thanks a lot, and I agree with all that's been said today.
Thank you, Senator Starr. I did get a written comment I'm going to add from Senator Benning, who was unable to join us. They've got some power outages up his way, but he did state for me to read, these colleges cannot simply be looked at as storefronts for profit. For well over a century, they have been an integral part of the community we call Vermont. They carry on the spirit and foresight of the authors of our Constitution, who, looking specifically into the future, put language in that document that demanded support for the education of our youth. These colleges do not simply educate those born here, they are the vehicles that attract youth from around the world to come to Vermont. Many stay and help Vermont grow. Many become Vermont's ambassadors throughout the world, helping perpetuate the cycle that makes Vermont healthy and diverse. Their students fill every business in Vermont's present economy. Their graduates create the very businesses keeping our economic engine running. We cannot abandon the legacy of our ancestors or hamstring our descendants with quick decisions in difficult times. We should remember our history before we become history and take the time to think this through. So in final closing, I want to just mention in the middle of the night when I was working in my barn with some pigs that were farrowing, I was thinking about dairy farmers throughout the northeast part of the state. And if some of them were able to work on their farms, but then attend daytime classes at these institutions, who now would have no possibility of doing so. There's no way you could do chores in the morning, get down to Castleton or one of the farther campuses, and then get back to do chores and help in the afternoon. There are other professions and other people working in situations where that's just not a possibility. And when I think about our agricultural future, the Vermont Technical College, VTC in Randolph, is really where the heart and soul of a lot of our agricultural education is centered for a lot of Vermonters. And so this planned closure or proposed closure for all of these facilities really will leave a hole in our community that will be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to fill for each of those different kinds of professions. I want to now open it up to questions from the media. This is our first time, so I'm going to work with it through the Zoom chat. And I think Rebecca Fleeter, if I pronounced your name right, if
yes,
you could go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. So if the board tomorrow refuses to delay the vote and instead chooses to go with Chancellor Spalding's initial plan, does the legislature or you, the lieutenant governor, or the governor have any power to help us? What are those next steps look like?
Well, I will partly answer this. I know Senator Polina, Senator Kitchell, and Senator Starr were on a call just on Friday where they discussed this a little bit because it's actually unclear. It seems as though the Board of Trustees has this authority, but at the same time, the state owns the facilities and has say over how the facilities are used. So there is some question in that regard. I don't know if any of the three senators have more input to answer, or a representative. And then I'll go to, it looks like Dom Amato and Rai and Steve have questions in order after that, but I'll call you.
So there is some confusion about who has the power to close the colleges. The legislative council lawyers tell us that one reading of the law is that the trustees do have the power to close the colleges, but on the other hand, as David said, the legislature is responsible for the physical sites. I think if they were to go ahead with a positive vote tomorrow, I think that it certainly would not be enacted immediately. There would be time for the legislature to meet, to convene, and to, if necessary, pass legislation that's needed to allow the legislature to continue to have oversight of this process. You know, it's been our responsibility to try to fund the state colleges over the years. We have not done a very good job of it, but we've had that responsibility. So we should certainly have responsibility when it comes to the decision whether or not to close the colleges.
Thank you.
And I think, Mr. Amato, you've got the, oh, sorry, Bobby, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well, I didn't know if Jane was still on, but I know, you know, we do appropriate, I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million a year, along with other monies that we appropriate to the state colleges. And I would just say that I think it would be a very difficult vote to continue to appropriate that kind of money to the CCV and Castleton State. I know I sit on the Appropriations Committee, and I'd have a hard time supporting their budget in the future without our northern universities and VTC included in that package.
I think we'll continue to, Dom, if you've got a question.
Yes, thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I'm wondering why now? Why are lawmakers deciding to act now on the brink of closure for these schools? You know, we've heard from a few lawmakers today saying, oh, you know, no one has ever really fully agreed and we've never gotten a deal done. But now as we face a vote in, you know, less than 24 hours, now all of a sudden there is this immense movement to try to make something happen. Is this what it had to come to? Did it have to come to a decision by the chancellor to say, you know what, we're closing, for lawmakers to act? I'm not sure who can answer that question.
If any of my colleagues want to, I'm happy to have them come up as well. But I would say that.
Well, I'll jump in on that, Dave. You know, I think why didn't the trustees or the chancellor come to our legislature? We were there January, we were there February, we were there the first week in March before we had to leave because of COVID-19. Nobody knocked on our door that I know of in appropriations to come in and say, hey, you know, we've got a serious issue here with COVID-19. We need to sit down and chat with you. I must have missed that day or something, and I haven't missed a day in years. I mean, from the legislature. So, you know, if you don't hear from these people, it's pretty hard to help them.
This also hasn't been a secret, though, that the Vermont State Colleges have been struggling. Like was mentioned, this has been a decades-long problem. So I guess I'm just wondering why lawmakers haven't been able to make something happen over the last decades, as important as these schools are.
Well, as you know, there's been a lot of resistance to raising revenue put towards a lot of needs in the state of Vermont in recent years. We've had this kind of no tax policy for the last really couple of decades. So it's gotten pretty extreme in the last couple of years. So the colleges have come in over time. And like I said, I've introduced legislation repeatedly that would improve funding for the state colleges. And basically that has not been accepted. So I think what's happening is, like, you know, we're finally seeing what's the result of the neglect we've done over the years, when in fact now we're saying not only have we have a lack of support, but they're no longer able to stay in business. So I think it's a wake-up call for legislators, quite honestly, for some legislators. And it's a wake-up call that says, if you want quality higher education, you got to be willing to find a way to pay for it. And I don't accept the fact that we can't afford to pay for it. We just have to make it a priority and realize how important it is economically and socially and culturally to the state of Vermont to raise that revenue to pay for it. And I do know that there are ways in which we can reform our tax system to make it more fair, to raise additional revenue that could go towards funding our state colleges. We've just been resistant to do that because we've had this no tax thing going on over the recent years. Hopefully that'll come to an end and we'll find ways to raise revenue to support the state colleges. Better now, better late than never. Yes.
David, this is Jane Kitchell.
Sure.
First of all, I would like to say that the legislature has provided additional funding. The chancellor has requested it. He has indicated on several times that the additional money would be what was needed. The legislature put in additional funding when the whole proposal to create the NVU structure was put forward. That was several millions of dollars to support that. So I would say that there has been multiple increases that were done to recognize the financial situation. Several times we were told that that appropriation would stabilize and take care of the situation. That doesn't mean that the funding isn't at the level that would be desired, but I simply want to say that there have been increases made. I will also say, because there's been confusion about this and the federal COVID money is coming in, that some goes directly to higher ed and some comes directly to the state. The appropriations folks are well aware that there are short-term funding needs of the state college because of the room and board repayment and other costs associated, and that people have been under the impression that we have made a decision not to provide any help. And I want to take this opportunity to say that is absolutely not the case. We know that we have to look at that short term so the system can pay its bills, but also if that funding, depending on how it can, we will look at it as it helps us address the longer term, but that transition period. So I just want to make it clear that there have been additional requests, there have been affirmative responses, and even now in the COVID crisis, we know that there's additional need over and above the appropriation, and we are committed to addressing it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you, Senators. We've got Rye Pinkney, and if you can just let us know who you're reporting from as well when you introduce your question, please.
Hi, I'm a Johnson Online student, and I had kind of a question and a concern. I've gotten dozens of emails from various different people, from like students, from faculty, from my advisor, and it was inconsistent what was closing. Some email said it was just, I think, everything but Castleton, and everyone was transferring to Castleton, and then some of them were saying everything's closing. I wasn't sure what the actual case was. It sounds like everyone's transferring to Castleton, and what does it mean for seniors and for online students?
Thank you, Rye. I appreciate that question, and we'll try to answer that. I also let people know that this is a press conference primarily, and a lot of other folks have got in because the link was put out there, and that's a good question for clarity for folks, so thank you. My understanding, it's the 3 campuses of NVU Johnson, NVU Linden, and Vermont Technical College. It is not the complete state college system that is being shut down other than Castleton. I think CCV campuses would stay open as well. But if anybody else, Jane, it looks like you might have knowledge. on this? Or
Yes, the Williston campus of VTC would remain open. That's as proposed, but please remember, we're asking for a delay of that decision. So if in fact that happens and we come up with an alternative plan, then things could change. But right now it's the Randolph campus that would be closed, and the Williston one would remain open.
David, this is Mike Donahue. Can you hear me?
I can. Mike, there were some other people in queue, but now I know you've.
I just got an email saying they have postponed the vote tomorrow.
Well, all right, everybody. Look at that.
I thought.
Well, it's good to have a little good news.
This is I just got a press release from, it says the Vermont State College System Board of Trustees Chairman J. Churchill Hines announced today that Monday's meeting of the board will be informational in nature. The board does not plan to vote on recent transformational changes at that time. Some background quote, I have listened to my colleagues on the board and want to give them time to consider the very significant decisions we have to make, unquote, said Hines, but delayed action increases the profound financial risks facing all four VSCSs, colleges and universities. Those risks grow daily. We simply do not have the funds to afford a protracted discussion and debate. So there's several paragraphs to this thing, but the bottom line is there won't be a vote tomorrow by the sounds of it.
Oh.
Well, that's Bob, I can't get in here. I think there we go. That's obviously, I think, good news for both what everybody on this call was seeking that I know of, unless there was someone who's watching that had a different idea than the rest of us. I do want to offer the opportunity for those that were in line for questions, if there were other questions you wanted to ask. And Steve Cormier was next from WDEV. And I think there are one or two other questions that will still allow to happen. And then we'll figure out where to go from here.
Scoop Donahue does it again. It's amazing. Nice job, Mike. I do want to piggyback a little bit off of Mike's statement there. And can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to read something real quick from Tim Ash and Bitsy Johnson's press release, and they're talking about a work group. My question is, I guess it's twofold, is, and I can hear what the chair is saying, you know, time is ticking here, is that there's going to have to be funding put up pretty quickly. How long would you expect this work group to go? Because it looks like Senator Ash and Speaker Johnson are saying that they want to keep all three campuses operational 2020 through 2021. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, David.
Well, I'll answer, and I know Senator Kitchell, I think, also has something she'd like to say, being that she's chair of appropriations. I saw that notice from the speaker and the president pro tem earlier today as well, and I was pleased with the timeline they had put out, because I originally was simply saying we need a few weeks to a month for people to at least figure out what's going on. If the legislative leadership is stating that they think the resources are there to keep these institutions open for a year and, you know, through the next spring, that's a pretty tremendous ask and level of support on their part, and I'm pleased for that. But I imagine that also puts Senator Kitchell and the Budget Appropriations Committee in a tight spot, given the circumstances the state is facing. So I don't know if Senator Kitchell would like to add anything if she's aware of their position.
Am I still, I'm not muted, is that right?
Correct.
Oh, okay. That goes back to my earlier comment. Our hope is that we can, with the COVID money coming in, the federal money, because this is just, hopefully we can say that this is, the situation we're in has been created by the pandemic, is that we would provide the short-term funding that is needed just to finish this fiscal year, because that involves payments of room and board back to students and so forth, and look at allocating money, if at all permissible, which our thinking is that it would be, of money to support this transition year. So that is our hope. That would be what we would attempt to clarify to make sure that that would be a permissible use, but we think that that would be a more orderly and thoughtful way so that we deal with that short-term paying our bills right now and funding a path to really define the future of the system.
I'm going to go to Alexandra Huff, who had a couple questions. If you can make them together, and we'll try and get them answered quickly. We're not going to run this on forever. I know there's another parent that had a question. This was oriented as a press conference, but I do want to be able to answer folks' questions. We may take some of them over to the Facebook page and through my office at a later time. Alexandra, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, hi. I am a, can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I am a student reporter for The Critic, the newspaper on the NVU Linden campus. And I was just wondering, to the legislature's knowledge, has a formal additional funding request from the Vermont State College system due to COVID-19 been made? There's been talk back and forth, but nobody knows for certain, and how much was requested. And on top of that, we've heard from many senators and representatives and government officials today and got different aspects on that. And I was just wondering if student Patrick Wickstrom could expand on student concerns at this time with a handful of questions or solutions that the young people, these 19, 20-year-olds are offering, so that we can get more of that perspective.
Well, this is Jane Kitchell again. We do not have a firm number. Some of that still needs to be developed, but in all honesty, to repay the room and board, we've heard an estimate of around $5 to $6 million with some other costs. We are probably in the vicinity of $10 million. I hope that's helpful, and that's what's needed immediately.
Lieutenant Governor, can you hear me?
John, I can, and I've now learned that you and Lola from Vermont Digger were sending some questions through my phone, so I was going to go to you two next. I do want to answer one other quick question. Someone asked, where is the VTC representation? I did reach out to Senator McDonald, and I could not get through to him this morning. I also did speak with Representative Jay Hooper, and he was very pleased that this conversation was happening, but also recognized we had a lot of people on the call as actual speakers. And so I believe he may be watching on FaceTime Live. I'm not certain, but they are certainly very concerned as well. So I can answer that question. But John, why don't you go ahead and ask yours, and then I'll ask Lola's question, and then we'll go back to the group chat.
Okay, for years there's been talk about closing one or the other, Johnson or Linden. Has it occurred to any of you that this could be kind of a bargaining opener? We'll threaten to close both of them, making closing only one of them politically more palatable? Have you thought that this is possibly what's in the minds of the people at the chancellor's office? And if so, what would you think of that? Do you think it may be necessary to close one of these campuses?
Well, I would start by saying that I would hope that that isn't the cynical approach that is being taken, but I cannot speak for the chancellor or the board. I have to take their actions at their word. I do think what this will allow for is everyone to recognize the importance of all three of these institutions, but also the importance of the management of the institutions to work to make them maybe a little more nimble and flexible with respect to shifting some of their programs to the programs where we need more people, nursing programs and others in Vermont. I see that Senator Kitchell also may want to add something to that answer.
Yeah, good.
I think that's going to be the challenge, and if we have that work group or whatever commission, is to really help us sort out where is the need, because we've had discussion around the need to increase capacity for nursing. The other area that we passed, for example, was legislation to create a dental therapist profession, which would be needed to help address our shortage of dental practitioners. That was passed 5 or 6 years ago, and the program has yet to be put in place. we've heard information around expanding that recreational administration component. So the challenge is, are there ways in which we can design programs that are have a niche, have attractiveness, where should they be located, what should the system do? And to me, that is the kind of analysis that should then ultimately drive decisions around which site provides what kind of educational opportunity or specializes, and the other, of course, is looking at within our high schools, the way in which our state college system can support some of those educational opportunities, which in reality, some of our schools in Vermont are using Southern New Hampshire University resources. So we need to make sure that we have a system that understands the workplace needs, what the programs are, where the students are, and how we can develop those programs to be responsive that way. So to me, that's part of the work that has to be undertaken. We also have to right-size our facilities. We know that we've got empty dorm rooms and dorms, and how properties could be used in multiple ways. So that it's a heavy lift. There's a lot of work.
Can I Steve?
Go ahead, Representative Rogers.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely want to echo everything Senator Kitchell just said, and I think in addition, just to say that I think this idea that we can close 3 campuses and then the whole rest of the system is completely financially sustainable as is an idea that we should be moving away from, because I think really the root of the problem is that we have a 20th century higher education system and we're in the 21st century. And so really, and hopefully if we were able to have a task force and involvement with community leaders in the affected communities, we would be able to come up with more creative solutions. But it's really not even just about the 3 campuses that are being discussed. It's about the entire Vermont State Colleges system, and how do we create a model that is caught up with our times and financially sustainable into the 21st century and serves all geographic regions of Vermont. So I really think that's the question we should be asking and thinking about.
Thank you, Representative. We have, just for people's awareness of order, I've got Lola from Digger, and then Mike Verillo from the Stowe Reporter. And after that, John Walters has put in a question. I know there's a couple more in the Zoom chat as well. I just wanted to put out the order that I'm going to be going next. Lola's question from Digger was, given that Vermont funds higher education at a lesser rate than every other state in the country, how can lawmakers credibly say they have been responsive to the system's financial needs? I think in part, Senator Kitchell did answer that, but I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Senator Kitchell.
No, I don't. I've stated what we have done. I know that people would say it should be more, and therefore tuition would not be higher. It gets into, once again, you have finite revenues unless we want to go for taxes. And so that gets into that very difficult discussion around what do we fund, how are we funding it. I know that there's been obviously concern about the level of funding. We're tied with New Hampshire, if you want to know the truth. And so this may force some discussion around the funding level in what is a very difficult fiscal reality. So it's a matter of, if you don't want to raise taxes, then how do you want to redistribute what you're spending that you have now? And I have to say, generally people come to me wanting more for their particular area. I don't hear people saying we should take money from here and take it away. So those are tough choices, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of a zero-sum game.
Thank you, Senator Kitchell.
And
Patrick, did you have a talk?
Lieutenant Governor, sorry, Tom Garris here from NBC5. I had tried to throw in a message in the chat there about a question, but it doesn't look like it's going through. So could you just put me on the list?
Yep, you got it. Okay, Patrick, go ahead. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah. So back to something that Senator Kitchell mentioned is, whenever it comes to us going to the legislator and asking for money, and that there's only a set amount that they can really pull from, it kind of, one of the student concerns that came up was the way that we distribute money from state revenue to us, UVM, and I believe it's VSAC. And seeing that the Vermont State Colleges serves more Vermonters in state than any other college system, and we're getting pretty much the same as UVM in terms of state support. That was one of the student concerns that was brought up, is that the Vermont State Colleges serves more Vermonters, therefore it should serve as getting more state appropriations than any of the other systems.
Well, let me first state that the appropriation to the University of Vermont has to fund three different functions. One is the medical school, which is the only one in Vermont. The other is the extension service that provides services to and have services out around the state. And the third is to provide financial assistance for Vermont students. So their appropriation is somewhat unique in that there are two discrete activities that are undertaken by the university that are other than the traditional support. The other gets into a big discussion that's been, and that is our Vermont Student Assistance money to provide financial assistance to students. There have been suggestions that financial aid should be limited to institutions in Vermont. Other people who are very familiar with the origins of VSAC have said they view it as a form of social justice, that if a student wanted to go to a particular program or got accepted into the college of their choice or whatever, that portability was important to assure the same access to those educational opportunities as any other Vermont student whose family has more money. So you've touched on long policy discussions that are out there. They could be revisited, but that's why the university's appropriation is unique in that regard, and that is the policy basis for the VSAC funding. So that I hope is helpful.
Thank you, Patrick and Senator Kitchell. Mike Varillo, and then John Walters, and then we'll be to you, Tom. And I think there's one or two others. I am sticking with this because we have over 600 people on the FaceTime watching this as well. So I think people are still interested in these questions and answers, but we will start to wrap up. But in any case, Mike?
Yeah, it's Mike Varillo from the Star Reporter and News and Citizen. As Dom Amato kind of pointed out, this has been around, this kind of situation has been around for a while. People have known that this school system's been in a pretty tough situation. And since the news kind of surfaced Friday that there would be this recommendation to close these two schools, I've heard a lot about the devastating economic impact that this would have. I'm curious, in previous funding or previous allocation, how much that economic impact has been taken into consideration, and whether this working group is going to properly weigh that and try to figure out if it would actually cost more to close these schools down.
I think that the joint statement from the speaker and the pro tem addressed that as a need to be examined. I know that there are probably colleagues in the legislature who have thoughts on that, because in fact down in southwestern Vermont there have been I think maybe 4 or 5 colleges that have closed, and so obviously there is some experience with the economic impact as well. And those are areas that, from an economic perspective, have really languished over the since the recession. But I think that is part of taking a comprehensive look in terms of what are the economic impacts, both associated with a closure, but also associated with the operation of the program. So I can't answer that right now. I think that is an area that is important in looking at decisions in a much more holistic way.
Next, I think we have the John Walters question. And we've partly discussed this, but there may be further comment, but we'll keep it brief. Short-term funding is one thing, but this crisis will have long-lasting effects, and we have consistently been near the bottom in funding of higher education. The result is a fragile system that can't sustain during a crisis. Don't we need to commit adequate investment to create a system that's robust and affordable? I will say before Senator Kitchell or Polina get on, because I think they've both talked about this in some respects, there are many, many competing interests in the state budget. There's been discussion of trying to have more robust funding for our state colleges and higher education. And as I was on a call earlier today, folks are saying, well, we found money for clean water. What about the state colleges? And I said, we shouldn't be pitting our important needs against each other, but that's what happens in the Appropriations Committee. There are often more realistically important things to be funded than the state currently has the revenues for. And I remember when I was first in the legislature, a legislator said to me, the most important committee is actually not appropriations. It's Ways and Means and Finance, because appropriations can only spend as much money as the state raises through its tax system. And then everybody's competing for those resources. And I think Senator Polina addressed that in some respects of how can we either restructure our tax system so that those who have more put more in, and then the resources would also be available so that the boiling frog syndrome would not occur, because this has been a sort of death by 1,000 small increases as opposed to cuts maybe, but cuts relative to the cost of running these institutions. I don't know if Anthony wants to add any more to that.
Well, yes, I would. Even though we have a lot of debates about education funding and nobody likes taxes, you could argue, Vermonters have been very supportive over the years of K through 12 education, consistently passing school budgets, even in controversial issues and even in hard times. I think one of the things we have to do is start looking at education as not K through 12 being public education, but K through 16 being public education because of the growing importance of college degrees. So I think if we looked at higher education as part of the public educational system, we would be able to think about ways to raise the revenue to support that whole system and not separate out higher education as something special that we repeatedly underfund. It should be seen as part of the system that we have to fund adequately. And just as an aside, we do know also that when it comes to funding public education, K through 12, that higher income people pay a smaller percentage of their income to fund those schools than do lower income people. If we take a look at that system and how it works, I think we can make it more fair. We could ask people to pay their fair share, and we could raise the revenue we need to support higher education along with K through 12 education. So I think we have to see it as one whole system that goes from cradle to career, as the governor likes to say. And I think that would help us better understand how to deal with the funding issues.
Jane, unless you have something else to add, we'll go to the next question.
No, go to the next question.
I think Tom had chimed in. You're up, Tom Garris.
Yeah, Lieutenant Governor, thank you. We've gotten emails from a couple of different groups today. It looks like professors and alumni from NVU and calling, in a vote of no confidence. Do you think that the chancellor should step down over this proposal?
Well, I would just say that I don't have enough information yet to make that determination. All of this is so new. I certainly think that putting out this level of change in the institution, I see you, Patrick, and putting out this level of change to what is so fundamentally important to the people of Vermont and the opportunities for Vermont without more notice and warning and information is not the way we would like to see things happen in Vermont. We typically are very transparent and talk about issues so that everybody can give involvement and come up with ideas and come up with solutions. And Vermonters typically will pitch in to make those solutions possible. So this was not the way that I would like to see things happen, but I'm not yet going to say that a vote for or against no confidence should be cast. I think Patrick, who's one of our speakers, would like to say something.
Yeah, going along with that, I know this idea has floated around along with the vote of no confidence. Do you think it would be appropriate to have a potential investigation in the management of the Vermont State College system and how it has handled its funds, especially seeing that the faculty and staff at some of the colleges and universities have put in votes of no confidence and called for the chancellor to step down? Do you think that would be something to be explored or be appropriate?
Well, Patrick, I thought you were a speaker, not a reporter, but you know, I think the legislature will be having a lot of these conversations. There are 4 legislators on the board. The legislature, which obviously appropriates a significant portion, even though it's still a very small portion, it's still a significant number of dollars. We'll have to dig into this and make that kind of decision. But again, just like I said before, I'd like to analyze a lot more of what happened over the last year before absolutely calling for an up or down vote, just as we right now are responding to this new information. I think it's, we have a tradition in Vermont of taking our time to really analyze things, and that's what I'm going to be going with. Senator Kitchell, did you indicate you wanted to speak, or was that just a noise in the background? Okay. I believe most of the reporters' questions, Lauren Cornell is got part of us. Are you part of the student paper?
No, I'm actually, so Northern Vermont University Linden has its own student-run news station, News 7. So great. I'm here reporting for them today.
Great.
And I just have a question about how we were discussing potentially having a group of individuals working and trying to figure out you know, what we can do with the financial situation that we're currently in. So with this proposal to convene a working group to come up with recommendations, how would you suggest that working group be formed, and who do you think needs to be on it?
Well, ultimately, such a group would be either determined by the governor in an independent action through executive order or through the legislature in legislation to do so. Those would be the 2 avenues to do such an action. And as far as who would be on it, I think we need a diverse group of both past political leaders. I was thinking about potentially having the governor ask former Governor Douglas or former Governor Shumlin or both, as well as some from the academic faculty union and the staff union and a student representative, some folks from the business community, just so that we have a diverse range of people, and even potentially some from the funding or philanthropic communities to really look at what all the possibilities might be. Again, I saw Senator Kitchell's light up, so I don't know if she had additional piece to that or if that was just a noise in the background.
No, I didn't have a comment. I think that has to be determined, and you need to get the right blend of feedback and also expertise and diversity of knowledge. So I think that those decisions around selection need to be done with you know, consideration, and we are not in this environment, and we haven't reached that point by any stretch.
And I'm just realizing there's a number of more down the line, but I do think we're going to wrap up. What I'd like to say is anybody who has a question that they either didn't get answered, particularly if it's just a factual question that we're looking for answers to, please feel free to email my office at deb.wolf@vermont.gov. That's DEB.WOLF @vermont.gov. It might take us a couple days. She's my chief of staff of 1, and she has been working all weekend as everybody else has. And I think everybody, you know, if we've got this delay, maybe having a day to breathe, I think everybody could stand to use that right now. Although breathe safely and healthily and in distance from other people. I want to thank all of our participants who were the speakers on this conversation. Like I said, I think we had over 700 people also watching this, so I think the state interest was quite significant. I want to thank Bob Farnham for helping all the facilitation of the technology, because that is beyond my bandwidth. And thank all of the senators, representatives, and the representatives of the faculty, staff, and student bodies who are part of this press conference as well. And ultimately say congratulations for the incredible organizing and work that so many have done to build that pressure that the legislature clearly heard with leadership of Speaker Tim Ash and, Pro Tem Tim Ash and Speaker Johnson. The governor as well heard it and made his announcement today. And so this does go to show that when folks get involved and speak out, action gets taken and it is heard. So I think that's also important to recognize today. So thank you for attending, and we will sign off.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We did call the meeting a little earlier to enter into executive session, so it's now 6:15. This is the Tuesday, April 21st meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board, and I will just reconfirm with Peter that the meeting has been properly warned.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to take a motion to approve the minutes of both April 2nd and April 7th.
I move to approve the minutes of April whatever. whatever.
April
2nd
and April. Okay,
and 7th?
The 2nd and the 7th.
Yes.
Does anybody have any comments or any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, I will ask all those in favor to say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0 for the approval of the minutes. Next on our agenda tonight is the chair's remarks. We're still getting on our feet here with how to run things, and I feel the same way. I'm still feeling a little disoriented as to how things are going. There were a couple things I wanted to say as chair, which I felt like just to say a couple things to kick things off as chair now. I wanted to say a couple things that are just sort of in general. They don't really relate to our present situation, but in a way they do. I wanted to say that we come together as always here at the Select Board to do the business of the town of Brattleboro and to serve its taxpayers and its residents the best way we can. And to that end, we ask that any public comment or question be limited to 2 minutes so that the board can spend the bulk of this meeting time on town business. And please remember that our responses to any questions about unwarned subjects must be limited in our responses in accordance to open meeting law. I'd like to say that, in my opinion, our guiding principle should always be to remember that the needs of the many here in Brattleboro outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And be assured that all of your select board members hear your concerns and that we strive to meet your needs while always remembering that we are charged with considering all of our residents in our deliberations. And then finally, just sort of more pressing to the current situation is we got an email. Jan Anderson is the executive secretary, and I just confessed that I miss interacting with Jan a little bit, and because she's always sort of a glue that keeps the select board together and communicating with Peter Elwell, our town manager, and so many of our community members. She sent out an email that was just very helpful, had all of our documents together recently. But in that email, sometimes you get a little dose of wisdom from Jan, and she had one line that struck me, and I wanted to share that. She just casually said in the middle of the email that, again, shared all these documents that we needed. She said, as these unusual times persist, so do we. And I just really loved that little phrase that Jan gave us. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Jan and Patrick and Peter and our entire staff here in Brattleboro. I personally feel honored to work with and for everybody here in Brattleboro, Vermont. So those are my chair's remarks. And I'm going to pass it over to our town manager for his comments.
Thank you, Tim. I have 4 actually on topics other than COVID-19 this evening. So I'm happy to offer some good news and some information and things that are sort of more generally about town business and looking ahead to the future. So the first is the tremendous good news that we've been waiting for, but honestly thought might not come, at least in this timely manner, because of the interruption of normal business by COVID. But we had an application pending with the Vermont Community Development Program for some additional funding for the Groundworks project. It is the final piece needed in over $3 million of funding to make that project, go. And we learned this morning that VCDP is making an enhancement grant of $50,000 to the groundwork shelter construction project to be built on South Main Street. It's in addition to a $400,000 grant previously made by VCDP to this project. And it's the final piece in a complex funding puzzle that includes federal funding, state funding, town funding, private foundation funding, and over $1 million of donations from individuals and businesses that are in our community and outside our community supporting this project. Groundworks leadership has assured me that the construction now is able to begin just as soon as the COVID-19 restrictions allow that kind of construction activity to resume in the community. So that project will move ahead. We've also been advised that Dan Adams, who is our tree warden here in Brattleboro, has been chosen for a prestigious award. The Vermont Urban and Community Forestry Program will recognize him as this year's Hamilton Award winner. That Hamilton Award is named after a long-standing tree warden and a leader in maintenance of urban forestry in Vermont. This award is presented to a tree warden who has significantly advanced the goals of urban and community forestry through successful practices, effective conservation planning, increased citizen engagement, and active public education. Dan graduated from the University of Maine with a degree in forestry and has been the tree warden here in Brattleboro for over 20 years. He helped establish our tree advisory board, which actively promotes our urban and community forestry programs in Brattleboro. And under his leadership, the tree board meets once a month, promotes public education, tree planting, tree maintenance, grant writing, tree inventories, and the review of town projects. We thank Dan for his long and dedicated service, and we thank Steve Barrett for nominating Dan to receive this well-deserved honor. And two announcements to just remind folks of things we have already announced to the public, but these are big seasonal matters that we want to make sure people are remaining aware of. So the semi-annual flushing of the water mains will start on Thursday evening this week and continue until May 11th. It's essential maintenance to keep the water supply safe, and so we're proceeding with this. We can do it in a manner that the crews go out at a time of night when they're not interacting with other folks in the community, and they can stay safe with each other and perform this really essential maintenance for the safety of our water system. So thanks to DPW for keeping that moving forward as usual. And because the collection of the solid waste curbside program is continuing as one of the essential services that has been continuous throughout the COVID situation, Triple T will be providing the spring leaf pickup, has already done the first of the 2 days of spring leaf pickup. And we just want to remind everybody who may need put out more leaves that Friday, May 1st, a week from this coming Friday, is the one remaining day for this spring pickup that that service will be provided. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter. Congratulations, Dan. And really great to hear about the Vermont Community Development Program grant. The Groundworks is certainly deserving. So the next item on our agenda is select board comments and committee reports. So I'm going to open it up, and I have a hand up already from Brandy.
Hi. So I want to just remind us about something that's not Brattleboro specific. It's statewide, but we are in the state. And that is, I want to make a reference to the governor's executive order from Friday, April 17th, and to guidance issued under that from the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. This is all really easily found online with a simple Google search. And it reminds employees and employers that as of Monday, which is yesterday, employees must wear non-medical cloth face coverings or bandanas over their mouths and noses. And so this is no longer just a recommendation, it's now a requirement. And I want to make sure to clear that up because I know that when executive orders come out, We often read them just through the news. We don't always read the actual guidance or the actual addendums to the orders. And so I want to make it clear to anybody who might be confused that if you're operating a retail business, you need to be wearing something over your face and mouth. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandy.
Thank you, Liz, for complying. I appreciate that.
Does anybody else have comments or committee reports? No? All right. Seeing none, I'd like to move into public participation. Now, I have a little bit of last time I sort of forgot to speak to this a little bit, so let me kind of go over how to participate in our meetings. We are asking that all members of the public and any presenting guests to turn off their cameras and mute their microphones upon entering the meeting room. Obviously, if you're already in, you won't have to worry about that. But if you're going to ask for a question or offer a comment, please type your name into the chat box, or at least just say your name will appear anyway to me, but I'm keeping my eye on the chat box. But please don't actually ask the question if you can hold off on that. What happens is, exactly, Daniel has just typed in left this. Thank you. It puts me in a weird position if last meeting some people were private messaging me a question, and so it was unclear to me whether they wanted to ask me the question and sort of stay private or not. But according to open meeting laws, we really want you to be on camera if possible, or at least on audio to ask your question. That way there's no confusion as to who's asking what and who's commenting about what, because unfortunately, or fortunately, probably, the chat box is not recorded like the video is. So that does not become public record. So that's something that a lot of boards, I think, are struggling with. And the way we have decided to do it is to just raise your hand by saying that you'd like to make a comment or a question in the chat box. I will see it. I'll put you in my little queue, and I will, sort of go through it one at a time. Now, if you're on the phone, let me see notes here. If you're calling, what I'm going to do is at the end of the people who are actually participating via video and computer, I'm going to ask Patrick, our assistant town manager, to open the phone lines like they used to say in the radio days, to just open up the microphones of people who are on the phone in case that they want to say something. But again, please, if you have access to the chat box, go ahead and do that. So hopefully that's clear and reinforces what we've already said.
Tim?
Does anybody have anything to add on that?
I just wanted to let you know that Patrick has texted to me that we do not at this moment have any callers. He'll let us know if we get a caller later in the meeting, but as of right now, we only have online participants.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I do, I sort of like scan through it once in a while to see if I see that little call symbol, and it is discouraged to call, but of course we're trying to get access to everybody who can possibly participate in any way during this strange time. So I do not see anybody who has sort of raised their hand in the chat section. Here's your last chance, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll be moving on to item number 7, excuse me, COVID-19 update, which will be led by Peter.
Thank you. And I'd like to just add to one more clarification to what you just said, Tim, about how the public participation is functioning before I provide the overall update. And that's just to be really clear about the encouraging people to be online and discouraging people from being on the phone. What we want to make clear to folks is we're saying if you have an option, is participate online, because that's just a more, there are certain challenges to doing this at all in this manner. And those hurdles are lower and easier to clear when we are all participating online. But we recognize that there are people in the community who may not be able to participate online. And so when we say we discourage being on the phone, we want to make really clear that we're not asking people to stay away from the meeting if their only means of participating is on the phone. We want them to participate on the phone. That's why we're allowing phone participation at all. And we're just asking folks who can make a choice to make the choice to be online.
Absolutely.
Then speaking more generally to how things are going, I have a few important reminders about health and safety aspects of town government. And then I'm going to give a briefer update. People can breathe a sigh of relief, briefer than I have in the last couple of select board meetings, because there's a lot we've covered in those meetings. There's a lot of information we're pushing out day to day. And so I'm going to focus tonight on just those things that have happened since the last select board meeting 2 weeks ago on April 7th. But first, I just wanted to remind everyone that the police and fire services are being provided 24/7 throughout the community, as they usually are. The procedures have been altered in certain ways that were necessary in order to protect both the police officers and firefighters and the community. So there's some ways in which that service is coming out to folks in the community differently than normal. But we want to provide the overall reassurance that police and fire are available 24/7, and the dispatchers are taking emergency calls 24/7, just as usual. The water and sewer utilities are functioning from the consumer's point of view just exactly as they usually do. If anybody experiences anything unusual, we want to hear about that right away, because at our homes and our businesses, people ought to be receiving water and sewer services just exactly as normal. Again, there are certain procedures that are in place for the safety of the staff, primarily in this case, because they, particularly at the two treatment plants, they don't interact with the public a lot, but the precautions they take to keep each other healthy, keep the system protected, is really important. So those are in place. They have been for weeks now, and those two systems are operating just fine. But we wanted folks to know that we are taking those precautions to protect those systems and the employees who run them. One thing that is an important reminder to people about what you can do for yourself in terms of water safety is in buildings that are not occupied to the same degree as they normally are occupied, it's important to flush the fresh water coming in there, the drinking water that comes in through the taps. So people who enter into a building that has not been occupied for a while should run that water, should run it for several minutes in order to just clear out anything that, any spill water or anything that may have collected in the pipes as a result of the water not flowing as usual. And that flushing process should keep the water safe. The one caveat to that we need to offer is sort of the standard caveat that the town applies rigorous procedures and complies with rigorous standards for safe public drinking water for the water that is produced at the plant and sent through the pipes and arrives at the meters. On the private side of the meters, where it goes through private piping, whether that's in residences or in commercial settings, those are privately owned systems and the town doesn't maintain them. And so from time to time, we get a question about somebody who's concerned about water in a building. And we can provide lots of information about the safe drinking water that's coming to every building in town. If people are concerned about the quality of water inside a building, then they need to have that privately tested in order to be certain that it's safe for them in that particular setting. And one way to help keep it safe is to do this flushing of the water that's coming into the building. And finally, again, as a matter of making sure that folks have access to communication, there is so much in the way of communication that we're relying more than ever now on digital communications, online communications, and not everybody has that ability to connect to the internet at home. And so we want to make sure that everyone knows that if you need a public Wi-Fi connection, there is one at Brooks Memorial Library. And during this time, when the library is closed, you can access that public Wi-Fi connection by going to the front, to the Main Street entrance of the library. You can access it if you're sitting in a car at the curb at that location, or as long as you're practicing social distancing and staying far enough away from others, there's the planters that you can sit on there, or you can otherwise access that that way into the internet. As far as updates go, I'll try to move quickly through this. Some of this is more important, some of it is more sort of routine, but it's the degree to which circumstances have changed in town during these past 2 weeks. Starting with right after the last select board meeting on Thursday the 9th, we opened Morningside Cemetery for the season. The cemetery is closed for the winter and then open back up in the spring. And particularly this year, we recognize that that is a place where people get some peace and quiet and some fresh air and exercise in normal years as well, in addition to going in to honor a loved one. And so we wanted to encourage that activity just as we are with the parks, but remind everybody that it's important to adhere to all the advice from the public health experts about how to wear the mask and otherwise stay far enough away and practice the social distancing for everybody's sake. But Morningside Cemetery is available for a walk, a peaceful walk if folks want that. We did, as we discussed last time, the town proceeded with the furlough of 3 employees. The parking enforcement unit has been not functioning since the beginning of COVID. And so we had good interaction with those employees. We have made sure that Sally Nix is staying in touch with them and is helping them through the unemployment insurance process. And so those 3 employees are on furlough at this point, and they're the 4th employee in the parking fund whose compensation is paid for by the parking fund, is the fellow who provides maintenance through the general facilities maintenance team, usually, who is right now working and for the foreseeable future working on the parks maintenance team instead. So he's able to move back into a position he had previously fulfilled for the town as part of that parks maintenance team while parking is closed. We also didn't talk about this last time. The board's aware of it, but the public isn't. And I just want to make sure that folks know that we did look at certain other positions, particularly at part-time positions that aren't able to really perform their normal functions during this time, to see if it was appropriate to furlough any additional employees. And what we found was that the employees who might have been appropriate for a furlough, beyond those 3 in parking, each one of them works few enough hours for the town that the cost to the town to have them stay in their regular wage compensation status with us is actually less cost to the taxpayers than the town's share of the unemployment insurance benefit would have been. So we have several employees in a few different departments who might otherwise have been furloughed, but it's actually better for them and better for the taxpayers to just keep them in paid status, and that's what we're doing. And the status of all other employees is essentially the same as we've discussed now several times, where some are busier than ever, some are doing mostly the normal things they would be doing in the office, but they're not much in the office. Some are going in just occasionally for tasks that have to be performed there, but are doing most of their work remotely. And others are not able to be fully doing all the different things that they do in their normal work, but are doing many or most of the things they do normally, and are people we wouldn't be able to furlough because we wouldn't be able to do without the work that they're performing. And so we've been really careful going position by position to make sure that we're both giving consideration to the impact to the employees as well as to the overall town operation. And we feel like that's calibrated. That set of decisions has been made, and has been made in a way that is both, we believe, fair to the employees, and certainly also the best that we could do in terms of containing town costs in this situation. Now, the town cost is something we'll talk about under the financial report later. It's actually pretty interesting and different in this this emergency versus many types of emergencies, because there's many normal types of town expenditures that we're simply not making, right now while things are shut down. And then there's some other costs that we are incurring, but because we're not, for instance, standing up a surge site for hospital overflow or doing something else that's really, sort of a significant expense with lots of extra labor involved in it, but are rather just maintaining continuity of government through this time, we're not really incurring any significant COVID-related expenses, and we're incurring, less than our normal operating expenses. So from that point of view, that's a little odd. It's a silver lining, but we're keeping a close eye on it. But right now, there's no reason for concern financially in terms of COVID impact to town finances. The Brooks Memorial Library staff is providing assistance to folks who need assistance with completing their census forms. So that information is available on the town's website, or you can call Brooks Memorial Library and ask for that assistance. We're happy to help. And it's really important that we get a complete count of everyone who lives in Brattleboro. The Recreation and Parks Department had to cancel their spring youth sports season for obvious reasons, but both Recreation and Parks and the library are finding lots of new and expanded ways to support people with enrichment activities, a variety of enrichment activities for kids and for adults, online primarily, and also in other communications. And so there's a lot of information. Both of them operate a Facebook page in addition to the information that's on the town's website. We'd encourage people